Talking land strikes. Land strikes in Venezuela as part of a new phase that could also include the seizure of additional oil tankers. I suspect with the way you work, you have a pretty good idea of what these land strikes, if the president decides to follow through on them, might include. Are these drug manufacturing facilities? Are these sites in the middle of the jungle? Are these anti-aircraft installations? Or is it all of the above?
Probably all of the above. Now, we know the president has been briefed on those options. He was briefed, I think, back in early November. So they're locked and loaded. Yeah. He's got the aircraft carrier, the USS Gerald R. Ford there. He has plenty of strike assets in the region. The question is what he wants to do. Clearly, this is partly to put pressure on Maduro. If there was a strike option, I think it would focus on drug manufacturing facilities, anti-aircraft defenses, if there are any that are up and working. Every one of those targets, though, Joe, would have been carefully pre-vetted legally by the targeteering to minimize collateral damage and all that. You know that's already in the options package that the chairman will have briefed to the president.
It looks like we might get war powers votes in both the House and Senate, potentially by the end of the week. There's a resolution set to ripen in the House. Senator Gallego has one ready for the Senate. If leadership brings it to the floor, would either pass?
I doubt it. And again, the president is the commander-in-chief. Yeah. He's got the constitutional authority because he has declared the cartel of the Suns, another cartel, and all this mix of the Venezuelan government and military working with Colombian guerrillas, working with the narco-traffickers. They've all been declared as enemy combatants. So you can argue whether you like that or not, but that legal justification through the Constitution is pretty clear. That's where the Office of Legal Counsel opinion that's been seen by a lot of representatives has laid that down already.
Many thanks for your take, as always. Rebecca Grant, Vice President of the Defense Programs at the Lexington Institute, with us live in Washington. Thank you. Coming up, the administration taking a new approach to defending the constructions of the White House ballroom. We'll bring you those details and talk it out with Ty Cobb, former special counsel to President Trump in the first administration. He's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. A city captivated by a rare series of candid interviews by the woman said to be the second most powerful person in Washington, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, whose remarks about the president, his cabinet, and the inner workings of the White House were published today in Vanity Fair. She referred to the president's alcoholic personality said his name is in the Epstein files, called Elon Musk an odd duck and ketamine user, and described the huge disagreement, in her words, over President Trump's tariffs. The White House quickly looking to downplay the remarks from the interview, with Wiles saying in a social media post that significant context was disregarded in what she called a disingenuously framed hit piece. Joining us now with his perspective is Ty Cobb, the former federal prosecutor and former special counsel to President Trump in the first administration. Ty, it's great to see you. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and radio. Does the composite, at least, that was described in this piece resemble the administration that you once worked for?
Oh, no. There were real guardrails. There was a real chief of staff. Susie Wiles, I think in these interviews struggled to try to establish some dignity for herself, some distance from the narcissistic, vengeful exercise that Trump has undertaken, and the people who support that, and Elon Musk's chaotic destruction of USAID. I mean, that distance is important because USAID's dissimulation, coupled with the craziness from RFK Jr. at HHS, is estimated to going to kill 14 million people, which even Hitler couldn't achieve that. So I think some of these interviews of people who are there, if they're being truthful, and she was at least partially truthful until today when she tried to suggest some of these things weren't said and some of them were out of context. I mean, there are tapes of these interviews, it's pretty clear she said all this stuff. They have to downplay it because, frankly, what she said is true in many respects and worse than what she said in others.
Wow. All right. Well, you just said a lot there, Ty. Where to pick up on Susie Wiles? This is interesting. You referred to having a real chief of staff then. She's widely regarded as being a loyal soldier, someone who does not speak out of school. We remember the night that President Trump won the second term, she wouldn't even walk up to the microphone when he invited her. But incredible honesty, if we take Vanity Fair at its word, and to your point, these conversations were recorded, to say openly that the president was simply wrong about Bill Clinton and the Epstein files. What do you make of this casual honesty in such a forum by the chief of staff?
So I think that comment, coupled with her suggestion that he has an alcoholic personality. I'm not really sure what an alcoholic personality is. He definitely suffers from acute narcissistic personality disorder, and there's suggestions recently by psychiatrists and others knowledgeable in the area that he's exhibiting serious signs of dementia and other physical deterioration. So clearly, what he does is bizarre. Clearly, the media struggles with how far to go with that. They often sane-wash some of the things he does, but she actually was almost candid about how weird things are in the administration, between Vance's conspiracy theories, Musk's ketamine addiction. I mean, she sort of aired some of these things out in a way that people people need to understand that it's real. It's craziness what's going on.
Does this read like an exit interview to you, Ty, or she's going to be in the White House for many more months having done these interviews?
Trump doesn't fire loyalists. I mean, Pete Hegseth every day establishes a new level of incompetence that wouldn't have been tolerated, for 24 hours by any other president. And Pam Bondi as well. Even, of course, Susie Wiles was very candid about Pam Bondi. I don't think anybody in the administration has said a good word about Pam Bondi in months. So I think, but Susie is very, very loyal to the president. She does a good job of what he needs, which is, to try to keep the trains running. They don't run on time, but they're running to some degree. It is an odd White House now. People walk in and out of the Oval Office, in sort of an undisciplined manner, and you see these just bizarre comments coming from the president that nobody intercepts or prevents. I mean, most recently, of course, the despicable, shocking, and unprecedented dancing on Rob Reiner's grave and that of his wife. the president merely because that the Reiners opposed his policies and the racism and other issues at the White House. So I mean, it's just those are the kind of comments no president in history would have ever made. No man, woman in history should have ever made those comments. But they come out, and they come out weekly, if not daily. And that
administration was back in court today.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Ty. I only have about a minute left. I just have to ask you about this case involving the ballroom. The president fired his hand-picked architect, as you know. And the ballroom is underway with, I guess, a more enhanced design. Having been sued, there's a legal challenge by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. They want this to freeze in place before more can be done. The White House is invoking national security, that it must be built on the grounds of national security. Considering the fact that this is on the White House grounds, Ty, in our remaining moment, is there some truth to that?
No, there's zero truth to that. Now, there is a bunker there that has some national security issues, but they don't have to build the ballroom to protect the bunker. But Trump always invokes national security. In fact, your last guest, Ms. Grant, talked about the OLC memo that Trump has said that people are that they're worthy war targets when legally they aren't, and it's largely made up. So national security invocation is sort of the last resort of trying to say I can break the rules because of national security. I think the court's going to impose some rules.
Well, we'll see how this shapes up, Ty. We'd like to talk to you when we learn about it. Ty Cobb, former special prosecutor, former special counsel to President Trump. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg. It's Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Absolute BS is how Republican Congressman Mike Lawler of New York is labeling House Republicans' decision to not hold an Obamacare subsidies vote this week, except he used the full word. Lawler telling reporters after a closed-door meeting with lawmakers yesterday, quote, "I think it's idiotic to not have an up or down vote on this issue. It is political malpractice," unquote. Lawler is not the only one feeling that way, as a number of endangered Republicans in next year's midterms blast their party leadership as the subsidies get set to expire at the end of this month. A vote on separate Republican planning is set to take place tomorrow. Joining us now with the latest ahead of that vote is Bloomberg's Eric Wasson. He's live on Capitol Hill. Eric, it was an important day today. Now we have a better sense of how this is going to work. Will the Republican plan get a vote tomorrow, and would that do anything to help people's premiums from rising?
The Republican plan is slated to get a vote. Republicans say it will overall lower costs. In fact, the CBO does say, Congressional Budget Office, it does lower budget deficits, but it also would increase the number of uninsured. The drama, though, is about this potential moderate Republican amendment that could be allowed a floor vote. As we reported in Bloomberg earlier, Speaker Johnson came out and told reporters it would not get a vote. Then he had this heated discussion this early afternoon with Mike Lawler, as you mentioned, and other moderate Republicans getting a lot of pushback. He came out to say maybe there can be a vote. They're wrangling over what kind of pay-fors would be added to this extension of Obamacare subsidies. They waived this pay-go law to pass their $4 trillion tax cut, but they're insisting on pay-fors for this. However, the pay-fors that they are talking about were likely anathema to Democrats. So, this amendment could be given a vote, but it could be designed in a way that it would fail. This would give some political cover to swing district moderates, but at the end of the day, the bottom line is it still looks unlikely that the Obamacare premium subsidies will be extended before they expire at the end of this year, and some 20 to 24 million Americans will see their net premiums go up.
It's a remarkable number, Eric. Even if something did, in fact, pass in the House to extend Obamacare subsidies, there'd still be the matter of the Senate, right? So even if the House got this done, we still go over the cliff.
Yeah, it's jet fumes in the Senate. They're looking to leave town on Thursday. A group of bipartisan senators met last night, led by Susan Collins and Jeanne Shaheen of New Hampshire. They're talking about coming up with a deal, but even they acknowledge it would be January at this point. And as Minority Leader Chuck Schumer said, the toothpaste is already out of the tube by then. You've already seen, people foregoing insurance coverage, potentially, reaching in the millions of people going uninsured. So, we're going over the cliff, it looks like, but there could be some after-action, moves in January to try to save this, especially if Republicans go home for Christmas and feel pressure from their constituents in their districts.
Eric, thank you. Bloomberg's Eric Wasson live on Capitol Hill. On the early edition of Balance of Power today, I spoke with Republican Congressman Jason Smith of Missouri, who chairs the House Ways and Means Committee, about the state of these health care negotiations with his Democratic colleagues before the end of this congressional year. Take a listen.
What the Democrats have been pushing, in fact, there was a vote last Thursday in the United States Senate that failed 51 to 48, I believe is what it was, on a 3-year current extension. The waste, fraud, and abuse within the Obamacare exchanges just in the last 2 weeks was highlighted by the GAO report that said 59,000 dead people were being subsidized. One Social Security number had 127 different policies attached to it. And the GAO also attempted with fake identities and fake Social Security numbers to enroll in the program, and 100% of them were accepted, and 90% were still being subsidized a year later this year. These reforms have to be addressed. You cannot just extend it. And the worst statistic that people should be paying attention to, of the 24 million people on the exchanges, last year alone, nearly 12 million never even filed a medical claim.
But of course, none of that will keep people's premiums from rising, certainly those who are receiving coverage through the Affordable Care Act. And joining us now with her reaction from the other side of the aisle, House Minority Whip, Democratic Congresswoman Catherine Clark of Massachusetts. Congresswoman, it's great to see you. Thank you so much for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. There is another path here that we're well aware of. If this amendment is not allowed to get a vote to extend Obamacare subsidies, there's also a discharge petition that I know Hakeem Jeffries and yourself are welcoming moderate Republicans to sign on to. This would, in fact, extend Obamacare subsidies. Congresswoman, as the party's whip, can you give us a sense of where we are? Are we still at 214? Will more Republicans sign on to this plan?
We are at 214, which means we only need 4 Republicans. And there are far more than 4 who are saying we should extend these tax credits. So we are saying to them, now is the time to do it. We have 3 days left of session before we recess for the holidays and just days before this tax credit expires. We don't know where they've been. They voted for the bill back in July that ended these tax credits and let them expire. And at the same time, they are making tax cuts for the very wealthiest Americans permanent and not requiring that there be any offset in the budget for the trillions of dollars that that is going to cost. So now is the time, because we are hearing it across Massachusetts and across the country. People are hurting. They are not able to afford this dramatic doubling, tripling, even quadrupling of insurance premiums. This is a healthcare crisis the GOP has caused. We have the vehicle for them to fix it today.
Well, you know, I asked Jason Smith what he was hearing from Obamacare recipients in his state of Missouri, and he made the point that there were so few in his state that it really wasn't an issue. I'm curious what happens when a line cook from Kelly's Roast Beef on Revere Beach calls your office. What do you tell them on the constituent services line is about to happen?
Yeah, we're telling them that we are fighting for them. And let me tell you that already in Massachusetts, we know that 10,000 people have opted out of the ACA because they can't afford to stay on that insurance. These are people, these are small businesses. These are people who need to be able to take a child to a doctor, to ensure their spouse can continue their cancer treatments, to manage their diabetes. I cannot stress how anxious and worried people are. And this is layered on top of watching cost of living continuing to rise. The Republicans are doing nothing to address this. In fact, the policies that they have green-lighted, like Donald Trump's tariff policies, the cuts to Medicaid, this cuts to the ACA tax credit, to veterans' health benefits, to food programs, all of this is putting even more economic pressure on American families. In this holiday season, come together, do the right thing by the American people, and help them keep and afford health insurance.
What do you think, Congresswoman? Will this discharge petition hit the floor before everybody heads home for the year?
I'm going to remain hopeful. We're very much watching the process that is going on as we speak in committee, where Republicans are putting forth their amendments on how to extend these tax credits. I hope that if that is not successful for them, and certainly the indications from Republican leadership is it won't be, but we'll see, then the next logical choice for them is for 4 of them to come and join us so we can force a vote and do right by the American people who are counting on us.
You know, the president has told us he plans to address the nation tomorrow in prime time. We haven't seen that too often from this president, to do a prime time, I presume, an Oval Office address. We'll see what the venue is, Congresswoman. Is there any expectation on Capitol Hill that he shows up with a health care plan and directs members, Republican members on Capitol Hill to vote for it?
Well, I'm certainly hoping for a holiday miracle, but I don't know what the subject will be. But what we are seeing and hearing from his own chief of staff in an article that dropped today is that the White House continues to be chaotic. It continues to be unlawful. The president continues to just respond to world events in a vile and disgusting way, as he did with the horrible murders we saw in LA. And he's unhinged. So I certainly hope that somebody has gotten to him. and said the American people need you to keep your promise to lower costs and to make sure they have health care. But we've seen no sign of that in nearly a year of this administration. And he has done everything in his power to make things harder and more expensive for American families.
Well, speaking of reacting to things happening around the world, Congresswoman, there was an important and classified briefing for lawmakers today by members of the administration. We saw the Defense Secretary, Secretary of State, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs march up to Capitol Hill to make the case for whatever mission is unfolding in the Caribbean. Did they succeed in making that case, and what is the mission around Venezuela?
I will tell you this, that this briefing was both long overdue and highly disappointing. And what we are asking from this administration is that they have to remember that Congress needs to be informed. Congress, they should be sharing their intelligence with us. Congress is the one that can declare war. And this president needs to open up that line of communication and be honest and transparent. And the way to do that is to start by releasing the video of this second strike on the boat in the Caribbean that has been so controversial. The president said he would do it, and we saw Secretary Hegseth walk that back today. We thought we might be able to see that video in this classified briefing, and we were disappointed, to say the least, that they are not fulfilling that. This is about keeping our troops and the American people safe, and they cannot take Congress out of the equation.
I spoke with your colleague Jim McGovern a couple of days ago here on Balance of Power, Congresswoman, about his War Powers resolution that's set to ripen and hit the floor as soon as this week. We know there are competing bills in the Senate as well. Will there be a vote on a War Powers Act?
We are actually going to be voting on two War Powers Acts. Jim McGovern, which is directing the president not to proceed without Congress in Venezuela, and Gregory Meeks, who is going to be addressing in his War Powers resolution the strikes on these boats in the Caribbean and Pacific. So we will be taking up a vote, and we will have a strong yes vote from all of the Democrats.
I'd be deeply curious to see if any Republicans sign on to that or vote yes. House Minority Whip, Democratic Congresswoman Catherine Clark of Massachusetts. We thank you, Congresswoman, for joining us on Bloomberg. Coming up, the latest from Rhode Island amid the ongoing manhunt following the deadly shooting at Brown University, and an update from Los Angeles following the Reiners deaths. Plus, Susie Wiles dishing to Vanity Fair and her pushback immediately after. We'll dive into it all with our political panel. It's next on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. This is Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew. We'll turn back to the latest in Washington ahead with our political panel. But first, the stories we're watching in today's Power Brief. The manhunt in Rhode Island has now entered its fourth day after a gunman opened fire and killed 2 people, injured 9 at Brown University. That investigation is now intensifying after police released a new image of their person of interest. Following a new video out last night, officials seeking the public's help in finding this suspect. A previous person of interest was questioned and released. Nick Reiner, the son of Rob and Michelle Singer Reiner, will be charged with 2 counts of first-degree murder and the killing of his parents. The Los Angeles District Attorney's Office announcing the charges today after Reiner was arrested Sunday night. Prosecutors also noting they are still determining whether to seek the death penalty against the son of the acclaimed Hollywood couple. The EU is proposing to soften their emissions rules for new cars in response to months of pressure from the auto industry. The new proposal will reverse an effective ban on combustion engines, allowing car makers to slow the rollout of electric vehicles and continue to sell gas-powered cars past the year 2035, though they retain their goal of climate neutrality by 2050. This loosening of restrictions is meant to boost the Euro auto industry as trade tensions with the U.S. and China persist. Finally, the New York Times asking a judge to dismiss President Trump's $15 billion defamation lawsuit, arguing that the implausible allegations, their words, will not overcome First Amendment protections. That request from the Times coming just a day after Trump sued the BBC for $10 billion, accusing the organization of defamation over the editing of his January 6th speech featured in a documentary. Joining us now with their reaction to all the stories we're following today in Washington, our political panel. Lonnie Chen is with us, Republican strategist and American Public Policy Studies fellow at the Hoover Institution, alongside Democratic strategist Kristen Hahn, partner at Rock Solutions. It's great to have you both here with 4 remaining legislative days of the year. It all has to happen this week if it's going to happen at all. Kristen, you've spent a lot of time on Capitol Hill, and at times like these, as a longtime Blue Dog Democrat, I'm wondering your thoughts on what's about to happen, because we're told we're already going over the cliff. Whether Republicans bring a bill to the floor or not this week, what's going to happen to people's premiums in the new year?
I mean, a lot of nothing's going to happen on Capitol Hill, and I think people's premiums are going to go up. I think that the writing's been on the wall for a very long time. You're running up against the holiday, and people are going to go home. And the thing is, they're no closer to an agreement, and it needs to be a bipartisan agreement. You've seen what's gone on with the moderates. And as a moderate on the Democratic side, when we've had the majority in the House too, you're pushing your leadership to try to work with the other side, or at least some people with the other side, to just help you out. And I believe these people are actually doing it for the right reasons. And also politically, it's damaging to them if they don't get something done. So unfortunately, I don't think you'll see much of anything get done. And the Democrats aren't willing to vote for something that isn't what they've said they've wanted all along, which is a 2-year extension.
Well, here we are with a Blue Dog Democrat and a moderate Republican who worked once for Mitt Romney. So bring us to the middle here. Lonnie Chen, is it possible for Democrats to pull moderate Republicans away from Speaker Johnson and sign on to this discharge petition that we've been discussing? Catherine Clark seemed very unsure whether it would get to the floor. All she needs is 4 or 5 hours to make it work.
Well, I think the challenge will be how much of the electoral politics run into the reality that Republicans have wanted to be unified, and they've been unified on the Obamacare issue in terms of opposition to Obamacare, opposition to extending the subsidies. So I think the critical question now is whether the electoral calculus motivates those few Republicans that are who are in swing districts to basically figure out a way to at least get an up or down vote on this, because the reality is this is going to be a campaign issue in 2026. This is going to be an issue that's weaponized. Democrats have already signaled that. And so this is really all about how much electoral protection those vulnerable Republicans are going to get. And I don't, President Trump's ultimately the guy who's going to have to step in and either cut a deal or essentially bless this operation for these moderate Republicans to get this vote.
Interesting. Weaponized, just quickly, as a Republican, do you believe Democrats want to see Obamacare subsidies extended? Because a lot of Republicans come on this show and say this is exactly what they need to win the midterms. They don't want this to be handled now.
Well, I think the Democrats recognize how hard it is to get Republicans to a place where they will vote for an extension.
Sure.
They've never, ever voted for any part of Obamacare. So the notion that they would now vote for an extension is highly implausible. This has become a political tool. There's no question in my mind about it. The result of it, the result of what's about to happen, there are policy outcomes, there are policy implications, but I think it's all about the politics now.
Okay. What do you make of this Machiavellian talk that suggests the worst of both parties?
Well, I mean, I would also say it is very, very difficult to get Republicans to go along with it. So there are a lot of people who are arguing on the Democratic side, why would we ask for a one-year extension, which there is a compromise out there, when we're just going to be in the exact same position less than a year from now, 6 months from now, arguing about the exact same thing. So, I agree with this Machiavellian.
You do?
No. To some extent, there's always politics at play. I think with regard to this specific issue, healthcare is so personal to Americans. I would not live and work in Washington, D.C. if I didn't think that there were people on both sides of the aisle who are actually concerned about the American people and what they're about to go through. Yeah. And I wouldn't say that every single person of the Democratic Party is just thinking about the politics only.
I mean, look, ultimately, it is a big affordability issue. If you think about how most Americans evaluate affordability, it's housing, food, and health care. And this is one of the big three. And that's going to be the issue of 2026. Regardless of whether you're talking about health care or any of the other issues I mentioned, the lens through which all this will be viewed is, are these things affordable? Healthcare costs have continued to escalate. Now we're seeing upward pressure on food costs, upward pressure on housing costs in some part of the country. So to me, it's entirely about the politics, because affordability is the issue in 2026 and probably beyond as well.
The issue that got this president elected, helped to dispatch the last, and maybe bringing him in front of the American people tomorrow night. What do you think of the timing of this address? I'm assuming it comes out of the Oval. We'll see tomorrow evening, prime time, 9 p.m., the president addressing the American people about what?
We were just talking, I think it's anybody's guess. Okay. I don't think it's going to be some elaborate health care proposal, because I don't think the House and Senate have vetted anything like this. There are leaks all over the place. Yeah. He could come out and talk about he has a new coin. I'm not kidding. He could come out and talk about his new stakes. I mean, I'm being a little bit, trying to be funny about this, but you really don't know what he's going to say. And I'm not sure that any of us do until a few minutes beforehand.
Which makes you wonder, why reach for the primetime address? That's kind of a sacred venue for a president of the United States. What do you think he does with it? Is this an announcement that something maybe has begun in Venezuela, or is it domestically focused? Is it an update for the holidays?
It could be a holiday message.
It could.
I mean, look, I don't think it's an exigent foreign policy issue, because that, to give that much advance notice would seem strange.
Understood.
To me, I think this is probably something around the affordability issue. You saw the vice president give a speech, was it today or yesterday, where the focus is affordability, really on message, really tight. Same assessment as the president, by the way. This is an A++++ economy. I'm sure you're going to hear the same thing from the president in his speech at some point. But look, we could theorize all day about what this thing is on. But I think that it would be politically savvy for this White House to begin to focus that message a little bit as we get to the end of the year and into the beginning of next year, that they have a plan for affordability.
And the vice president is very much more on message.
Well, it was a pretty different speech than what we heard a week ago. Will the president say, if this is an affordability address, that affordability is a Democrat con job? That's been the line so far, that it's a hoax.
He's going to have to reverse course on that, because it's just not true and people aren't buying it. I mean, I actually couldn't believe my ears when he said, it's the Democrat folks, affordability, because people are feeling it. And just because you tell them the economy is working doesn't mean that they feel it when they go to the grocery store. I mean, it's the economy, like Lonnie said, it's the economy, it's healthcare. And that's what people are going to be caring
It'll also
about.
be 3 days before the Epstein files are supposed to be released. Well, look, maybe there's an announcement every day between now and then to keep our eyes off the ball.
Yeah, I think it'll be more that Americans don't need 6 apples, they only need 3. Because the reality.
Then Kristen will start making advertisements.
I need $30.
But that is one element of the message. I'm not sure will be in the speech.
You don't need 37 pencils, Lonnie Chen.
I know. Well, I certainly don't.
Well, I get the president agrees with you. Will there be a message of abundance, to use a different term than affordability?
I mean, I'm sure, you know, he'll try to talk about those types of things. But, like, again, you cannot tell people what they don't have just because you said it.
Yeah.
And there are cracks in that right now.
Yeah, the last president figured that out, too. Kristen Hahn, Lonnie Chen, great conversation. Thank you to our great panel. And we invite you to check out the Washington Edition newsletter on the terminal and online to follow all the stories we've been talking about this evening. We'll meet you back here tomorrow. It'll be a big one, and we may still be speculating on that primetime address. We'll meet you back here then on Balance of Power. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
This has not been a great time for genius. The people who claim to have it do not seem to qualify for it. The people who diagnose it in others seem to have a very, very narrow definition in mind. And the people we can all agree are stone-cold geniuses always seem to have a dark side. I read in Bloomberg Businessweek about the biggest crypto genius of them all, Sam Bankman-Fried. At his peak, he was worth like $26 billion. And that was before he was accused of running one of the biggest frauds in American history. His defense is that he is not a criminal, essentially, just inept. What does it mean to have genius in work, in the marketplace, in life? And who is even to say? To make anything simple takes actual genius, and we're going to try to live up to that name together tonight. It's the Business Week Show. Hello, I am Max Abelson, and I'm not a genius, just a regular, slightly above average journalist who has spent about the last decade and a half here at Bloomberg News, and sometimes our magazine, Bloomberg Business Week, writing about Wall Street's money and power. And what that means is I write about ambition and ownership and imagination and survival and risk and second acts and, of course, genius. Tonight, and in the weeks to come, we are going to be talking about those things at this table with people whose lives and careers and ideas are big or interesting or just really fun. So, welcome. This is the Business Week Show, and it's starting right now. If you consider yourself a master of Wall Street, a connoisseur of investing, a soothsaying financial genius, a brilliant portfolio manager, our guest has very bad news for you. Burt Malkiel's book, A Random Walk Down Wall Street, 50 years ago, had a clear and vivid message, which was that Wall Street genius is really just an illusion, and that professionals in pinstripe suits at the end of the day are no better than naked animals. It was a genius and radical idea, because what he had to say is that you should forget them and just buy and hold clear, boring, basic, low-cost index funds. He is here to tell us about it. Burt Malkiel, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Glad to be here.
Your book is actually pretty funny. It's a little saucy sometimes, your book. I mean, you say no one in finance can really forecast the future, or at least they can't do it successfully, consistently. You know, I think you use the word genius in quotation marks, and you give it to Ponzi schemers and whatnot. Right now, are there any actual individual geniuses on Wall Street? You know, real human geniuses, maybe AI is the genius we've been all waiting for. Can you identify any current geniuses on Wall Street right now?
Well, as you know, I put genius in quotes because I'm not sure there are geniuses in the market. And I've always said I would much rather be lucky than smart. Are there some hedge fund people who have, in fact, made a lot of money? George Soros bet against the British pound and made a lot of money. There were people who sold short in 2000 and made a lot of money. But I am not willing to say that they were geniuses. I want to say that they were lucky, because for every one of them, there was a hedge fund that in fact lost money. No, I don't think there are geniuses. I think there are a lot of very smart people on Wall Street, but it is not possible to predict the future. And, you know, it's kind of very interesting how you talk about AI. I recently had to give a presentation on the economic outlook. Mm-hmm. And I thought, you know, just for kicks, I will go to ChatGPT and I will ask, can you give me an outline of what I should say? And actually, ChatGPT gave me a wonderful answer. It was a one-sentence answer. I cannot predict the future.
It might not necessarily qualify as genius, but you're able to write about Wall Street with clarity, which is really unusual, because Wall Street, and I suffer from this myself, you know, you speak to Wall Street executives and they absolutely fetishize complexity. Why does Wall Street like to make things sound so complicated? Is there something sinister or something that has to do with the ego?
I don't know whether it's sinister, but this is a very highly paid profession. And someone like me who says, listen, don't listen to anybody, Just buy a simple index fund and keep on investing period after period. If I'm charging you 2% a year to manage your money, I want you to think you can't do it yourself. So sure, you've got a vested interest. This is a very highly paid profession. And these guys do very, very well. Is that sinister? You know, I don't know. You call it sinister, anything you want, but is there an incentive to make it seem like it's very complicated, that ordinary people can't do it themselves? I think that's absolutely right.
The honest truth is, it's not necessarily that I think that the aura of complexity on Wall Street is coming from a sinister place. More like it makes me feel bad or makes me feel dumb, and that I appreciate that your book is sort of written so that I can understand it. But it does make me think about exclusion in a small way, because so many stocks are owned by so few people in this country, because the very wealthiest people in America have such giant portfolios, that when the stock market goes up, inequality goes up too. Is there anything that can be done to change that in the future?
One of the things that's impressed me throughout my life is really how capable so many people are. And I think to the extent that we can eliminate discrimination, I mean, for example, opening up our jobs, our economic opportunities to women has been a very good thing, and I think has been generally helpful for women. I think it's the same sort of thing in terms of racial discrimination. I am absolutely convinced that rather than there being just a small coterie of geniuses, that intelligence is very widely distributed in our population. And so my own sense would be the more we can do with education, the better.
Why is it that we need geniuses, or really just the concept of genius? Is it like the way we need heroes and heroism, you know, to help just explain the world and justify?
I think we need innovators, and I'm not saying that innovation isn't good. We absolutely do, but I'm not going to call them geniuses. And Jack Bogle would certainly never have called himself a genius. But I think we do need innovators. There will undoubtedly be financial products that are actually good for one. You know, I'm not a fan of Bitcoin. I don't think, I don't recommend that any investor buy it, but will there be improvements in the payment system in the future? And will there be digital currencies in the future that are stable and that are useful, as opposed to something that goes up $1,000 or down $1,000 in a day? Absolutely. And there's room for much more innovation in finance. So I think there will be innovation. There should be innovation. I just wouldn't call it genius.
That was great. Burt Malkiel, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I really enjoyed our conversation.
Stay tuned, because next we have a very far out genius. There is no one way to be a genius. You could be dreamy and far out. You could be scrupulous and scientific. You could work within the institutional establishment, or you could honor indigenous wisdom. All of those descriptions apply to this guest. Moraba Jah is a space environmentalist, an astrodynamicist, a spacecraft navigator, and the first African-American professor of aerospace engineering at the University of Texas. Last year, the MacArthur Foundation gave him a fellowship that is informally known as a Genius Grant. So, if you want, you could call him a genius, you could call him Professor Jah, but you'd rather you call him Moraba. So, Moraba, welcome.
Great to be here, my brother. Thank you so much.
Really glad to have you. I really love the phrase, a stroke of genius. You were in Alaska with your family in a hotel one morning. I think you were taking a shower.
Yeah.
And you had this feeling and this vision that kind of struck you. And whether or not it has anything at all to do with genius. Tell us about that moment.
I'm in the shower, and I felt a presence. And in my mind's eye, I saw flashes of scenes from like history and how in the beginning, whatever that means, it seems like there was this intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, but that humanity over time has mostly abandoned that intergenerational contract of stewardship and has forgotten about how interconnected things are.
Did that moment change the life you led and the work that you do?
Absolutely. So one of the people that I really look up to is Jane Goodall. I watched something about Jane where she said that she went to a meeting as a scientist and she left that meeting an activist. In very similar ways, I went to Anchorage kind of just this scientist, and I came back both a scientist and now this space environmentalist activist to really try to, I guess, really showcase how we need to protect orbital space.
If there's a kind of genius that means something to you, something that you would want to live up to, or something you'd want to recognize in yourself, what would that kind of genius actually look like?
To me, the best kind of genius is simply allowing myself to let the universe go through me and, I guess, use me as some sort of vehicle for the work that I'm trying to do. And if I can keep myself kind of in the moment and in a place of compassion and empathy, then I think genius is just what comes through when you allow that to happen.
There's more garbage orbiting the Earth than there are working satellites. You now work not just to make sure that all that stuff is properly tracked, but to be an evangelist for expanding the way we think about environmental protection so that it includes all that stuff. What can those of us who are not scientists, what can we do to help you?
Every day, the technologies that we have are more and more reliant on these robots in the space that we call satellites. And we're tracking about 50,000 things ranging in size from a cell phone to the space station. 5,000 are working and everything else is garbage. So that's like 90% of the stuff is trash. The thing that most people just don't realize is that these satellites that are providing these critical services and capabilities, position, navigation, timing, communications, internet with the Starlink satellites, right? Any of these things can get schwacked, that's the technical term, get schwacked by a piece of junk, and that's game over, and then you lose that capability. So I think more and more people just need to be aware that, oh, well, that space, that's somebody else's problem. No, it's our problem because our way of life, our technology is now going through this infrastructure.
There's a real stereotypical idea of genius that I'm thinking of a kind of solitary genius working by herself or himself off in a fun cabin, What does it mean, what would it mean to be a genius collaborator?
Back in the times of the Renaissance, people looked at folks like, Da Vinci, Michelangelo, and they said, okay, these are geniuses in their own right? And people say, well, how can anybody be like another one of those? Science has developed so much beyond those days that there's no way for somebody to be able to be, quote unquote, this Renaissance person that knows very deeply things in all these different fields. Like, those days are gone, okay? But to me, the real genius is recognizing where you bring in smart people from other fields that complement and augment your own to solve wicked problems.
Yeah, connectedness, connections with one another. But my understanding, though, from reading a little bit of your writing, is that you were, I think in your childhood, you felt really isolated.
I did, yeah. My mom was born in Haiti, and she was naturalized citizen. My father, Sierra Leone, naturalized citizen. They got divorced when I was very young, and yeah, my father was just very abusive. So at the age of 7, he kidnapped me, and 9 days later, they found me in some apartment in the Bay Area, put me back on a plane to my mom. And my mom had, we had a cousin that lived in Caracas, and so we fled the country because my mom's like, I don't want your father to ever find you again. He never did physically again. But growing up in Venezuela, I felt very isolated. I felt very alone. I came into contact in this void with what seemed to feel like an ocean of infinite love and compassion. And then I realized, I have a choice here. I can choose to meet my experiences with equal anger, or I can choose to act from a place of love and compassion and heal from my pain and make my healing be of service to others. And that's what I've chosen to do.
When the MacArthur Foundation, when they named you a fellow, they said it was because, they used a beautiful phrase, it's because you envision transparent and collaborative solutions for the Earth's orbital spheres. What are those solutions? And maybe when are they coming?
My inspiration for this comes from indigenous people, from traditional ecological knowledge, TEK, I call it ancient tech. And so for me, the vision of my future is seeing Western science and traditional ecological knowledge come together, not annihilate each other, but actually harmonize with each other, so that then that could be the way of the future, so that humanity does recognize interconnectedness, empathy, and stewardship.
Thank you so much for being here and sharing your story, sharing yourself.
Thank you, brother.
Truly enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Coming up next, a genius I would like to be when I grow up. Getting older is not easy, but the good news is time brings opportunities to become a more practiced, a more seasoned, a more you version of you. The guest who's sitting with me at this table is one of the most accomplished people I've ever met, and she is 17 years old. In 2021, Zaila Avantgarde won the Scripps National Spelling Bee, but She considers herself not so much a speller as a basketball player, and she has multiple Guinness World Records in juggling. A few weeks ago, this young genius started the 11th grade. Zaila, so glad you're here.
Thanks for having me.
Truth is, we're all super different. We all have our own gifts. We all have our own limitations. When and how did you come to realize how special you are?
So that's a complicated question, I would say, because I didn't so much realize, I realized I was special, but I became special through a process of like training and stuff. If you look back on it, like I wouldn't say I popped out the womb like a genius or something like that. It's like when people would start to stop and look at me while I was dribbling or practicing at a court, people like stop and look because, hey, look at this cute little girl. I was very small when I was that age. So this cute little girl dribbling 2 balls and doing all this between the legs, step backs into shots and stuff. So pretty early on, I realized that, yeah, I might be a little bit different than the average kid.
You won this like completely beloved national competition, but it's something that I think you no longer consider your main passion, or maybe you didn't even consider it your main passion then. What does basketball make you feel that spelling doesn't?
I would say basketball gives me even more of like the competitive rush. Like I just really love to compete and stuff. So like, and like spelling is more like, yes, it's not really like person-to-person competition. It's more like person versus dictionary, which is something you hear a lot from spelling bee people. It's like it's me versus the dictionary, because that's where the words are coming from. Whereas with basketball, it's more like physical competition, like, oh, I made it between the legs and there's this girl on me and I have to shield her off, and it's like more tangible competition as opposed to the more philosophical competition of spelling.
I want to ask you about a very different kind of genius. There's this billionaire named Sam Bankman-Fried. Think you've heard of him?
Of course.
Widely considered to be the world's, great crypto genius before he was then charged with fraud, which he has denied. How should the rest of us look at people who get called geniuses, but maybe they still have shortcomings, just like everybody else?
Sometimes I feel like the term genius is like nowadays it's so loaded. Like maybe it's like, oh, it doesn't just mean, oh, look at her, she's a genius, like she's so smart or whatever. But like then like if you're labeled with that like your whole life, that kind of like puts a pressure on you. Like maybe once upon a time, like I listened to a podcast about Sam Bankman-Fried, but I don't know him personally, so I can't speak for him. But hypothetically, like he's like his parents are like, oh my God, you're so smart. He goes to accelerated programs in school, and that's just putting pressure from a very early age. Like I'm a genius, I have to be a genius, I have to always be a genius. So I always feel like people, like some of the scammers and stuff, should get maybe just a little bit of sympathy, just a little bit, because they are like causing all sorts of trouble, because like they've been considered geniuses their whole life and they had a nice business plan or something, but then it didn't work out. And so what are they supposed to do? Go to all these people who say, oh, you're a genius. That just puts a little pressure on you to like give you that extra push you needed to try to maybe go into the murky waters of life.
The murky waters of life. I want to ask you one final question about pressure. I think that there is sometimes pressure in the United States, maybe everywhere, pressure on really smart people, genius or otherwise, to use their intelligence to like make a lot of money, to be successful. And like, I guess I'm thinking specifically about the finance industry and mathematicians, but it's true of the business world. You're smart, you go make money in business. Do you have a favorite company or an industry or like a job that appeals to you?
I mean, I'm not like super like make millions of dollars. I mean, if anybody who's watching or listening wants to give me millions of dollars, please hit me up. However, like I'm interested in going to neuroscience, or maybe working for NASA, or maybe being an NBA head coach. Like, but I just realized I've never thought, how much money would I get for this? Because that's not really something like I think of, because you can make a lot of money, not to sound trite, but you can also be really miserable making a lot of money. So that's not even something I actually consider, like how much money will I make? I'll cross that bridge when it comes.
Zaila, you're gonna cross the bridge, you're gonna have a great time. I have had a great time talking to you. I'm thrilled you're here.
Thanks for having me.
When you ask geniuses, as I just did, what a genius is, or if we need geniuses, or if they're a genius, the answer you'll get will be genius. It turns out that there is not one way to be a genius of finance or of art or of language, just as there is not one way to think about genius itself. What matters is not what you call unusually high levels of intelligence or talent. What matters is what you do with it. Thank you so much for watching the first episode of the Business Week Show. We'll see you again for another one soon.
I am a completely virtuous person. I have no missing virtues. But I do wish I could sing.
People clearly tend to be impatient where they should be patient.
I waste the most money on champagne. I love champagne every day. Every day I have 2 glasses of champagne. That's my thing. 2 glasses of champagne every day.
Risk is everywhere. It is a risk to get out of bed, take a sip of coffee, step into the street, shake someone's hand, eat a tuna melt. Trust risk betrayal, authenticity risk rejection, and if you want to play it safe, doing nothing risks missing out on everything. We associate risk with what you might lose, but there is no winning in the marketplace without it. If anyone ever comes up to you and offers you something that is completely risk-free, buyer beware. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. I read this thing in Bloomberg Business Week about Silicon Valley Bank, which bought billions of dollars of bonds, a risk. Then the value of those bonds fell, depositors went running out the door. The impact of that risk was one of the biggest bank failures in the history of this country. What does it feel like to take risk in business and in life? We're gonna try to find out from actual risk takers. It's a risk, we're gonna take it together, and we're gonna take it tonight.
It's the Business Week Show.
Welcome to the Business Week Show. Tonight, risk. The very idea of who gets to take financial risk in global markets and how they go about taking that risk, and then how they talk about that risk, changed thanks to tonight's first guest. In 2012, Jamie Rogozinski logged onto Reddit, he started a new page, and he called it Wall Street Bets. In the years that followed, It got millions of users. It sparked real frenzies in stocks like GameStop and AMC. And at one point, it got its own Super Bowl ad. But as you may imagine, things did not work out all that well for everyone. And Jamie is here tonight to tell us all about it. Jamie, seriously, thanks for being here.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Risk is a funny thing because it freaks some people out, me included. But there's also something about it that is so attractive and so tantalizing. Why have you been so drawn to it?
Risk is a funny thing because when people say risk, especially when you frame it that way, the implication is either there's an element of randomness, right, or that's the outcome can be very, very, very costly because it's either unlikely to pay out or the actual, chance of losing might be really costly. But the way that I see risk is really, if you're able to actually quantify those elements, it's really a price that you pay for an opportunity. The way that I look at risk in that sense, it's not that I'm attracted to these thrill seeks. It's, I think this is worth it, right? I think I can identify these are the probabilities or possibilities, and sometimes I can't, but at least I can map them out. And this is what the possible outcome is. And I'm like, let's do this.
Okay, let's do this. Let's really talk about that. Because what you're saying is you're really talking about what it means for something to be risky. When you started Wall Street Bets, the way you've talked about it is that you said you wanted a place where people could talk about risky ideas and they could talk about it kind of proudly, risky trade ideas. You were enabling other people to take risks. So can you tell us, like, what worries did you have at the time that things potentially could go wrong for them?
You know, my definition, my understanding and my position on risk has evolved, right? It's become clear as the years gone by. And early on, I justified this by saying, well, look, they're all adults. You have to be 18 in order to open a brokerage. Same thing if you go to a casino, everyone can go through. And when I said I wanted to be able to discuss high risk, I wanted to discuss high risk, high return, right? It wasn't just high risk is throwing your money out the window and having it go away with 100% certainty. This was high risk with the possibility of making money. And those two obviously go hand in hand. There are some that are irresponsible with it, but I can't make myself responsible in much the same way that there's gambling addicts, right? But outside of that, what I start seeing is a learning process, much like the one that I personally went through. I lost tons of money, but I walked away with so much knowledge and understanding and hands-on experience that a textbook can never explain to you.
I want to ask you about someone who sort of counts as your really, really complete opposite, Jack Bogle. He was the founder of Vanguard. He helped popularize the very vanilla, very boring idea that if you're an investor, you can diversify your bets. He ended up popularizing the index fund. How did it feel that you, in some ways, were kind of singularly responsible for changing the way that just millions of people think about investing? What did that feel like?
It was humbling for sure. It was unexpected to see the enthusiasm. If I were to have predicted the outcome of it, it would have been people looking down at this particular type of activity. Secretly, it was almost a goal of mine. But the beauty of it is what conservative investors do, Bogle, Buffett, whatever it might be, is no different than what gamblers that literally go to sit at a roulette table do. The changes in the vision that Wall Street Bets were, it demystified the idea of finance to people that might otherwise think it's just Excel sheets and discounted cash flows.
You also took a different kind of risk and you sued Reddit and you lost. Will you tell us a little bit about what that felt like?
Terrible. Yeah, that was probably in the top 5 riskiest things, if not 3. I get kicked out, and the stubbornness behind Reddit, they never answered. I tried pleading and sorries and threats and back channels and lawyers. They would just be like, no, you're done. They got to a point where they said, no, we're done trying to negotiate. We want to take you to court with this. And I said, all right, well, I guess now I have to actually go to court. And so this is when I decided to countersue them.
So it didn't feel like a risk. It felt like just something you had to do.
I needed to do a foreclosure. I still had a chip on my shoulder, and I couldn't fully commit to anything. And I'd still kind of look at, every time I'd see Wall Street Bets on the news or people talking about it, it would still have that kind of sour feeling. And so and I needed to get past that. And I'm like, look, if I lose, I lose. And then it is what it is. And it would have been the fight of the century for me, or my lifetime for me. But then I can be at peace, right?
Is that how you feel now? Are you at peace?
Unfortunately not, because it's not over yet. I would have liked for the judge to have been like, no, dude, you lose and it's over. You know, I don't want to cover too much on the legal side of things, but the judge, let's just say they left plenty of room for maneuvering. So unfortunately, it's not over.
I was told, I really don't know what it is. I was told you brought an object, I think, that maybe encapsulates risk. I think Natasha, my colleague, is gonna pass it to us, I do believe. What is this? Okay. All right. Tell us about this guy.
You're familiar with this?
Yeah. Remind me.
So this is from a meme, right? It says, "This is fine." It's a little dog, and this encapsulates so much of both my life and my ability to handle emotions, especially with the volatility of markets, but also life in general. It gives you so many ups and downs and so many ways to go through it. Oftentimes, when faced with adversity, my composure resembles this. It's like, yeah, don't worry about it.
Can I see him?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, this is mine now. Jamie, thank you so much for being here. Loved having you.
Not a problem. Thank you very much for having me.
We have more risk coming up next. When executives across corporate America want to take a little risk or manage it, they often turn to Wall Street. And there is no entity on Wall Street with a more interesting relationship to risk, including Wall Street bets, than the company Goldman Sachs. And when I think about Goldman, which I do often because I'm a Wall Street reporter, my mind often turns to Maeve Duvally. Maeve is a longtime media executive and until recently was a managing director at Goldman. The truth of the matter is we have a cordial relationship, but a kind of antagonistic one because it's my job to report on Wall Street's money and power, and it's her job to push back. Recently, I finished her wonderful memoir, Maeve Rising, which is an account of her journey from being a lonely and angry person to the woman who is sitting at this table with me right now. Maeve Duvally, welcome.
Max, thanks for having me. You know, I would say we don't have a antagonistic relationship. I would say that we've locked horns through the years.
Okay.
Is that a better characterization?
I think that's a better characterization, but I'm going to ask you in just a couple of minutes about all kinds of risks that you have taken,
okay,
personally and professionally.
Sure.
But I feel like we should start first things first.
Yep.
Why is risk, which is really, I mean, it's just a fancy way of saying basically the things that can go wrong. Why is risk so important to the work that happens on Wall Street?
Well, from a market perspective, obviously managing market risk, managing operational risk that somebody pushes a button they're not supposed to, and the trade that happens is bigger than it was supposed to be. Those are
Trading isn't just about charts or strategies. It's about you, your emotions, discipline, and mindset. Most traders are actually gambling, not truly trading. They sit in front of screens, hoping the market throws them a bone, whispering desperate prayers as red candles flash. This book isn't about giving you another strategy. It's about transforming you into a trader who needs just one edge, one system, and the discipline to follow it daily. The market doesn't care about your dreams. It rewards those who understand and follow its unbreakable principles. Whether you're in a hedge fund office or trading from your bedroom, the truth is simple. You're losing not because you're dumb, but because you're undisciplined, emotional, or overwhelmed. Trading isn't a traditional job or business. It's not even investing. And it's definitely not the golden ATM that social media influencers promise. The market is a brutal, beautiful billion-dollar game of probabilities, psychology, and discipline. Most beginners make the same mistake. They think they're smarter than the casino. Everyone believes they're exceptional, just like everyone thinks they're a great driver until it rains. Here's the reality check. If you believe you're playing chess, but you're actually in a poker game, you'll lose badly. Before you can win, you must understand the game you're playing. The market doesn't offer second chances, but this book might be yours. Welcome to the law of trading. Traders often charge into markets like someone betting on a roulette wheel with a foolproof system. They've run tests, heard success stories, maybe even seen a demo account work. So they go live with real money and real emotions. The market doesn't care about your background or confidence. It rewards consistency, discipline, and risk control. Think of it like a complex game where poker, chess, and human psychology intersect. This isn't supposed to be easy. It's designed to be winnable, only for those who truly understand the underlying rules. What most people don't realize is that trading isn't about stocks, forex, or crypto. It's about human behavior. Every price movement represents a battle between buyers and sellers, driven by emotions like fear, greed, and excitement. Millions of people react to news, trends, and impulses, creating market dynamics that go far beyond simple chart patterns. Inevitably, new traders follow a predictable path. They win a bit, then lose, then double down, and ultimately get wiped out. They blame the market, claiming it's rigged. But the market isn't rigged. It's simply more sophisticated than they are. The fundamental truth is harsh. You have no control over market movements. Zero. You can't make prices go up or prevent a crash. What you can control are your own actions. When you enter and exit trades, how much you risk, and whether you stick to your plan. Professionals understand a crucial distinction. Amateurs try to predict what will happen. Professionals prepare for what could happen and position themselves to profit either way. Trading isn't about being right. It's about being prepared to be wrong and still survive. The mind-blowing realization is this: you're not trading financial instruments. You're trading human reactions. Your job is to step back and react intelligently, not to predict outcomes. Control what you can, surrender the rest. If you're seeking certainty, you're in the wrong arena. This isn't a predictable paycheck. It's a complex, dynamic system where emotional intelligence matters more than technical knowledge. Trading is a high-risk business that demands an honest understanding of market realities. Most traders fail because they enter with unrealistic expectations, believing they can magically transform $100 into $10,000 within a week, or that the market owes them something for their minimal effort. The market isn't a supportive friend or mentor. It's a ruthless mirror reflecting your true self, your strengths, weaknesses, and self-control. Trading feels simple when you're winning, especially during bull markets when everything seems to rise effortlessly. But this is an illusion. During bull markets, everyone feels like a financial genius. You might buy a coin, watch it surge 30%, and start planning early retirement. However, you're not demonstrating skill, you're simply riding a wave you didn't create. When that wave inevitably crashes, you'll realize you were never truly swimming, just floating. Successful traders build boats, not just ride tides. They prepare for storms and survive when others sink. Understanding this requires knowing fundamental market rules, not arbitrary guidelines, but critical principles like risk management, position sizing, and market structure. The core rules are straightforward. Only risk what you're willing to lose. The market doesn't care about your opinions or how smart you think you are. Good trades can lose money, bad trades can win. Your job is to follow a systematic approach, not emotional impulses. Learning these principles takes time and comes with a cost. Everyone pays tuition in trading. Just like medical students don't expect immediate profitability, new traders must accept initial losses as part of their learning journey. Instagram trading influencers won't tell you this, but it's an unavoidable truth. Ultimately, trading success comes from understanding that uncertainty is inherent. The sooner you become comfortable with this reality, the sooner you can start genuinely winning. It's about managing risk and executing consistently. When you start trading to follow your process instead of making money, that's when the game becomes winnable. Money becomes a side effect if you can do that. Discipline matters more than strategy. Here's a hard truth. You probably already have a strategy that works. The problem? Every trader has been there silently or out loud, thinking, if I had just followed my plan, that would have been a winning trade. Yet the next day, they repeat the same mistake. It's like breaking up with a toxic ex, only to text them 2 hours later. Trading isn't a puzzle to solve. It's a behavior to master. The market doesn't care about your perfect strategy. There is no perfect strategy, none, zero, zilch. No matter how many Fibonacci lines you draw or how sexy your MACD crossover looks, the strategy alone won't save you. Strategies are like gym plans. Most people abandon them by Thursday, not because the plan is broken, but because sticking to it is boring and hard. People think trading is a technical game, but it's really a mental game wearing a technical disguise. You can spend 6 months optimizing entry rules to the second decimal point, but if you break your own rule in the heat of the moment, none of that matters. It's like being a chef with a 5-star recipe and throwing in a spoonful of dish soap because you felt like it. If you've ever said, I know what I should have done, but I didn't do it, congratulations. You don't need a better strategy. You need discipline. Trading isn't about finding some secret indicator hidden in a Wall Street vault that would make everyone a billionaire. It's about mastering your behavior. Social media sells a lie, a highlight reel of $5,000 profits with zero mention of the $20,000 lost the week before. Don't buy into it. Pay your dues. Learn the game. Respect the process. Then earn your right to profit. Discipline is a war with your own brain. Your brain isn't built for trading. It's a primitive system designed for survival, not strategic decision-making. Most traders don't lose because they lack knowledge, but because they can't control their own emotional responses. What's really happening inside your head? Your brain craves safety but simultaneously wants pleasure. It loves instant gratification and fears loss more than it values potential gain. When a trade goes south, your brain will always find a logical justification to keep you in a losing position. Just give it a little more room, it whispers, not understanding this isn't a life or death scenario with a saber-toothed tiger, but a simple trading chart. Here's the hard truth. You'll never feel motivated to be disciplined. No trader wakes up excited about following rules or closing losing trades. The best traders aren't passionate. They're consistent. They're deliberately boring and remove emotional drama by following a strict system. Discipline isn't a feeling or a motivational speech. It's a structured approach that protects you from your own worst instincts. Think of it as a shield or a checklist. No setup, no trade, strict risk management. Only 1% risk per trade, even when your ego screams to go all in and recover losses. I learned this lesson the hard way. After making $10,000 in a single trade, I felt invincible. I broke every rule, traded bigger and faster. 1 week later, my account was down 80%. Breaking rules feels good in the moment, but destroys you long term. Each time you bend your own rules, you train your brain that it's acceptable, making future violations increasingly likely. The system saves you when emotions try to sabotage your strategy. Discipline is action, not inspiration. It's about consistently following your predetermined script, removing drama, and protecting yourself from your brain's contradictory impulses. No discipline is the muscle that powers trading success. The more you train it, the stronger it becomes. Skip your practice, and you'll slide right back into chaos. When traders talk about their edge, they usually mean a specific strategy, time frame, or market niche. But the real edge isn't about being the smartest or fastest. It's about staying calm when everyone else loses their minds. Picture a market in turmoil, Twitter exploding with panic, traders shouting conflicting advice. While others are emotional, you stick to your plan. Out of 100 traders using the same strategy, only 5 remain profitable. Why? Because those 5 maintained discipline. Most traders judge success purely by profit. They think, if I made money, it was a good trade. This is outcome bias. A truly good trade follows your rules, even if you lose money. A bad trade breaks those rules, even if you profit. This mindset shift is powerful. You stop being addicted to outcomes and become committed to process. Over time, you rewire your thinking. You stop chasing wins and start executing consistently. Fear of losses diminishes as self-trust grows. The best traders don't hope the market moves their way. They prepare for all scenarios. They know their plan, understand their risk, and define clear exit points. Every single day, regardless of conditions. Discipline isn't a one-time decision. It's built through hundreds of small choices. Saying no to impulsive trades, taking a walk instead of revenge trading, journaling losses, even when it's uncomfortable. Do this repeatedly, and something transformative happens. Trading becomes less emotional. Clarity emerges. Consistency follows. Discipline means showing up for your pre-market routine, even on days you'd rather not trade. It means trusting your system over your emotions. Build habits, not hope. Hope isn't a strategy, but consistent habits create professional traders. Trading isn't about being clever. It's about being consistent and unshakable. Most traders think winning more trades is the secret, but that's wrong. You can win just 3 out of 10 trades and still be profitable if you manage risk like a surgeon. Discipline is the real muscle you need to train. Start small. One rule at a time, one habit at a time. Maybe that means journaling every trade for a week. Maybe it means never risking more than 1% per trade. Maybe it's taking only 3 trades per day. What matters is commitment. Risk isn't glamorous. No one posts screenshots of amazing risk management on Twitter. But risk is what keeps you in the game long enough to learn how to win. It's the seatbelt, the parachute, the fire extinguisher, boring until it saves your life. Let's break down a typical scenario. You're a decent trader, not a genius, not a complete clown. You take sensible setups and sometimes win, sometimes lose. Now imagine risking 50% of your account on one trade. It works. You double your money. You're flying high. But then the next trade goes wrong. You lose 50%. Suddenly you're back where you started, except now you're mentally crushed and desperate. What happens next? You take another oversized trade. You lose again. This is how traders go from "this might be it" to "I just blew my entire account in 1 week." This isn't a story about skill. It's a story about risk. Risk management isn't optional. It's not a bonus chapter. It is the game. You don't lose in trading because you're wrong. You lose because you risked too much when you were wrong. If you don't master risk, the market will eventually teach you the hard way, and the tuition isn't cheap. The market rewards the consistent, not the clever. You don't need to be a genius. You just need to be unshakable. Something almost every professional trader lives by: never risk more than 1% of your account on a single trade. Why follow this rule? It gives you room to breathe and space to let your edge play out over time, without putting your entire existence on the line every time you hit the buy button. New traders hate this advice. They argue, but if I risk just 1%, I'll make so little. Exactly, because you're not supposed to get rich off one trade. Your goal is to build capital slowly while sharpening your execution and improving your strategy. If you can't make money with a $1,000 account while risking 1%, you won't magically get better with $100,000. The numbers change, the emotions get louder, and the pressure multiplies. However, if you can master risk at a small level, you earn the right to scale up safely. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, the all-in trade. It's the fantasy that this one trade will change everything. Free from the job you hate, free from bills, free from debt. The idea is so intoxicating, it should come with a warning label. Almost every trader has tried it at some point. Here's how it usually goes. You find a setup that looks juicy. This is the one, you tell yourself. You load the boat all in. The trade starts moving in your favor. You're glowing, already checking Zillow listings for beach houses. Then it reverses. Suddenly, you're refreshing the chart every 3 seconds. Your heart's racing. You're sweating through your shirt. You move your stop, cancel your stop. Add more to the trade. You pray. Promise God you'll never do this again. Then the account is gone. That wasn't trading. That was emotional gambling with a market that doesn't care about your dreams. Professionals don't go all in. They go in small and consistently. That's why they last. That's why they would. Not maybe. Not if you're doing it wrong. You will. Even the best traders in the world have them. What separates the winners from the wiped out is simple. The winners survive their losing streaks. If you're risking 1% per trade and lose 5 trades in a row, you're down 5%. Uncomfortable, sure, but manageable. You can regroup. Now imagine you're risking 20% per trade, 5 losing trades, and your account is dead. Game over. And you don't get to keep playing if you're out of chips. And trading isn't about winning every trade. It's about protecting your capital during inevitable cold streaks so you're still around when your edge starts to hit again. Risk has nothing to do with fear and everything to do with respect. Let's be clear. Being risk-cautious doesn't make you a coward. It makes you a professional. Many people mistakenly think risk management means being scared to trade big. But it's not about fear. It's about respect. Respect for the market, respect for the randomness of short-term outcomes. And most importantly, respect for yourself. You work hard for your capital. This isn't just money. It represents your time, energy, and effort. So why treat it like monopoly money? Risk management is self-respect in action. Here's the twist with small risks. The smaller your risk per trade, the less emotional each trade becomes. You can think clearly. You can follow your plan. You stop forcing trades, stop revenge trading, and stop checking your P&L every 30 seconds like it owes you an apology. When each trade doesn't mean everything, you stop needing to be right every time. And when you stop needing to be right, your trading becomes free. That's when you start trading well because you're trading your system, your process, your edge, not seeking validation. Pro traders have a different perspective on risk. They don't obsess over how much they can make, but how much they can lose. They walk into trades asking, what's the worst-case scenario, and can I survive it? They understand that risk isn't about avoiding losses, but controlling them, keeping them predictable, keeping them boring. They cut losses fast. They accept that every trade could lose, and they're okay with it. That's real risk mastery. Financial freedom in trading doesn't come from hitting big wins consistently. True freedom arrives when you can take a loss and it doesn't shake you, when you lose 1% and shrug it off, when a losing day doesn't send you into an emotional spiral, when a losing week doesn't make you question your identity. This is freedom. Freedom from fear, freedom from overtrading, freedom from chasing, freedom from blowing up your account just to feel something. And it all begins with one thing: mastering risk. Not baseball. The best hitters don't aim for home runs every time. They focus on making solid, consistent contact. Trading works the same way. You don't need to hit the top or bottom of the market. There's no requirement to score a 10x winner every week or double your account monthly. Instead, aim for base hits, small, consistent profits with controlled losses. Over time, this approach adds up. Here's the math most people overlook. Win 40% of your trades with a 2-1 reward to risk ratio, risking just 1% per trade, and you'll make money. It won't be fast or flashy, but it will be real, durable money that compounds. Trading's real challenge isn't the market, it's you, your brain. That 3-pound organ that's been evolving for 2 million years wasn't designed for trading screens and candlestick patterns. It's great at running from lions and avoiding social rejection, but put it in front of flashing numbers and instant gains or losses, and you've got a psychological battlefield. The market is rational. You are not stop-loss. It's simply a reflection of billions of human decisions driven by fundamental emotions: fear, greed, FOMO, regret, ego, and hope. You bring every past experience to each trade. That account blow up from 2021? Still there. Last week's big win feeding your ego? Present. That revenge trade you promised to avoid? It remembers. You're not trading charts. You're trading your internal emotional state. Fear is trading's master manipulator. It disguises itself in hesitation. You see a perfect setup, everything checks out, but your finger freezes. What if I lose and notions run deep in trading? Fear and greed aren't just passing feelings. They're dangerous predators waiting to derail your success. When fear strikes, it shows up in different disguises. Sometimes you exit trades early, locking in tiny gains while watching potential profits sail away. Other times you become paralyzed by perfectionism, constantly tweaking and backtesting your strategy without ever taking real action. Fear's twisted irony is that it's supposed to protect you. But in trading, it does the exact opposite. It sabotages your own potential. Greed is even more insidious. It doesn't roar, it whispers. Just one more trade, just a little longer, just a bit more risk. Suddenly, a good trade turns bad. A solid strategy becomes gambling. Winning can be the most dangerous moment. Success makes you feel invincible, like you've cracked the market's code. That's when overconfidence creeps in. You start ignoring your own rules, increasing risks, taking nonsensical trades. Every trader has an inner voice. It sounds logical, even helpful. Just move your stop a little, it suggests. This time is different, it promises. But this voice lies. Confidence without discipline is just arrogance. One trade can humble you, another can slap you back to reality. Before you know it, your strategy is gone, your edge vanished, and you're left with raw emotion thrashing around in the market. The lesson? Stay disciplined. Respect your system. Remember that the market doesn't care about your feelings. Trading is deeply personal, unlike most careers. There's no boss, coworkers, or customers to distract or blame. It's just you versus yourself. When you lose, it feels like a direct hit to your identity. But this is a psychological trap. A losing trade doesn't define your worth. You are not your profit and loss statement. Every outcome isn't a measure of your value. It's simply part of the game. Yet, it's easy to fall into destructive thought patterns. I suck at this. I'll never make it. Why can everyone else win but me? The real challenge is the dopamine dilemma. Dopamine drives desire and makes winning feel incredible. Trading platforms exploit this, designed like slot machines with flashing colors, constant sounds, and rapid price movements. They're engineered to keep your brain craving continuous action. Real trading success isn't about constant activity, but selective action. The best trades are often the ones you don't take. Your brain hates this because it's addicted to chemical hits. Traders overtrade, not because they see better setups, but because they're chasing that dopamine rush. The solution? Train yourself to celebrate discipline, not just making money. Didn't trade today because nothing lined up. That's a win. Cut your loss exactly at your stop. Another win. Walked away after 3 trades despite wanting more. Winning. Emotions aren't the enemy. Acting on them impulsively is. You can't and shouldn't turn off emotions. They're human. Fear can protect you. Greed can motivate. Confidence can drive you forward. But when emotions control your trading decisions, you're not a trader, you're a puppet. Turn discipline into your dopamine. That's how you flip the script. Not. Trading isn't about eliminating emotions, but about detaching from them just enough to avoid blind obedience. The market rewards prepared, grounded, rule-following operators, not emotional decision-makers. Your job is to act right, regardless of what you feel. Mental capital is your true equity. While everyone talks about protecting financial capital, few discuss preserving your psychological resources, patience, confidence, clarity, and energy. Each impulsive trade drains your mental battery. Revenge trades chip away at confidence. Breaking your rules erodes self-trust. Eventually, even with money in your account, you can become exhausted. You'll find yourself burned out, afraid to act, overthinking everything, and frozen. A healthy trading account isn't enough. You need a healthy relationship with trading. This begins with self-awareness, boundaries, recovery time, and solid routines. Protect your psychology, and it will protect you. Patience is a position, something new traders rarely understand. Doing nothing is still doing something. Sitting at your screen with hands off the mouse, waiting for the right setup, isn't wasted time. It's a deliberate choice, a professional mindset. Yet patience feels unnatural when market candles pulse like heart monitors. You didn't wake up, brew coffee, and open TradingView just to wait in silence. But this is precisely what separates money-making traders from excuse makers. The hardest trade is often no trade at all. There's a unique pain traders know. Watching the market move without you. You spot a clean setup that doesn't quite match your rules. Tempting, with its perfect candle formation and momentum. Your finger twitches. You hover over the buy button, then stop. You breathe. You do nothing. This is one of the most powerful trades you'll make. The most expensive trades in your career won't be those that hit stop loss, but those you shouldn't have taken in the first place. The market doesn't pay the impatient. Trading is ironically simple. It offers the fastest way to lose money, but the slowest path to sustainable earnings. New traders often approach the market like a casino. Fast in, fast out, missing the fundamental truth of patient, disciplined trading. Trading is all about understanding the power of waiting. What most people miss is that inaction can be a strategic weapon. Every tick doesn't demand a response. Not every market movement requires you to jump in. The psychology runs deep. We're conditioned to believe that waiting means losing. From school to relationships to sports, we've learned that hesitation equals failure. So when we sit in front of trading charts, our brain screams, "Do something." But professional traders know better. Waiting isn't weakness, it's strength. Think of a poker player who folds repeatedly, conserving energy and resources. They're not missing out. They're being selective. The real damage comes from forcing trades when conditions aren't right. The most dangerous territory for traders is the almost zone. You see a setup that's close but not quite perfect. It's almost breaking out. You tell yourself. So you take the trade, and it fails, not because you were wrong, but because you knew better. These near-miss trades seem harmless, but they erode your discipline bit by bit. Every impulsive action weakens your ability to wait, and without patience, long-term success becomes impossible. Patience isn't about doing nothing. It's active observation. You're not a zombie staring at charts. You're a sniper, tracking price action, measuring momentum, waiting for the perfect confluence. Impatience sprays bullets wildly. Patience delivers a single, precise shot. Consider this. What if you only took your 3 best trades this month? What if you eliminated trades driven by boredom, fear of missing out, or revenge? Most traders don't fail because of bad strategy. They fail by diluting their edge with low-quality trades. Your greatest power isn't in constant action. It's in strategic restraint. Waiting isn't losing. Waiting is winning. Trading often looks nothing like the exciting YouTube montages with rap music and luxury cars. In reality, it involves long stretches of staring at screens, sipping coffee, and watching candles move in slow motion like a suspense movie. with no ending. Most traders struggle with boredom. When the excitement wanes, they start clicking around and jump into mediocre setups just to feel something. This is how accounts die, not in dramatic blow-ups, but through a slow bleed of poor decisions made out of boredom. Professional traders see boredom differently. They understand it's not an enemy, but a filter. Boredom tells you the market isn't ready, and neither are you. It's a signal to pause, not to act. Patience isn't just protection, it's profit. Patience is really emotional control in disguise. When you wait for the right setup, you're doing more than controlling your mouse. You're managing your need for instant results and resisting the pull of chaos. This isn't laziness, it's strength. Most people struggle to wait not because they lack skill, but because they lack emotional stamina. They want answers, profits, and results right now. But the market doesn't reward those who need it. It pays those who respect it, and respect shows up as patience. Every time you pass on a bad trade, something powerful happens. You start trusting yourself. You realize you don't have to trade every candle. You can sit on your hands. This self-trust builds a quiet, unshakable confidence. It's the kind of arrives, you act with clarity. This confidence allows you to scale, stay calm during drawdowns, and walk away when necessary. Patience also protects a resource you can't see on your trading dashboard: mental energy. Every trade, win or lose, costs you energy. Emotional spikes drain your battery. By being selective, you conserve your focus, clarity, and resilience. You don't burn out after a few hours. You don't spiral after a bad day. You don't make desperate trades trying to fix earlier mistakes. Not trade less and win more. That's efficient, not lazy. Patience isn't a skill you learn once and forget. It's a daily muscle, constantly tested in every market condition. Whether you've just suffered a losing streak or celebrated a big win, you'll face moments of temptation. You'll sit at your screen thinking, maybe I should just take something. But the true trader inside you steps up and says, not yet. Your goal isn't to chase, it's to hunt. Most traders start their journey drowning in complexity. Remember when you began? You collected every possible strategy: scalping techniques, RSI crossovers, Bollinger Bands, Fibonacci sequences. You jumped between supply and demand, price action, moving averages, and whatever random tip promised instant success. The result, pure confusion. This reveals a critical paradox. More options actually paralyze decision-making. Every candle becomes a question. Every setup becomes uncertain. You're trading with one foot on the gas, the other on the brake, and that's how trading accounts die. Not from a lack of information, but from information overload without clear direction. Here's a radical approach: specialization. Instead of being mediocre at 17 strategies, what if you became a surgeon at one? What if you selected a single setup, one market condition, one entry pattern, and mastered it so deeply you could recognize it effortlessly? Yes, you'll take fewer trades. You might sometimes feel bored, but this focused, zero-fluff trading style is exactly how elite traders win. It's not sexy. It's not dramatic. It won't create viral content. But it is deadly effective. One setup, one market, one plan. Sounds limiting? In a world where traders constantly chase the next shiny strategy, jumping between time frames like channel surfing, this approach seems restrictive. But it's the secret most traders are too impatient to discover. You only need one setup to build an entire trading career. Would you be more profitable over the long term? Without a doubt, trading isn't about variety. It's about repeatability. You don't need 15 strategies. You need one that works and the discipline to stick to it. Forget the myth of the perfect setup. Let's clear something up. No setup wins 100% of the time. There is no holy grail. No magic candle pattern turns $500 into $50,000 in 3 trades. Every setup has losses. Every edge has drawdowns. Every system gets slapped by the market eventually. So why focus on one? Mastery isn't about finding the perfect setup. It's about understanding your setup, inside and out. Know how it performs in different markets, what conditions filter it, how to manage risk, how to size it, how to know when it's not valid. A single setup deeply understood becomes your edge. It's not about finding gold. It's about digging deep in one spot until you hit something real. Why do more strategies mean messier trading? Traders often think more setups equal more opportunity, equals more profit. Nope, more setups equal more decisions. More decisions equal more confusion. More confusion equals hesitation, inconsistency, and emotional trading. And guess what that leads to? Losses, self-doubt, revenge trading, and eventually rage quitting the market while blaming manipulation. It's not manipulation. It's you trying to juggle 12 strategies like a caffeinated octopus. Less is more, and one is everything. Confidence comes from clarity. Confidence isn't some fluffy self-help concept. It's not something you meditate your way into. Confidence in trading comes from knowing what the heck you're doing. When you focus on one setup, you build pattern recognition. You know what clean looks like. You know what a fake out smells like. You stop second-guessing every candle. When you're clear on your setup, you're calm in execution. You're not reacting to the market. You're responding to your rules. That's the difference between amateurs and pros. Amateurs need to feel certain to act. Pros act because they've seen it before 1,000 times. Freedom through repetition. Let's flip the script. People think trading one setup is limiting, but in reality, it's liberating. Once you've locked in your setup, you don't have to reinvent the wheel every morning. You don't wake up asking, which system should I use today? You wake up asking, did my setup form today? And if the answer is no, you don't trade. You stop overtrading. You stop overtrading. You stop emotionally hijacking your own account. This is true freedom. Not the freedom to do whatever you want, but freedom from the chaos of too many choices. The right setup fits you perfectly. Your best setup isn't about being the absolute best. It's about what resonates with your personality, schedule, and risk tolerance. Some traders love clean price action reversals off support. Others follow trends with a breakout bias. Some scalp news. Some swing trade with structure zones. The specific setup isn't what matters. Your relationship with it is. When it clicks, you'll know. It'll feel natural. And when that happens, go all in. Get obsessed. Back test it. Live trade it. Journal it. Refine it. Make it yours. Every losing streak presents a choice. Option A. Blame the market, abandon your setup, and constantly try new strategies. Option B. Review your trades, check your rules, accept variance, and stay the course. Guess which path builds consistency? It's tempting to blame your setup when things go wrong. But often, the problem isn't the setup, it's how you're using it. Overtrading. Trading in bad conditions. Ignoring the rules. The solution isn't always to try something new. Sometimes it's about doing what works better. Discipline isn't rigid. It's smart repetition. Here's a pro trading secret. Many full-time traders you admire, those making 6 or 7 figures annually, trade just one setup. They know exactly when it appears. They execute. They manage it. They walk away. They don't need 5 trades daily or 300 pips. They just need one clean A+ setup, sized professionally. The goal isn't just finding your setup. It's becoming so proficient that you don't need anything else. This is the one setup many markets approach. The real excitement begins when you master your setup in one market and start applying it to others. You might start with EUSD, then realize the same pattern works on gold, US 30, NASDAQ, and crypto. You're not learning new setups. You're applying your edge across different environments. This is how you scale without sacrificing simplicity. People will call you, "You're missing so many moves. You should try this new breakout scalp method I saw on TikTok." But they don't understand. You're not boring. You're dangerous. It's a stark reality that most traders, especially newcomers, misuse their trading accounts like emotional crutches. Time to hit the charts. Feeling bored on a Sunday night? Let's scalp Euro USD. Had 2 green days and feeling like a genius. Risk half the account. Terrible day at your 9 to 5? You deserve a win. Sound familiar? You're not alone in this destructive pattern. The market doesn't care about your feelings. It doesn't matter if you're sad, angry, lonely, or riding an emotional high. In fact, it loves emotional traders who regularly donate money. This isn't about being cold or robotic. You're human, and feelings are natural. But when emotions start driving your trades, you're no longer trading. You're gambling with your emotions. Boredom is the silent account killer. You've done your analysis, found no valid setups, charts are quiet, but you've got caffeine pumping, monitors glowing, and zero self-control. So what happens? You take a trade that's close enough, justifying it as a small risk, or just for fun. Deep down, you know it's garbage. You're not trading your edge. You're trading your itch to feel alive. It feels good for 30 seconds. Then the trade turns red. You panic and close it. Or worse, double down trying to fix a loss you never needed to take. When you master a setup, you become dangerous. You've stopped guessing. You've stopped gambling. You're executing with precision. You're not trying to impress anyone or be right all the time. You're trying to get paid. And in this business, boring traders make the most money. The boredom loop hits hard. You get stuck, feeling bored, emotionally drained, losing money, then feeling worse. You try to fix it, blow your account, and suddenly feel like a total failure. Breaking this cycle means something different. Learn to respect boredom. See it as a signal that doing nothing might actually be the right move. Sit with stillness without forcing the market to entertain you like some mindless Netflix binge. Anger trading is real. Everyone's been there. You lose a trade. Maybe it was stupid. Maybe just bad luck. That heat rises in your chest. Your ego starts screaming. Your brain whispers, "We're getting this back right now." So you rush into the next trade, double the size, half the logic. You're not trading anymore. You're fighting, clicking wildly like this is some boxing match between you and the chart. This isn't discipline, it's emotional warfare with yourself. Here's what most traders forget. The market owes you nothing. It doesn't know what just happened to you. It doesn't feel bad for stopping you out. It didn't cheat you. The market is like nature, emotionless, neutral, uninterested in your drama. Trading out of anger? That's like drunk texting an ex. It feels powerful for a moment and monumentally stupid 5 minutes later. Then there's the winning trap. You nail a perfect trade. Entry, exit. Suddenly, you're the wolf of your living room. The voice creeps in. I'm kind of a genius. So you increase risk, strike again. Spoiler alert, you take a bad trade. Now you're negative, spiraling. You're not just losing money anymore. You're trying to win back your identity. This is the ego trap. When your self-worth gets tied to whether your last trade was green or red. Markets are chaotic. You can do everything right and still lose. If a red trade makes you feel like a failure, you're no longer trading the chart. You're trading for emotional safety. That's not sustainable. That's self-destruction. Emotional trading is expensive therapy. A real therapist costs $150 an hour. An emotional trading session could wipe out your entire account and still won't heal you. Using trading to fix emotions is like using gasoline to put out a fire. Momentarily satisfying, but always leading to a bigger explosion. If you're upset, walk, journal, scream into a pillow, meditate. Note, trading isn't therapy. The market isn't a place to fix your emotional state. It's a battlefield that will ruthlessly expose your weaknesses. Traders actually have two critical jobs that most people don't understand: protecting capital and maintaining emotional neutrality. Your emotional state and financial preservation are deeply interconnected. When you start using trading as a coping mechanism or escape route, you sabotage both. This doesn't mean becoming robotic. Instead, it means being genuinely emotionally aware, knowing when you're clicking the mouse out of pain rather than clear logic. Think about trading like a relationship. Would a partner tolerate you constantly demanding they solve your emotional ups and downs? Of course not. Yet traders consistently expect the market to be their therapist, savior, cheerleader, and bank account simultaneously. When the market doesn't comply, they spiral. The grown-up approach is different. You don't enter the market to feel better. You enter to execute a plan. Your personal emotional work happens elsewhere, away from the charts. Journaling becomes crucial, not just to track trades, but to understand your mental patterns, triggers, and mistakes. You can't control the market, but you can control how you show up to it. Learning to pause is a critical skill. Sometimes the smartest action is stepping away. Close the laptop. Go outside, feel the sun, drink water. Watch something mindless. Let your nervous system reset. Return when you're clear and objective. Professional traders aren't emotionless. They simply prevent emotions from driving decisions. They build systems for trading and emotional recovery. They journal thoughts, take breaks after losses, step away when tilted, and process both wins and defeats deliberately. Stability is your true trading edge. Chaos is your cost. A calm trader isn't necessarily smarter. They're just consistently stable. 9. Trading isn't about fighting emotions. It's about building systems that protect you from becoming impulsive. You don't need to be emotionless, but emotionally aware, understanding when your fingers move on the mouse because of pain, not logic, is crucial. Journaling matters deeply, not just to track trades, but to track your headspace, triggers, mistakes, and patterns. You can't control the market, but you can control how you show up to it. This is the real reason this chapter matters. If you learn nothing else, learn this. You will not become a consistently profitable trader if you continue trading from emotion. Your setup or strategy doesn't matter if you trade from boredom, anger, fear, revenge, or ego. You will lose. Not because the market is unfair, but because you're trying to heal something on a chart that can't be healed. The market is a mirror. It reflects what's inside you. Bring desperation, and it shows you chaos. Most traders aren't really trading. They're guessing. They wing it, feel the market, use strategies from random YouTube videos with zero credibility, and wonder why they keep blowing up accounts. Trading without back testing is like flying a plane built from YouTube tutorials with passengers on board. You might make it to the runway, but you'll likely crash spectacularly. Back testing isn't optional. It's survival. Your seatbelt, map, and flashlight in the chaos. How many times have you taken a trade because the candle looked nice, the trend was up, or someone on X.com posted a similar trade with a flexing emoji? Do you know your setup's win rate? Its performance in choppy markets? Your average risk to reward over 100 trades? Your average drawdown? If not, you're flying blind, basing real money decisions on vibes. You wouldn't marry someone based on Instagram pictures, so why commit money to a strategy you barely understand? Backtesting isn't just shuffling numbers or some like geeky activity. It's how traders prove their strategy actually works. This process gives you hard data that shows you're not just getting lucky, you're building a consistent approach. Data does something powerful. It kills doubt. When you know your system's performance inside and out, you gain the conviction to stick with your plan during tough times. Backtesting tells you exactly when to trade, when to pause, and when to walk away. Without it, your trading strategy remains just a theory. With it, your approach becomes a serious tool. Most traders skip backtesting for simple reasons. It's not exciting. There's no instant gratification or adrenaline rush. It requires sitting down, meticulously reviewing trades, examining each candle, and documenting results. You won't get Instagram-worthy screenshots with flashy cars. But the traders who do this work, they're the ones actually buying those luxury items. Trading operates on probabilities, not guarantees. Many traders get crushed because they want certainty. They dream of a strategy that never loses. Reality check. Losing trades are inevitable. Even top traders lose 40% of their trades. The difference between professionals and amateurs is how they handle this fact. Professionals know their numbers. They understand their edge, win 60% of the time. They've tested their system across hundreds of trades and know their risk to reward ratio. So when they lose 2 trades consecutively, they don't panic. They recognize this as normal variance and continue executing their plan. Amateur traders do the opposite. One bad day sends them into a frenzy, completely dismantling their strategy, like an unhinged scientist. Backtesting builds genuine belief. Trading is riddled with self-doubt. You question your entries, your strategy, yourself. But evidence changes everything. When you've rigorously tested your setup, over 100+ trades and seen consistent results, your mindset transforms. You move from hoping something works to knowing it works. This shift matters because trading isn't about confidence. It's about conviction. And conviction comes from data, not wishful thinking. Bottom line. Backtesting might be boring, but it's the most profitable boring activity you can do. Backtesting is a critical skill for any trader who wants to survive and thrive. Most trading account blow-ups happen because traders skip this fundamental step. They jump into live trading with a strategy they barely understand, hoping for quick wins. Here's what really happens. A trader finds a strategy that seems promising. Maybe it works for a few trades. Then suddenly, the market shifts and their account vanishes faster than trust on a first date. They'll blame the market, calling it rigged. But the truth is simple. An untested strategy with random risk leads to failure. You don't need complex tools to backtest. TradingView is all you need. Choose a trading pair and time frame. Go back 12 months and review each candle. Mark potential entry and exit points. Track your win rate, risk to reward ratio, and near misses. Do this for 5,100 trades. The magic happens when you start seeing patterns. You'll understand your strategy's strengths and weaknesses. When does it work best? When should you walk away? This isn't just trading anymore. It's a professional approach. The market doesn't owe you success. You earn it through disciplined research and measurement. Most traders arrive expecting to win, but they haven't proven their competence. They're like an amateur showing up to a professional race with a homemade car. Backtesting builds more than just trading skills. It trains your discipline, patience, and pattern recognition. Your brain learns to spot setups quickly and confidently. What seems boring becomes your foundation for becoming a trader who doesn't panic when things go wrong. Real traders don't just trade. They measure, adjust, and continuously evolve. By committing to thorough back testing, you transform from a hopeful amateur to a calculated professional. The market doesn't care about your feelings. It's chaotic and unpredictable. Most traders struggle with this reality, treating their trading account like a fragile pet they need to protect at all costs. But here's the truth. You're not paid to be right. You're paid to manage being wrong. Why does losing feel so terrible? Our brains are wired for survival, not spreadsheets. When money disappears, it triggers the same fight-or-flight chemicals you'd experience if a lion were chasing you. Your emotional brain screams danger, making each loss feel like a gut punch or a harsh rejection. Your ego shatters, and you start questioning everything. But this pain serves a purpose. If losses didn't hurt, you wouldn't care. And if you didn't care, you wouldn't improve. A professional trader understands that losing isn't a failure, it's a learning opportunity. In fact, if you're not losing, you're probably not trading enough. A profitable trader's journal looks like a battle log filled with wins, losses, and draws. Backtesting is crucial. Skipping this step means repeating the same mistakes, wasting time, energy, and money. You'll build bad habits and erode your confidence. But if you do the work, building spreadsheets, logging trades, tracking patterns, you'll transform chaos into clarity, guesswork into precision. When you master managing losses, you're already ahead of 90% of traders. Every loss is like a tuition payment for your trading education. The law is unforgiving, but your approach doesn't have to be. You'll trade like a professional, not a gambler. Not a gambler. Trading. Painful, certainly, but valuable. Losses can derail traders who get stuck in denial, desperately chasing what's gone and hoping for a miracle that never comes. Every red trade carries lessons if you're willing to look closely. Analyze each loss like a detective. What happened? Why? How can you improve? Break down your mistakes methodically. Were you too early? Did you ignore market conditions? Did you break your own rules? These questions transform scary losses into valuable feedback. Here's a counterintuitive truth. Traders who accept losing often win more. Fear of losses leads to terrible decisions, either avoiding trades entirely or holding too long, hoping to escape pain. But when you understand losses are part of the process, you make clearer, more objective choices. You cut losers early. You stick to your plan without hesitation. Revenge trading is a dangerous spiral. A bad loss triggers anger. Anger triggers more reckless trading. Suddenly you're doubling down, taking more risks, ignoring every rule you've set. Stop, breathe, close the screen. Trade your plan, not your feelings. Most people see losing as failure. Reframe it as progress. If you lose a trade but learn something, how to improve entry, manage risk, avoid bad setups, that loss wasn't a failure. It was a success. The best traders don't avoid losses. They accept them gracefully, extract the lesson, and move forward. Laugh at your losses. Humor is a powerful trading tool. Embrace losses as a necessary step in your journey, not a reason to quit. This mindset becomes your competitive advantage. When a trade goes against you, laugh. It sounds strange, but humor can save you. Laugh at your mistakes, your stubbornness, and the market's absurdity. This emotional distance is crucial. Humor lets you see losses as part of the game, not personal attacks. Rational decision-making follows. Repeat the mantra, "It's just a trade." Write it down. Meditate on it. No single trade will make you rich or ruin you if you manage risk. Treat each trade like one piece of a giant puzzle, and the pressure lifts. You stop needing to be right every time and start trading for the long game. Small losses are like mosquito bites, annoying, but survivable. The goal is to keep losses small and let winners run. Risk 1% per trade, and a string of 5 losses only costs 5%. That's manageable. Risk 10% per trade, and 1 loss can feel like a heart attack. Survival beats heroics. Even the best traders lose more than you think. They just lose small and manage those losses like pros. Trading isn't about being right 90% of the time. It's about making more on winners than you lose on losers. Stop chasing perfection. Focus on risk management, cutting losses, and letting winners run. Create a loss recovery plan. When losses happen, do you take a break? Review trades, cut risk, talk to a mentor, do push-ups. Having a plan means responding strategically, not emotionally. Legends lose too. Warren Buffett lost billions during the 2008 financial crisis, but didn't quit. Jesse Livermore went bankrupt several times yet kept coming back. Losing is part of the journey, not the end. It's how you respond that defines your future. Most beginner traders want to win big fast. They dream of turning $1,000 into $100,000 overnight. But consistency is the holy grail. Learning to manage losses, stay calm, and keep trading is what separates successful traders from those who flame out quickly. Headlines, crash, and burn. Because rating isn't about fireworks. It's about marathons. Humans are wired to chase perfection. We want he perfects entry, exit, and setup. We scour forums and YouTube searching for holy grail systems, never fail. Boo, perfection doesn't. X's in rating. Markets are chaotic and unpredictable. Geopolitical news, central bank decisions, celebrity wheats, all influence real landscape. Trying to be perfect is like catching a greased pig, exhausting and pointless. This pursuit leads overtrading, analysis paralysis, and massive frustration. Consistency is he holy grail. No genius needed. Jew steady execution. Successful raiders don't need to be right all he show up every day and execute air plan no man. How boring, how boring. Sticking no rules when you're bored, ired, or itching awake, risking. He same percentage parade, taking setups only when hey me criteria. Cooing losses early, consider he power of compounding. Deposit $10,000 and grow 1% daily? A month later, you're around $13,400. A year, over $360,000. Compare how inconsistent performance. 5% one day, 20% lossy next. Your account becomes a roller coaster. Discipline powers consistency. Eyes easy when winning, hard when losing, bored or scared. Temptations abound. Chasing setups, going big after losses, ignoring rules when he mark looks promising. Boo discipline isn't about perfection. Boo showing up, following he plan, and playing he long game. Trading isn't about perfection. It's about returning to your rules every single time, even when frustration peaks. Jerry and Tim demonstrate this perfectly. Jerry trades frequently but imperfectly. He enters trades sometimes early, sometimes late. He misses opportunities but consistently follows his plan. He manages risk and cuts losses quickly. Tim, in contrast, obsesses over creating flawless setups, waiting for perfect market conditions. After 6 months, Jerry's approach wins. Consistent progress trumps occasional brilliance. Top traders understand that consistency thrives on routine. They don't trade on impulse. Instead, they establish structured daily practices. Analyzing markets each morning, planning trades, reviewing trading journals, and maintaining strict entry, exit, and risk rules. These routines remove emotional interference and automate good habits, keeping traders steady during market chaos. Consistency might seem boring, but that's its strength. Viral trading strategies rarely build lasting wealth. The real path involves carefully managing risk, taking small, steady wins, and laughing at flashy traders chasing momentary excitement. Be the tortoise, not the hare. Confidence grows from this consistent approach. When you trade methodically, emotional volatility diminishes. Your confidence becomes a reliable companion rather than a wild roller coaster. This steadiness proves crucial when markets become unpredictable. Even the most disciplined traders face slumps. Your strategies might fail for weeks. Risk management will be tested. Markets may seem designed to challenge your account. This is where true consistency matters most. Panicking, abandoning your plan, or chasing losses guarantees failure. Staying committed, managing risk, and showing up consistently, that's the path to success. How do you track consistency? By keeping a trading journal. Log your trades, emotions, and adherence to the plan. Look for patterns. Are you breaking rules, over trading on certain days, letting losses run wild? Tracking exposes blind spots and helps you course correct before small issues snowball into major problems. The power of consistency lies in its compounding effect. Consistency works like a slow-burning investment. Small good habits lead to significant results. Show up daily, follow your rules, manage risk, and watch results multiply. It's similar to dental hygiene. You don't see instant improvements, but over time, you prevent cavities and maintain a healthy smile. The consistent trader's toolkit might not look glamorous, but it's incredibly effective. You'll need an endless coffee supply, a trading journal, thicker than a phone book, and the ability to say no to tempting but risky setups. Patience is key, watching friends make flashy trades while you stay disciplined. It's about loving boring charts and steady growth. Overnight success is a myth. Media loves sensational stories about traders making millions in weeks. But here's the truth. Most of these narratives skip the years of losing, testing, and grinding behind the scenes. Real trading success is slow, steady, and often silent. It's about building skill, discipline, and unwavering consistency. Consistency offers true freedom. Freedom from panic. Freedom to reject bad trades. Freedom to survive losing streaks. Freedom to build wealth without constant stress. This isn't boring, it's empowering. Your greatest asset isn't your technology or trading account. It's your mind. Protect your mental health, and you protect your capital. Burnout destroys more traders than poor strategies or volatile markets ever could. The mental game isn't just important, it's the entire foundation of successful trading. Burnout is the silent predator lurking in every trader's journey. It sneaks up when you least expect, transforming your initial trading prowess into a draining mental battle. The path starts with excitement. Early mornings, late nights, analyzing charts, perfecting strategies. Your screens light up, adrenaline pumps, and you feel invincible. Trading demands intense mental energy. You're constantly evaluating risks, managing emotions, and making split-second decisions that directly impact your bank account. The 24/7 market cycle, coupled with endless social media pressure to hustle harder and keep up with breaking news, creates a perfect storm for exhaustion. Gradually, something shifts. The passion fades, focus slips, energy drains. Suddenly, you're staring blankly at charts, making impulsive decisions, chasing losses, trapped in a hamster wheel, spinning out of control. Burnout doesn't discriminate. It will erode your edge, demolish discipline, and consume confidence. Many traders fall into a dangerous trap, treating trading as a full-time obsession rather than a sustainable lifestyle. They skip meals, lose sleep, and isolate themselves, leading to mental fatigue and poor decisions that result in significant losses. Trading is a marathon, not a sprint, and this cliché holds profound truth. Mental fatigue is the ultimate performance killer. When tired, you're more likely to chase must-win trades, ignore stop losses, overtrade to compensate for earlier mistakes, or freeze and miss promising setups. Exhaustion transforms even the most skilled trader into a reckless gambler. The key to protecting your mental health is balance. Trading should complement your life, not consume it. Don't sacrifice family dinners, workouts, or sleep because you're glued to screens. Create a lifestyle where trading is a part of your day, not your entire existence. Schedule breaks, establish clear work hours, and prioritize your mental well-being. At its core, success isn't just about charts and numbers. It's about managing yourself. Creating boundaries is crucial. Set strict trading hours and stick to them. Don't obsessively check charts outside these times. Instead, develop a routine. Review your journal. Set goals. Then step away. This helps your brain reset and reduces stress. Mindfulness might sound like a wellness trend, but it's a trader's secret weapon. Being present lets you notice emotional spikes, lapses in focus, and impulsive impulses. Just 5 minutes of mindful breathing can sharpen your mental clarity. Sleep is your ultimate trading ally. Running on minimal rest is like driving a high-performance car while blindfolded. Quality sleep restores brain function, improves memory, and enhances decision-making. It's non-negotiable. Nutrition and exercise aren't just health habits. They're performance boosters. Your brain needs proper fuel, not just caffeine. Regular exercise elevates mood and cognitive function. Nutritious meals stabilize blood sugar, preventing mental fog and trading crashes. Trading can feel isolating. Staring at screens all day isn't social, but isolation damages mental health. Build a support network. Connect with trading groups. Find mentors. Talk to friends who understand the grind. Sharing experiences normalizes the emotional journey. Stress is inevitable, but unmanaged stress leads to disaster. Develop healthy coping mechanisms. Try meditation, journaling, or engaging hobbies. Learn to recognize anxiety's physical signs: sweaty palms, racing thoughts, restless energy. Take action before these hijack your trades. Sometimes the best trade is no trade. When you're exhausted or emotionally drained, step back, walk away, recharge, and return with fresh perspective. Traders who respect their mental limits avoid costly mistakes and sustain long-term success. Ever catch yourself trading like a mindless zombie, That's a sign to pause and reconnect with your strategy and self. Most traders get caught up in technical details, but the real edge is mental resilience. When you find yourself turning into a trading zombie, it's time to step back, stretch, and reconnect with someone. Chapter 12 is about system and trust. Trading isn't about guessing or chasing random indicators. It's about creating a reliable method and believing in it completely. The core truth is simple but challenging. System plus discipline equals freedom. Why do most traders fail? They lack a consistent approach. Ask struggling traders about their biggest challenge, and they'll tell you the same story. Uncertainty about when to enter or exit, fear-driven decisions, and unpredictable trading behavior. Trading without a system is like assembling furniture without instructions. You'll end up with a messy result and massive frustration. Without clear rules, your brain gets hijacked by fear and greed. Terrible decision makers. A trading system is straightforward. A set of repeatable rules that guide your actions. It tells you exactly what to do when to do it, and how to manage trades. Once established, this system becomes your trusted roadmap, removing emotional guesswork. Building a system isn't about finding a perfect indicator. It's about designing an approach that matches your personality and lifestyle. Start simple. Choose a time frame. Select a strategy that suits you. Trend following, breakout, mean reversion. Define clear entry and exit signals. The goal is transforming trading from a nerve-wracking gamble into a smooth, reliable income source. Clear thinking and emotional stability turn average traders into great ones. Don't underestimate the power of a disciplined, well-structured approach. Then test it. Move backward, then forward. Try a demo trade and refine as you progress. It's similar to training a puppy. Consistent, patient, and loving practice transforms chaos into obedience. The magic unfolds when you implement it. Trusting your system is the secret ingredient that distinguishes winners from wannabes. Here's a key insight. Every system will experience losses, drawdowns, and disappointing moments. The critical question is whether you remain committed or abandon ship at the first sign of struggle. Discipline represents the most challenging aspect. You might develop the world's best system, but without discipline, it's worthless. Discipline means showing up, adhering to your plan, managing risk, and controlling emotions. Trading is essentially a mental challenge disguised as a numerical exercise. Your brain will resist at every turn, especially during losing streaks or periods of monotony. Discipline isn't an innate trait, but a learned habit. Start small by establishing clear personal guidelines. For instance, only execute trades meeting specific criteria, never risk more than 1% per trade, and always use a stop loss. Then, consistently follow these rules. Celebrate your adherence and reflect on moments of deviation. Trusting your system means following your rules even when your instincts scream to quit. It means avoiding system modifications after every loss and maintaining faith in your process through fluctuations. This approach is difficult, but represents the only path to long-term success. Journaling serves as the intellectual component of your trading strategy. A trading journal allows you to track every trade, emotion, and decision. It illuminates your adherence to the system and exposes moments of potential weakness. Journaling transforms subjective experiences into objective data, functioning like a personal coach. System modification is a delicate balance. Many traders fall into the trap of constant adjustment. Every loss becomes a reason for improvement, and every win suggests perfection. The reality is that most systems require minor tweaks, but frequent changes erode trust. Only modify when you've conducted extensive testing, identified consistent flaws, or observed significant market condition changes. Avoid modifications driven by boredom or fear. The emotional journey of trading can be tumultuous without a trusted system. Maintaining composure and following a proven approach is the key to navigating the unpredictable world of trading. Following toaster emotions define trading: fear, greed, excitement, despair, and back again. But with a rusted system, those wild swings flatten out. Confidence grows. You stop constantly second-guessing yourself. Checking your account every few minutes becomes unnecessary. Now you trade with the system, not against it. Let's talk about the system digger syndrome. We all know someone like this. They're always hunting for the perfect trading magic trick. One week they're using moving average crossovers, the next they've jumped to RSI, then Bollinger Bands, and soon they're following some secret indicator their dog might understand. They're constantly searching for a perfect system instead of building trust. Don't fall into that trap. Treat your trading system like a real business. You invest time and money. You build processes. You measure performance. You adapt based on feedback. Approach it professionally, and it will reward you. When you truly trust your system, something remarkable happens. Trading becomes less stressful. Losses don't terrify you because you understand they're part of the process. You won't chase random, exciting setups because you know exactly what you're looking for. Trust grows through experience. The more trades you take following your system, the more data you collect. Seeing consistent results, even with some losses, builds your belief. Patience matters here. Routine is the backbone of a trusted system. Review your trades daily. Plan trades before the session starts. Create a distraction-free environment. Routine supports your trading journey, giving you the ultimate freedom from doubt, fear, and chaos. Rust reveals a stark truth about human nature and material decay. We often overlook how closely these two concepts are connected, one representing human effort, the other a natural process of breakdown. When metal encounters moisture and oxygen, rust begins its slow, inevitable transformation. This isn't just a chemical reaction, but a metaphor for how systems and skills degrade without consistent maintenance. Just as metal requires care to prevent corrosion, personal capabilities demand ongoing attention and deliberate practice. Discipline acts as the protective layer against deterioration. It's the deliberate, structured approach that keeps skills sharp and prevents the gradual erosion of ability. Without active engagement, talents become dull, muscles weaken, and knowledge slips away, much like metal slowly succumbing to oxidation. The most successful individuals understand this principle intuitively. They recognize that consistent effort isn't about grand gestures, but about small, repeated actions. Daily commitment prevents the rust of complacency from setting in. Whether in professional skills, physical fitness, or personal growth, the principle remains the same. Use it or lose it. This isn't just theoretical. Every skill, every relationship, every personal capability requires ongoing investment. Rust doesn't announce its arrival with fanfare. It creeps in silently, gradually weakening what was once strong. Discipline is the active resistance against this natural tendency toward decay.
Cheers.
So welcome everyone to this seminar hosted by the Institute of Trading and Portfolio Management. We're lucky enough to have Anton Creel with us here today, Managing Director of the company, who's flown in from Singapore especially to give this presentation. And it wasn't long ago that I was sitting there in your position listening to one of Anton's presentations back in 2012 with little or no trading knowledge myself and just looking for somewhere to learn. And Anton's certainly been a great mentor to me over the years, as I'm sure he will be with you guys going forward. So that being said, it's my pleasure to introduce our speaker for the evening, Mr. Anton Creel.
Hi guys, welcome. So we're short on time today. It's a huge presentation. We're not going to be able to take questions during the presentation, but we're going to be in the pub later. You can see some of the mentors here as well from the Institute, so you can ask a lot of questions there later. We're going to aim to get finished by around 9:15. So without further ado, let's get on with it. So here's the schedule for today. First thing we're going to look at, we've called it the other side of the fence, professional trading knowledge that professionals do not want retail traders to know. Some of the things you're going to see today are very harsh and aggressive home truths. And you might not like some of the things you see, but it's honest, it's truthful, and you've just got to deal with it. There's things that professional traders don't want you guys to know, so they are at an informational advantage in the financial markets versus you guys. We're going to look at some of the market participants, the broker, the educator, and the retail trader, how your side of the industry works. So basically not the professional side, and we're going to look at the differences. We're going to look at something called the inversion narrative, so why the vast majority of retail traders in the UK, Europe, and Asia lose money, and why the vast majority of retail traders in the US lose money. There's some subtle differences. And we're also going to look at charlatan educators, fake traders, how these guys create a story about themselves and suck naive retail traders into believing what they want you to believe. So I'm going to show you how to spot these guys. And then we're going to look at how you actually go about getting consistent profitability as a retail trader. So let's get started. First things first, why the hell do we care? How many people here have actually traded? Who's got a brokerage account? Okay, so that's quite a lot, 40% of the room. Who hasn't? Who's never ever tried it? Okay, so the minority of the room has never actually pushed the button, okay? So that's quite interesting. So, why do we care? Well, people have tried, and the vast majority lose money. But if you haven't tried, if you haven't done anything in the retail trading world, whether you like it or not, you are in the finance industry. If you participate, if you've got a mortgage, you own a business, you own a home, you've got a bank account, a credit card, a debit card, whatever, you are in the finance industry whether you like it or not. You are a participant in the economy. But there's another reason as well. Pensions. The pensions infrastructure that was essentially set up in the 70s has failed the Western world. What's the pensions question? The pensions question is, can I get income in retirement? Can I live my life in retirement? And the pension solution is to provide that income, but no one can retire. What's the average pension number in the United Kingdom? Average pension balance. It's about £30,000. In the US, in dollar terms, it's about $60,000, $70,000. In Europe, it's about the equivalent of the UK, about £30,000, so about 40,000 euros. Asia, there's varying degrees. So for example, Singapore have the highest pension values in the world. The average pension value is $330,000. But there's reasons for that, which is another lecture. But essentially, in the Western world, pensions have failed. So what's happening? Boomers and Gen Xers are desperate because they know they can't retire. So people are always looking for a solution. And this is why people come to seminars like this. But you've got to be warned. You're not the only people that have realized this. Everyone's realized it, and also an entire industry has been built around a narrative to provide you with solutions to this problem. Essentially catered to the desperate middle-class fool. Now, this idea of learning how to do everything yourself, it's a noble idea, but it's fraught with dangers. Because there's a lot of bad people in the world who want to cater to the middle-class fool, and those bad people do things that are not good for you. They're only good for them. And our continuous campaign at the Institute is to basically first show you guys how it actually works. Show you basically how the landscape, how the industry works, so you can figure out how not to lose money, how not to fall into all the traps, how to make all the classic errors as a trader or an investor. And then the second thing we do is actually teach you how to then go and make money. So the first thing you have to do as a retail person in this industry is to essentially make sure you have no downside. Don't do all the stupid things. Learn how basically to avoid all the mistakes. Then it's about learning how to make money over time. And we've been providing the information in this seminar, for example, for close to 5 years in closed seminars. So it's never been publicly available. And this is why we're filming today, because we're now going to stick this on YouTube. And the whole world's going to see it. And this is why you have to, if you've heard of this phrase, be woke, okay? What you're going to get taught today, pretty much every retail trader will never, ever figure it out. And it's pretty simple, straightforward stuff. But most retail traders, the vast majority, will never figure it out. And even if they do, they've been on a journey where they've lost so much money to figure it out, it's now pointless. So here, we're literally saving you a lifetime of losses. Or if you figure it out after 10 years, a decade of losses. So this is really useful information. First thing you have to do when entering any industry whatsoever, if you were going to set up a new business, the first thing you would do is do an industry appraisal. Who are the winners? Who are the losers? How's the industry set up? What parameters can I operate in? How do I be successful? What mistakes do I need to avoid? If you were going into any industry, you would do that as a smart business person. Why would you not do it in trading? It's the first thing you have to do. And there's been some major trends in the last 30 years that really affect retail. And they're very important. They have significant consequences. The first one is how the market's set up. Who owns the exchanges? The exchanges is where all the business is cleared. Every time you press the button, the order goes down a pipe, through a broker, through an investment bank, to the exchange. Who owns all the exchanges? Well, there we have it. Intercontinental Exchange, ICE, own NYSE and Euronext. That's the majority of business in the market. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange owns the Chicago Board of Trade, NYMEX, and COMEX. So basically, we have a monopoly / duopoly. What does that mean? What do we think it means? Who does economics here? Monopolies, do we like them? What's the negative of monopolies? Potentially. Pricing power, and control. So we'll come back to that later. But the exchanges are now basically owned by a couple of companies. And by having a monopoly, they can control the market if they want to. How the market is set up, how the players must operate. Who they incentivize. Parameters like this. We'll come on to it later again. Second, technology. Obviously, technology's played a major role in the last 30 years. First things first, infrastructure. Massively increased retail trader participation. 30 years ago, you'd be on the telephone, calling a broker and just accepting the price on the phone, whatever you got. What have you got now? Well, internet penetration, internet capability, speeds, very low barriers to entry. Everyone can trade from their bedroom or their phone. Very easy access. Is that necessarily a good thing? If you have access, does it mean you're good? Of course not. Hardware, microchips, processing speeds, massively increased. And then that's affected the penetration of retail traders, much lower cost of production. Again, lower barriers to entry. Software, connectivity to financial markets, and everything being organized for you. So making life easier. None of it actually means that the trader's going to be profitable. It just means you're supposed to have better access and better capability. It's supposed to help you more, but it doesn't necessarily mean you can make money. Regulators. Every problem we've had in the financial markets in the last 30 years, the regulator's done nothing to stop it before it's happened. It's always happened afterwards. The regulator is always passive and reactionary in pretty much every geography in the world. So in 2010, one of the main instruments that retail traders use are contracts for difference. They were banned in the United States. Why? Because too many people lost too much money too quickly. Also in 2010, IB contracts, which we'll come to later. Does anybody know what IB stands for? If you do, it means you're in the industry and you're on the brokerage side.
Introducing broker contract.
Introducing broker contract. Are you a broker? Congratulations. You're not going to like this seminar. Okay, so IB stands for Introducing Broker. We'll go into the details on those later. But essentially it means that people introduce retail traders onto the broker's platform and get a kickback for doing so. They were banned in Singapore in 2010. Why do you think they were banned? Why do we think they were banned in Singapore? Because they're great?
Conflict of interest.
Conflict of interest. Hit the nail on the head. Loads of bad people were turning up into Singapore, like they do all over the world, and teaching people absolute nonsense, putting them on trading platforms, and everyone was blowing up and losing their money. So the regulator, government, stepped in and banned them. And this is very typical of regulators. They do it after the event. So what does that mean if you're a retail trader? Well, history tells us, as a retail trader, you have to regulate yourself, because the regulator's not going to save you. They're passive, reactionary. You'll lose all your money. Then they might change a law afterwards. Doesn't matter, you're done. You're out the game. Financial markets volatility. Volatility in all the major asset classes since the financial crisis, so 08, 09, so from 09 onwards, has been crushed. What does that mean for traders? Sure, so volatility for traders is the lifeblood of a trader. A trader is a slave to volatility. Because without volatility, you don't have any risk and you don't have opportunity. And risk and opportunity are two sides of the same coin. It's called volatility. And if volatility gets crushed, risk and opportunities get crushed, which means returns over certain periods of time, over certain time horizons, peter to zero. So why is financial market volatility being crushed in all the asset classes? Well, the first main reason was the monetary policy after the financial crisis. So if you remember, the Fed was implementing QE, quantitative easing. What does that do? Guaranteed buyer of bonds, suppresses yields permanently. That feeds over into other asset classes because money keeps buying other asset classes to chase yield, which suppresses yield. So it goes all the way through the asset classes. Obviously, they stopped a few years ago, but there's other reasons as well. Technology. Why does technology and access for retail traders suppress volatility? Because there's more market participants. Why does more market participants suppress volatility? Because it increases liquidity. Why does more liquidity equal less volatility? In most cases. It means there's more willing buyers and more willing sellers at every price for an asset. Which means if you have an infinite amount of willing buyers and willing sellers, assets don't move. Creates zero volatility. So this idea of trading now being like it used to be 15, 25, 35 years ago, where you can just turn up, day trade, and we used to call it scalping, is not existent anymore. It hasn't existed for a good 6, 7 years. And this is why day traders have basically not made any money or lost money over the last 6 years. So this has had a huge impact on retail traders because there's less opportunities over shorter time horizons. So the professionals have totally changed their approach in the last 7 years. Why? Because professionals do what the market tells them to do, not the other way around. And we get this message through the Institute probably 10 times a week, exactly the same question through the website. And it's literally worded the same all the time. I am a Forex day trader. Can the Institute's education help me? What's wrong with that statement? Why is that? We think it's the most stupid statement or question anyone can ask as a trader. Why do you think that is?
The person is trying to dictate to the market how he's going to trade.
Exactly. So the person is literally saying, I only trade one asset class and I only trade over one time frame. That's all I do. Now think about it like this. Euro dollar, most liquid Forex pair in the market. What's euro dollar done in the last 18 months? 104 to 113. That's been the range. What happens if euro dollar is 106 from now to over the next 250 trading days? And every day you buy it at 106 and sell it at 106. What happens? Can you make money? Well, of course not. So this idiot is going to be sitting at his desk for the next 250 days saying, I am a Forex day trader, can the Institute help me? What mistake has that person made? They've limited their opportunities because they're only trading one asset class, one time horizon, and they don't have any ability to trade anything else over any time horizon. That's the first error everyone makes in retail trading. What you have to do in your first 1 to 2 years as a retail trader is to learn how to trade everything and get yourself a proper educational foundation so you can follow the volatility or predict where it is and go where the money is. So if you're over one time horizon in one asset class and it stops working, you can shift and move. You don't define yourself by one asset class over one time horizon. And the only way to do it is to emulate what professional traders do, and that's what they've done. So on the left-hand side, we've got pretty much all the behaviors of a professional trader, and on the right-hand side, all the behaviors of a retail trader. What's the approach of a professional trader? Systematic, mostly long-short portfolio management across multiple asset classes. No narrow definition. Every trader wishes they could have an infinite discretionary mandate to be able to trade anything at any time in any way they wanted, so they can just follow where the money is. So this idea, the popularized perception of a trader, as in you see lots of guys screaming on a floor, like in the movies, it doesn't exist anymore. It's complete nonsense. But there are people in the world that wish it was the case, but it's all pretend. It's a narrative that people use to get you to do things that you don't want to do. The pro-trader approach is 80% fundamental, 20% technical. In the vast majority of cases, investment banks, at prop desks, and hedge funds. Retail traders, what's the approach? What do retail traders tend to do when they approach the market? Short time frames. Everything's over 1 day, 4 hours, 2 hours, 5-minute candles, 1-minute candles, always looking for quick returns that potentially don't exist because they're not actually monitoring volatility correctly. What's the outlook of risk for a professional trader? This is where they differ as well. Investment bank prop desks and hedge funds will have multiple positions, long and short, and they will build portfolios. Usually position sizes are 5 to 10% of portfolios. So you're looking at 10 to 20 positions in a portfolio. And they'll trade correlation within the portfolio, and not one position will be allowed to blow them up. That's why they have position limits like this. What's the retail trader approach? What happens when you open a typical retail trader account? Well, actually, a very, very high percentage of retail traders don't have any positions. There's a massive problem in the brokerage industry, and we get asked to try and solve it all the time, which is dormant accounts. Guys who go to seminars with brokers and educators, they get convinced to open a trading account. They deposit a couple of $1,000 or $10,000 or 25 grand. They go home and they realize they don't have the confidence to pull the trigger. Why? Because they realize that what they've just learned is a load of nonsense. And then they leave their money there. It earns no interest, and every month they pay inactivity fees to the broker. What does the broker want them to do? The broker wants them to trade, of course. What about the rest of the guys? If you open up their account, typically 2 or 3 positions. Their favorite Forex pair, long or short, because it's in the news every minute of every day. Short the S&P 500, because they're reading doomsday research online and watching too many YouTube videos. And usually their favorite cheap stock, which they bought 2 years ago, it's now down 50%, and they're moving it over to their pension because they can't bring themselves to sell it. That's a typical retail trader account. Think of all those mistakes. They're really, really common. Professional traders don't do that. It's all about portfolio management and getting consistency in return, which is the next point. With pro traders, consistency means risk-adjusted returns. Risk-adjusted returns. What does that mean? Let's think about this with 2 traders as an example. Trader 1, and let's say you're pitched to invest money in either of these traders. Trader 1 takes 50% risk per annum, annualized volatility in their portfolio. You can measure the volatility of a portfolio, very easy. 50% risk a year and gets 25% return. And Trader 2 takes 10% risk per year and makes 16% return. Who's the better trader? Of course. Trader 1, you can't invest in. So whatever you put with Trader 1, he could blow up literally in 6 months. And your investment is 0. With the other guy, he could lose 10% in a year. But he's knocking in 16%. His return is higher than the volatility of his portfolio. He's an efficient, optimized trader. And a lot of these hedge funds are literally employed to do that. So they will have a volatility cap on their portfolio that they can't go over. They're not mandated to take the market risk. They're mandated, for example, to take 10% risk. That's why their investors are investing. So if they don't beat the S&P, they don't care. Because they're signing up to take 10% risk, no more. What do retail traders do? Everything short-term binary. So they'll have no positions or 1 or 2 positions. They'll sit around for 3 weeks waiting for the non-farm payroll number. And then they'll take a bet 3 minutes into it or 2 seconds after it. And the vast majority of time, they're cutting afterwards. And that's probably one of the stupidest trades you'll ever do, because all the professional traders have got a very, very good idea what the number's going to be. And when a retail trader reacts to it, the professional traders have already predicted it, and retail traders are providing the liquidity to the professional side to get out of the trade. So professional traders have predicted that number for a month before. And even if it's higher or lower than consensus, which is economists, the professional traders have predicted that it's going to be higher or lower than consensus. It's called the whisper number. And the market moves on it only because of retail traders. Professional traders don't trade on it and initiate positions. They use the liquidity to get out. So it's all short-term binary for retail traders. And the short-term binary approach provides liquidity for the smart guys who are predicting the future. It's providing liquidity for them to get out. What's the outcome of a professional trader? What do they want to achieve? Well, the first thing is capital preservation and then growth. The retail trader wants to achieve big money very quickly and not necessarily consistency, and the outcome is they just blow up. Capital destruction. So the key difference is here, the professional traders have realistic expectations and targets, and their target is to get rich slowly. And they want to trade forever, or at least until retirement, or until they die. Retail traders, very unrealistically high targets, and they never meet their targets. So they stay poor or get poor quicker. Expectations are never ever met. Targets are never met, and they just blow up. That's the typical scenario. Now, I want you to think about this in terms of a retail broker. A professional trader's broker is the investment bank. That's an institutional broker. Let's think about a retail broker who's got 10,000 retail clients and 90% of them lose money. How does the business grow? Let's think about the reality of this business. If you own the brokerage company, how do you grow it if 90% of your clients lose money? You have to spend a significant amount of the money that you make from the guys blowing up, and it's usually between 30 and 50%, on marketing to get new guys to open accounts to replace the accounts that are blowing up and closing down. That's the only way you can actually stay at the same level. If you want to grow, you need to open more accounts than the ones that are being closed down. So imagine you have 9,000 out of 10,000 clients down at any one time. What would you do if you had access to 9,000 traders who always lose money? Come on, someone think outside the box here. There we go. You take the other side of their trades, wouldn't you? Why? Because then you'd have a 90% win ratio. You'd be the best trader in the world. So what we're going to show you here applies mostly to international markets outside the US. As we mentioned earlier, US CFDs were banned. So we're going to look at CFDs mostly, how these contracts operate, how the brokers operate within that industry. We'll have a look at US brokerage companies later. US guys mostly trade options. So we'll concentrate on outside the US, as in the rest of the world. So we're going to be looking at UK, Europe, Hong Kong, Singapore, Middle East, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa. What we'll show you here initially is what happens in all of these territories. All the same brokers are in all the same places. So I've mentioned this briefly again, the 90-90-90 phenomenon. Who knows what that stands for?
90% of traders lose 90% of their money 90 days.
Yeah, 90%. Let's be specific of how it works. 90% of retail traders, so the retail brokers' clients, lose 90% of their deposited margin within 90 days. So what is margin? It's the money you put in your account, and you get leverage when trading CFDs. But what is a CFD? Well, you don't actually own the asset. CFD is contract for difference. So if you were to buy a CFD on a stock, it's a contract that is supposed to mirror the price of the underlying asset, as in the real stock. So when the real stock goes up a point, the contract is supposed to go up a point at exactly the same time. That's what it's supposed to do. So when you're on the platform and you press the button to buy on a CFD platform, you don't own the stock. You own a contract that mirrors the price. And that's why it's called a derivative. because the price of the contract is derived from the underlying asset. And there's two types of margin. There's the initial margin that you put in your account, and then once you have a position, what we call variable margin. How much your margin is going up and down, how much you're making or losing. Because what happens at the end of the day, if you buy the contract and the stock goes in your favor, the broker pays the difference into your account. Contract for difference. If you have the reverse situation, the broker takes money out of your account if you're losing money. And what happens when your margin goes to zero? You get a margin call. You have to deposit more money in your account, and if you can't, the broker will stop you out of the position and you're done. Your account's blown up. So that's why we call them contract for difference, because the difference is taken out or put in. Typically in Forex, obviously Forex is a very popular instrument for a popular asset class for retail traders. Typically in Forex, whatever you deposit in your account, you are allowed to borrow up to 100 times what you put in your account. So what does that mean? Well, it's 1% variable margin, which means if you lose 1%, it goes to zero. So let's say you put $1,000 in your account, you'd be allowed to take up to $100,000 of risk, equivalent in the currency pair that you're buying or shorting. And if you lose 1%, you're gone. But what if you put 10 grand in your account? So in that scenario, you lose 100% of your margin. What if you put 10 grand in your account and had 100 grand risk? Well, if you lost 1%, you'd lose 10% of your margin. That's how it works. So what do most retail traders do? What do you think the average balance of a retail trader's trading account is in the UK, Europe? So this is in rest of world, outside the US. It's a couple of $1,000s. And what are they doing? Taking $200,000 positions in Forex and blowing up in days. 100 times leverage, we call it. With stocks, commodities, ETFs, you're looking at 10 times leverage. So the numbers work exactly the same. If you lose 10%, you're out. But think of all these guys on the platform trading in the way that we've discussed, in the opposite way, to the way retail professional traders do it. Wouldn't it be amazing if we ran a company where we could just take the other side automatically every time they traded? We'd win 90% of the time. And this is the big problem. The way the brokerage industry works is that there's major conflicts of interest with retail traders. So major conflicts of interest between the broker and their clients, the retail trader. That creates a scenario where that literally happens because those guys want it to happen. The infrastructure has been built not for your benefit. Your objective is to turn up and make money. That's not their objective. Their objective is the opposite to yours, which is to take your money. So the first two conflicts of interest are really obvious. There's four main conflicts of interest. Spread and commission. So spread. What's spread? Well, if you buy something, you're buying it in the market, for example, at 6, and if you sell it, you're selling it at 5. So the broker makes 1. You pay the spread. So if the broker has 2 clients, the broker can buy it at 5 and sell it to you at 6. So 1 seller, 1 buyer. They make a spread. So they make a spread on every trade and take turns. We'll use this phrase again in a second. The word turn. Taking a turn is buying something at 5 and selling it at 6. So the spread and commission. So spread happens in Forex. There's no commission in Forex. You pay the spread in Forex. You pay the spread in stocks. But in stocks, you also pay commission. So you'll pay a percentage commission to trade in and trade out. So those two are really obvious conflicts of interest, but everyone tries to ignore them for some reason. So what does that mean? Those two things mean that the broker, by default, is absolutely 100% incentivized by volume and frequency. So they want you to trade in the biggest size possible as frequently as possible. So put 2 and 2 together. Why do they lend you 100 times what you put in your account? Because they get paid. The next two are not so obvious. The financing turn and the OTC gain. Does anybody know what OTC means? Over the counter. Right, so CFD contracts are over-the-counter contracts, okay? And when they take the other side and make money, it's called an OTC gain. First incentive, we'll just get it down now. First retail broker incentive, volume and size. Trading as frequently as possible in the biggest size possible. That's how they get paid. The other two, not so obvious, this is how it works. So the first one, financing turn. Who finances the leverage with brokers? Does the magic money fairy from the sky come down and give brokers money to lend to you? Where does it come from? Comes from investment banks. So if you want to set up a retail brokerage company, get yourself $30, $50 million, go to an investment bank, use that money to collateralize some debt, and ask them to borrow $250 million. Ask them if you can borrow $250. You get yourself a revolving credit facility, build a trading platform, and then farm out the credit on the platform to retail traders. So you borrow at, pretty much now, this will be the case, you borrow at 2 3/4, farm it back out for a point higher. So you take a financing turn on the debt. But what else gets collateralized? How do you get away with turning up to the investment bank with only $30 to $50 million regulatory capital and then borrowing $250? How do you get away with that? Because retail traders are going to open trading accounts. And when they put their money in the accounts, that money is collateralized as part of the revolving credit facility. And then you're basically putting the money in your account and sponsoring the broker to lend you money at a point higher. So essentially, you're financing your own rape. That's how it works. Now, of course, if 90% of clients lose money and you want to take the other side, you want to borrow as much as possible so you can take that other side. So, of course, you're going to lend out as much as possible, teach people how to trade as frequently as possible in the biggest size possible, so they pay you. You take a point on the financing, and then you get the gain on the other side when they lose. So retail broker incentive 2. Provide third-party financing with no risk or very little risk. Take a turn out the financing and use the credit facility to encourage retail traders to trade as frequently as possible in the biggest size possible and take the other side of all the trades. Not a bad business. And again, why are we looking at this? You need to understand the realities of the industry. Step 1. This is how it works. Step back for a second and think how long it takes you to open a trading account. Quite a few of you have opened trading accounts before. How long did it take you? Someone shout out. 10 minutes. What did you provide to open the account? Passport, utility bill. So identify yourself, utility bill, confirm address. You are who you say you are. What else did you have to do? You'll sign some terms and conditions because they'll qualify you as someone who's got money. Did you read the small print? Sure. And we're assuming everyone's non-professional. So in the terms and conditions, what are you actually doing when you sign them off? The only line that matters is one line, and it'll be in there somewhere. I'm happy to lose all my money. And the broker is not, it's not his fault. Broker's got nothing to do with it. It's a risk disclaimer. I'm happy to lose all my money. So that's all you do. Passport, utility bill, fill out the terms and conditions, sign it off. I'm happy to lose all my money. Then what happens? You've got a trading account. You've got access. A total stranger who's never met you is willing to lend you 100 times what you put in your trading account because you provided them a passport, utility bill, and said, I'm happy to lose everything. Welcome to the world of retail trading. But why are they doing that? Why is it so simple and straightforward? Well, think about the regulators. Passive, don't care. They react. Retail brokers, clearly with these conflicts of interest, are absolutely incentivized to create a narrative around the infrastructure that increases your chances of losing money. In fact, the infrastructure itself is self-perpetuating. Think about it like this. If you own that company where you've got 10,000 clients and 9,000 always lose money, and you're spending 30 to 50% of your money to replace them every month, the ones that are closing down, what happens when a new guy opens their account? Well, you know you've only got 90 days to rape him. So what do? Do you wait 90 days? No, you get on with it. You do it as quickly as possible before he disappears. You've only got 90 days to take the money and take the ownership of that money from his account to your account. So it becomes self-perpetuating. It's a very negative feedback loop. So they're very, very heavily incentivized to make you believe in short-term trading and to trade in the biggest size possible, so they can make the 4 revenue streams: spread, commission, financing turn, OTC gain. So write them down. Make sure you don't forget them. This is how the industry works. Volume and size incentives, spread and com. Third-party financing with a turn, and OTC gain. And this is what the industry looks like. This is what the trading industry looks like. The infrastructure. On the left-hand side, we've got exchanges and investment banks. And everything to the right of that is retail brokers, trading educators, retail traders. We've put a few labels under each. So the investment bank, what are they doing? They're providing the credit facility and clearing to the brokers. And that order flow goes through them electronically down to the exchanges and trades. It all happens within less than seconds. What's the retail broker doing? Well, the retail broker, if we skip the educator for a second, the retail broker is providing the access, so platform and software, financing, leverage, and liquidity. Now that's important because without the brokers, you wouldn't have liquidity. So that's the positive that retail brokers provide to retail traders. You can access liquidity that you wouldn't get anywhere else as a retail trader. So what does that tell you? It's a necessary evil to use retail brokerage platforms as a retail trader. You have to use them. We'll come back to that later. But what type of education do you get from brokers? Well, there's an incentive. There's a conflict of interest. You're not going to get education that helps you make money. You're going to get education that makes you behave like a monkey. Press the button as many times as possible per day until you blow up. And it'll be wrapped up in some sort of strategy. Usually a technical analysis strategy, very short term, less than a day, in hours, in minutes. Follow this line on a chart. Every time this line crosses this line from below, buy. Every time this line crosses this line from above, sell. Signals, very typical. You're not going to get education that works. So they're providing this to the retail trader. What have we called the retail trader? Dumb money. Why? Because they believe everything that the broker tells them. And on the left-hand side, we've got the smart money, investment bank traders on prop desks. Why do we call them smart money? Because they believe nothing that anybody tells them in the market who has conflict of interest. We'll go into more detail on that later. They do the opposite of the dumb money. What's the retail trader paying? Spread and commission. What are they providing? They're providing the demand for the financing, the demand for the false narrative, and the demand for losing trades. So they're providing the liquidity for all of those conflicts of interest. And we have the acronym there, COI. So if you see that in the presentation later, the acronym COI, conflict of interest. And the education is a false narrative. We're going to go into a little bit more detail on how this works in terms of the OTC gain and how all of the conflicts of interest work, how the drivers of conflict. So spread, commission, financing turn, and OTC. Believe it or not, it actually happens automatically. It's now all been set up to be automated. It's been going on for 7, 8 years already. So if you're only learning this now, you're well behind, well behind. Think of the 10,000 clients broker example. What happens when a losing client comes onto the platform and presses the button? Well, at 7 a.m., all the losing clients whose accounts are down go into one liquidity bucket, and all the guys who make money go into another liquidity bucket. The guy who loses money comes on, presses the button, they provide the liquidity automatically, instant, take the other side. They could, if they want, hedge it. They could go into the market, the real physical market, and purchase the physical underlying asset. So then the brokers short the contract and they buy the underlying asset. But they don't. They stay short the contract. Retail trader loses, comes back, sells the contract back to the broker. Broker buys, closes out the position. Retail traders closed out, brokers closed out. Broker makes money, takes the difference out the account. What have they made on that trade? They've made every revenue stream: spread, com, financing, and OTC gain. And literally, it's all automatic. It's automated software. It happens in a second. So the hedge, if they choose to put it on, will happen automatically down the pipe through the investment bank. It's just a two-way pipe. Now, what happens if it's a guy who makes money? Well, the guy trades, buys the contract on the platform, broker shorts, automatically hedges by buying the underlying asset. The guy makes money, comes back, sells the contract, broker pays the difference into the account after unwinding the hedge. Has the broker lost money? No. So what's the broker made? They've made spread, commission, and financing turn. So they haven't made the OTC gain. What else has happened though? What else has happened in that trade? Look at the green bar. They've hedged. They need money to hedge. Winning clients are annoying for two reasons to the broker. One, because the OTC gain is eliminated, so they only make money on 3 revenue streams. But 2, they have to commit twice as much capital relative to a losing trader because they have to hedge. So winning guys cannibalize the broker's capital. So they're annoying. Losing traders are fantastic because they get the 4 revenue streams and they use X capital to trade with that client. Winning traders are annoying because they make less money and commit twice as much capital, 2X. So remember this trend over the last 30 years, the monopoly-duopoly situation? Where's the credit coming from? It's coming from the investment banks. This is the value chain or supply chain of liquidity in the trading and portfolio management industry. Who owns the narrative? What's the perfect retail broker to lend money to? One that peddles the narrative. Why? Because the investment bank can lend them money and make money out of it forever. So it's starting to add up. There's a monopoly-duopoly situation with exchanges and investment banks. Who are the biggest clients of exchanges? Investment banks. More on this later. But smart money and dumb money. This is why we labeled smart money on the professional side, investment banks, prop desks, dumb money on the right-hand side as the retail traders. Smart money understand how the financial markets work. They understand conflict of interest. It's professional trading 101. It's the stuff you get taught in your first couple of months at Goldman Sachs or any firm That's good. They avoid trading in the way that other participants in the market who have conflict of interest want them to. They avoid it. And they do everything in the opposite way to the way retail traders do it. What do dumb money do? Believe everything they're told and rely on the infrastructure provided to them by financial market participants with conflict of interest. Believe that the infrastructure has been built for their benefit when it's actually been built for the opposite purpose. They trade in the way that they're told to trade, and they do everything in the opposite way to the way professional traders do it. But there's a catch. We talked about it earlier with the non-farm payrolls example. That's very typical. Smart money requires dumb money to exist. Who's supplying the credit facility? The investment banks. Who's the perfect broker? The one that peddles the narrative. Who's the perfect client? The client that believes the narrative. And it creates the negative feedback loop, and the professional traders win. We can also add hedge funds and pension funds into here. So in the gray box on the left, hedge funds are smart money. They're basically exactly the same as investment bank prop traders. Pension funds are slow money. They're investing over a long time. But the key here is they are the market participants that are on the professional side, and they are the biggest clients of investment banks. And combined, investment banks, hedge funds, and pension funds are the biggest payers of exchange fees on the planet, and two companies own 90% of the order flow on all exchanges in the world. It's a monopoly. So what you're looking at, ladies and gentlemen, on the left-hand side is Wall Street. And if you don't think they all work together, you've got your head up your ass. There's not many of them. 6 or 8 investment banks control 90% of the volume. And everything on the right is dumb money and the inversion narrative. So everything we've discussed regarding the structure of the industry outside the US actually applies in the US too, but the CFDs were banned in the US in 2010. So what's happened since? Retail traders have been moving more towards trading options in the US. So they obtain their leverage through essentially implied leverage or implied volatility through trading options. If you wanted to actually trade normal physical assets in the US, the margin requirement is pretty high. So you don't get much leverage. You'd have to, it would be 33 to 50% margin requirement overnight. So 2 to 3 times leverage. And why do you think it's restricted in that way? They banned CFDs and that replaced it. And then everyone's going for options to get leverage. Index, Forex, and commodity futures, there's lower margin requirements, but the tradable set is pretty small, as in your amount of opportunities to make money because of the amount of contracts or assets you can trade is very low. So it's about 60 contracts, typically on a retail brokerage platform. And that compares to potentially 42,000 stocks. So your tradable universe is really small. And this is why options contracts have become very popular in the US, because retail traders can deposit less margin and get potentially much higher return if they make money through trading the option of an asset. And this is obviously a totally separate class in terms of options, but the two most important variables to consider with an option are theta, so time decay, and volatility. Theta, you have to be right by a certain date. Options adds this other element to a trade whereby you're not just long something and you can be long forever. You have to be right by a certain date. Otherwise, your option expires worthless. Volatility. Why is volatility important? Well, the more volatile something is, if volatility goes up, there's more opportunity to lose or make money. Well, risk and opportunity in the asset. So what happens when volatility gets bid up? When volatility goes up, options become more expensive. And retail traders don't understand how to calculate volatility and opportunity properly. So they always, for example, go long something and buy the asset at a level of volatility that doesn't even exist in the real market. So the odds are always massively against them. So what happens in the US is the vast majority of options expire worthless. Retail traders in the US use options as a proxy for simply going long or short the underlying asset without realizing that they have to be right by a certain amount of time, or the volatility that they're either going long or short can't be bared by the underlying asset's real volatility. But there's a very obvious question here. If 70% of options contracts in the US expire worthless, why don't you just sell options all day long? Easy money, right? Wrong. Selling naked options as a strategy constantly just to take money in, as in to get an income, is super dangerous. Why?
Unlimited losses.
Unlimited losses on many of the trades, yes. So if you do that, it's basically like picking pennies up off the railway track. You're playing a very dangerous game. If you don't have significant amounts of money to bail yourself out when you get 1 in 10 wrong, you're going to blow up very, very quickly. Now, do the brokers know this or not? Of course. So if you go on the platform and start naked selling options a lot, the broker's going to just stop you in your account from doing it and ask you to put up significantly more amounts of margin to cover the potential for any crazy losses. You essentially have gap risk in your trades. So you sell a call option, hence giving the buyer the right to buy the underlying asset at a certain price before a certain date. You take in a few $100. Congratulations. Go to bed, wake up the next day, the company's been taken over for a 100% premium by one of their competitors, and you're bankrupt. Happens all the time. So that's why it's not that straightforward. Just because 70% of options in the United States expire worthless doesn't mean just go into the market and start selling options every day to make an income. What people don't understand in the US is that buying an option relative to buying a stock or a commodity or an index, so buying an option on those products, there needs to be a marginal benefit in addition to owning the option than to just owning it outright. And if there's no marginal benefit, there's no point, because you have to be right by a certain amount of time. So the risk reward has to be much more favorable over the amount of time, and you have to see catalysts that the market doesn't see. And you have to trade at the right price. If you're not trading at the right price, the risk reward will never be in your favor. So again, this massive gap in education and understanding of how these things work exists in the United States. So the options class is a whole different class. But let's have a look at the inversion narrative. We already know what the incentives are, the conflicts of interest. These conflicts of interest lead to what we call essentially a front door to the industry of lies and bullshit. That's what the inversion narrative is. You're being told the opposite of reality and the opposite of truth. So you fall for the narrative and do everything that they want you to do. And these lies and the bullshit is extremely intricate in detail. You've got to have a very, very well-trained eye and understanding in the industry to recognize some of the things that are going on. What does the inversion narrative exist for? It exists so they get paid, and wealth is transferred from your pocket to theirs. It's that simple. First thing we'll look at, introducing broker agreements. This is infrastructure that was inside that chart that we saw of the industry, and we briefly mentioned it. The retail broker provides contracts to people called educators. And these contracts are called introducing broker agreements. Now, the broker has to do this. In every country where there's regulation, the broker has to provide a contract to somebody who is introducing people onto their platform. What do those contracts typically state? Whoever you put on the platform, whatever they pay us, every month we'll rebate you 25 to 50% of the money they pay us. So what does that mean? Conflict of interest. It means that the trading educator is incentivized by exactly the same formulaic process as the broker. So what do they want you to do? They want you to trade in the biggest size possible, as frequently as possible, and believe the inversion narrative, and lose. Now, in the US, this happens all over the rest of the world, outside the US. In Singapore, they're banned. In the US, a trading educator can't get a percentage rebate. They'll get a flat rate. But the inversion narrative still exists. Why? If you get paid by the broker as an educator, whether it's a percentage or a flat rate, it doesn't really matter. The outcome is the same. What's the outcome?
You still have the volume incentive, just not the price one.
No, so let's say, for example, you got introduced onto a platform and the trading educator got paid $500, flat rate. Why does the trading educator care how much you trade?
He doesn't.
Well, he does. Because the broker is paying him and he's the broker's bitch. He works for the broker. And the broker will not work with an educator who doesn't push the inversion narrative. They won't even get a contract. They'll have their contract cancelled. So this is why when we look from the left-hand side to the right-hand side of the industry, those red arrows you see are essentially arrows of where the narrative is coming from and the power is coming from. Because all the way from the left to the right, every participant individually, as you continue across, is the bitch of the one next to them. Does that make sense? They won't even get the contract. The contract will get cancelled. And then the trading educator doesn't have a platform that they can introduce their students onto or their clients onto. So then they're lost. They don't have a business. Make sense? They're the bitch. So how does the Institute get around this? We spent 4 years doing this, convincing brokers, because they have to have the contracts in place by law, by regulation. We forced the brokers to write 0 on the contract. So it says on all our contracts, the Institute will receive 0% rebate and commission and flat rate. 0. Why do you think we do that? To eliminate the conflict of interest. Because we know if it's there, only bad things can happen. Why would the brokers do that? Do you think the brokers like that? Why would they not like it? Yes, potentially.
They can't figure the bitch.
Less bitches. Less bitches, more winners. So think about it like this, right? If you're the brokerage company with 10,000 clients, okay? What did we look at before with marketing? 30 to 50% is spent to get more accounts in, to open more accounts than accounts are closing down, okay? What do IB agreements provide brokers? They provide them with distribution and marketing where they don't have to pay marketing dollars up front. So a trading educator is going out on their own dime, setting up events like seminars, webinars, stuff like this, teaching nonsense, introducing guys onto the platform. They pay commission. They trade as frequently as possible in the biggest size possible. Broker takes the money in. Hasn't cost the broker anything. And then a check goes back out every month, 25, 50%, or a flat rate to begin with in the US, but they won't work with anybody who doesn't push the inversion narrative. So what is it doing? It creates infrastructure that lowers their marketing cost. So if you write 0 on a contract, why would you not want to do that? Because you want the trading educators to be incentivized to get people onto the platform, because it's lowering your marketing cost. It provides distribution. Does that make sense? So the status quo must be maintained. So they don't like it. But there is a discussion to be had with brokers as to why there's a big positive for it. Why? Why is there a big positive? Sorry? No, it's not the revenue streams.
Retention?
Retention is a very big positive. So if you introduce guys who only make money, they're never going to close their accounts. Of course. Cheaper marketing. What else? What do you think is going to happen in the future with IB contracts? Who banned them in 2010? Singapore. Who recently banned them? And who recently banned CFDs? Belgium. US banned CFDs. It's our strong belief that IB contracts at some point will be banned everywhere. So here's your first trade idea. First trade idea from the Institute. The morning you wake up and you see the headline, IB agreements banned in UK, Europe, US, everywhere. What happens to the publicly listed brokerage stocks? They're down 80%. Forty, 50% of their clients come from the distribution of individuals introducing people onto platforms. So that's gone. Distribution and marketing is gone. But if you sit there and tell them that, maybe the trade doesn't exist because they can save themselves before it happens. So the conversations we've always had is, this is going to happen, and you know it's going to happen. So you need to set up infrastructure internally that hedges your business against that happening. And the day it happens, all you have to do is send out an email to all of your educators and tell them, here's the new contract, sign it or go away. It says 0. And it can all be sorted out in a day, and you can make a public announcement and say, our distribution stays the same. And where else are they going to go? Because if they've been banned everywhere in the country that they're in, they can't say to the brokers, oh, I don't like that, I'm going to one of your competitors, because they've been banned everywhere. So the infrastructure can be set up very quickly, very efficiently for the brokers to respond to that in the future. Retention is a big one. Instead of having to spend marketing dollars all the time to open trading accounts that are opening more trading accounts than are closing down, it lowers marketing dollars because you give them a coupon business. It's like a bond. So if you put 100 traders, like Institute traders, onto a brokerage platform, and they're trading 2 or 3 times a week, and they never blow up, it's like the broker owning a bond. They're getting paid a coupon constantly. What if a high percentage of your guys make money? Well, they don't like that either. That's annoying. So they're told to hedge, and if they don't, they've only got themselves to blame. And we don't want to hear them complaining and crying like bitches on the phone. So we're very straight up with them. We will give you a coupon business and a business hedge, but we want 0 on that contract. You should hedge everything we do because a very high percentage of our guys make money. And we want one thing in return. We want access to all the data. So we can see in real time, under one login, through the back end of your brokerage account, back end of your brokerage platform, everything that every single Institute trader is doing in real time. So we can monitor the risk. And they like it. If you want to see our IB contracts, go to the accounts section of the website, itpm.com. So we've got a new website up. We're on an overlap situation at the moment. So institutrade.com is the old website. itpm.com is the new one. We've got the four contracts that we have globally available on the site. You can literally download them in a PDF. Took several years to negotiate them all. The one we have in the States, we've gone a step further now, and we're about to get another one in the rest of the world that does the same. Instead of them writing 0 on the contract, which has taken us 3-4 years to negotiate, prove the infrastructure works, let brokers like us, let brokers see that it works, give them a business hedge, show them that the business is good, and they're just being stupid if they think it's not. The one we've got in the US at the moment with TradeStation, 20% of the money that you pay, well, institute traders pay to TradeStation, gets rebated back into their account every month. So just give it back to them, up to the value of the education that you buy through the institute. So what does that mean? That means you get your education for free. You've just got to commit by putting the money up first to pay for it. Then when you become an institute trader, over a 2-3 year period, you're going to get the money back into your account that pays for the education. So it ends up being free. And we've negotiated the contract outside with a new broker that we're bringing in the next 1 to 2 months. And they're going to rebate 20% in the rest of the world. So what that is called is a soft dollar agreement, called softing. You're providing a service and the broker's paying for it. You're providing a service to their clients and they're paying for it. So we always eliminate the conflict of interest. It's one of the most important principles that we get right in the Institute, that we always implement. So unlike the other educators, we're not incentivized by volume and frequency. We're totally the opposite. We actually want you to make money. Because if you do, it means all of our data is good. So what are they, these guys? The trading educators that have got volume and size incentive. They're essentially the brokers in disguise. They're incentivized by the 4 revenue streams. Well, the three as well. 3 because they get the financing, so not the OTC gain. But the broker is paying them who gets the OTC gain, so they're incentivized indirectly. They just want you to trade as frequently as possible in the biggest size possible, so they're always going to show you trading strategies that pay them, not you. Charlatans, they're known as. Guys who pretend to be traders, but they're not. They're fake traders. They're internet marketing imposters. Here's the red flags of a charlatan educator who pushes the inversion narrative and is essentially working for the broker. Day trading always works. Well, we know it doesn't always work because the trader is a slave to volatility, and the trader doesn't tell the market what's possible, the market tells the trader what's possible. Remember our euro-dollar example, 106? Buy and sell for the next 250 trading days? Buy at 106, sell at 106. If there's no volatility, you can't make money. Impossible. So day trading doesn't always work. In fact, it works in the minority of cases. It only works in history in the last 15 years, 20% of times, on average. And that is a statistical analysis. You can't argue with it. We're looking at US equities in particular, specifically, and the major Forex pairs. And 80% of the time, it hasn't worked. The odds are not in your favor. So what does that mean? You're being told the inversion narrative. You're being told the opposite of what's true. But what does that do for the broker and the educator? Guaranteed volume every day. If you absolutely believe that day trading always works, or works in the vast majority of times, in history and going forward, what are you going to do? Well, you're a guaranteed idiot. You're guaranteed to trade all the time. Fantastic, perfect client. They get paid, not you. Next one. It's better to not have overnight risk and to exit your positions at the end of the day, always. Why is that good for the broker and the educator? Because you're guaranteed to trade twice a day. You enter a position and exit. It also just means that the educator has no idea about risk, because risk can be hedged out overnight. Risk can be hedged out for months with assets that are correlated. Next myth, you can make a monthly income from trading. Well, we know that can't be true. Why? Because you need volatility. What's one of the big educator slogans? Make $10,000 a month trading the international Forex markets. Get the life you deserve. Well, what if the Forex markets don't move? You're not making $10,000 a month trading the international Forex markets. You're losing, and they're actually right. You are getting the life you deserve because you're an idiot. But what does it mean if you believe that narrative? It means you're a guaranteed fool. It means you're going to chase the monthly income. You're going to trade all the time, chasing the income. And what happens if loads of guys chase the income? Well, you get an income. It's the inversion narrative. Trading is easy. You just need to follow a few lines on a chart. Technical analysis. Here's some signals. Follow the lines. Buy here, sell here, buy here, sell here. What does that do? Guaranteed trades. It's the mice hitting the pedal, trying to get a piece of cheese. Psychology is the most important thing in trading. If that's your only narrative, you've got nothing. If you've got a strong mind, you'll be good at risk management and make money. If that's your only narrative, you've got nothing. You don't have a trading strategy. All you need is risk management to be a good trader. Nonsense. You need ideas. If you've got amazing ideas, you can be a terrible risk manager and still make money. Next narrative, lifestyle messages. Get the life you've always deserved. One day you'll own a car like me. What are they trying to do there? They're trying to just distract you away from the reality of the industry and the realities of trading with hopes and dreams. And they're not living that life. It's a fake life because they're not even real traders. They're fake traders. And if you remember right from the beginning, we looked at boomers and Gen Xers and the problem with pensions, everyone knowing that they can't retire. This is the crux of the problem. When desperation from the middle-class fools meets conflict of interest. So just two sides of the equation. When desperation meets conflict of interest, only bad things can happen. It's all designed to distract your attention away from what's important. And they're going to go to extreme lengths to convince you otherwise. The inversion narrative is huge outside the United States, much more so outside the US. But what about inside the US? We've already mentioned this in the example with you about how the commission is not paid as a percentage, it's a flat rate, but they're still the broker's bitch. They're only going to push the inversion narrative because they need a brokerage platform to put people on, to legitimize themselves. Because if they have the branding of brokerage platforms behind them, and they're working with them, and their introductions have a place to go to, it legitimizes their bullshit. They need a home. They always need a home. And obviously you've seen we turn the tables on the broker, and we've got 370 guys globally. When you've got a lot of guys who do quite well, and you provide a coupon business, the broker likes you. And you also get significant community leverage. Because if you have 100 guys on a platform and they do well, and it's a coupon business and you've provided a business hedge to the broker, do they want to lose them? Of course not. So what happens at the Institute when we want something from the broker? They become our bitch. Because they don't want to lose 100 clients. We've turned the tables. So what does it look like in practice, the inversion narrative? 1, IB agreement. I don't think we have to beat that drum again. But one thing you should absolutely do if you go to get taught by someone in the financial markets who professes they're an educator and they're good at teaching and they're a guru trader. Ask for their IB agreement. If they're introducing you onto a platform, the contract has to be in place. It's illegal for the broker to not have the contract in place. So if the educator won't give it to you, where do you go? Well, first of all, what's the message if he won't give it to you? What's the message from the educator if they say, no, I'm not giving you a copy of my contract? They've got something to hide. Or they don't have a contract, which means it's illegal. So either way, it's bad. Where do you get it from? Well, actually, contact the broker and ask for the email address to their compliance desk. Under regulation, they absolutely have to provide it to you. They have to have full disclosure of the relationship with the educator. So contact compliance and go behind the educator's back. That's how you find out if they're incentivized by volume and frequency. Regulatory history is a big one. There is actually a real definition of what a professional trader is. So if someone claims that they are or have been a professional trader, you can find out with a few clicks of a mouse. Why? Because if they've been a professional trader, the definition is they've performed a controlled function. And the controlled function in all geographies is trading other people's money, investors' money. So investors will be at a hedge fund, pension fund, but also investment banks. The investors are the shareholders in the bank, and the guys at the bank trade the shareholders' money. They control the balance sheet. So they are a custodian of third-party capital, and they have to be regulated. What do you have to do to get regulated? You've got to take your exams. And there's a public record everywhere, in every geography. There's mine. FCA register. So Goldman Sachs, Lehman Brothers, JP Morgan, regulated to perform controlled function of trading other people's money. And Woolwood Consultants, which is a small firm that we had, 4 guys, and we had to be regulated because we traded each other's money. Very straightforward. Another easy way of finding out is if you know someone who's got a Bloomberg subscription. If you know someone who's got a Bloomberg subscription, just ask them to type your name into the search field, or the name of the educator, and then click on, I think it's 8, career. And it comes up with the full career of the person who was a subscriber to Bloomberg. Now, it's difficult for retail because it costs $25,000 a year, but Bloomberg records the career of professional traders and professionals in the market. Not hard to find if you do a bit of digging. That's online. Creel joins JP Morgan, equities trading team. That's online as well. So at Lehman before. You can literally do a little bit of digging around and find out if someone has actually been a professional trader in their career. It's not difficult. But people just don't understand what the definition is between a professional trader and a retail trader. This is Raj, one of our mentors in the US. Regulator in the US is FINRA. So Raj was the head of options trading at Bank of America, head of options trading at Nomura, worked at a few places before, but he was the youngest managing director at Bank of America at the age of 29 and ran options at 29 years old. So, bit of a player, knows what he's talking about. It takes 5 minutes to find that online. 5 minutes. Here's the rest of our mentors. So Tristan, Chris Cathy's over there. Jason McDonald. Sorry, I had to put your middle name in.
Me too.
Ben Berg-Green, who's over there. Hisham, who's arriving tonight. He should have just landed, actually. He lands at 8:30. We're doing a conference at the weekend. Hisham, you can't get it online because NASDAQ Dubai, they don't record publicly online, but we have the certificates because we only hire guys who have actually been professional traders. So you can go to any of those links and you'll find everyone's background. Now, none of our guys have to be regulated now. Why? Because we don't perform controlled functions. But the point I'm making here is this, is if you are being told by somebody who professes to be a professional trader or has been a professional trader, all you have to do is check. And what happens if you draw a blank or you can't find it? What happens if you ask them to prove it and they can't? What's happened? You've been told by a retail trader that they are a professional trader or they have been a professional trader. So what does that mean? You're being potentially taught by somebody who is exactly the same as you. Just because you have access to a brokerage platform or a trading account with a couple of $1,000s in it and you trade every day, it doesn't mean you're a professional trader or have been a professional trader. It's like me going out into my back garden every day and kicking a football and saying I'm a professional footballer. Barcelona are not signing me up next week. And I should not be teaching football. It's pretty straightforward. So anyone can do their research. And if you don't, you're actually being really irresponsible. All you have to do is check the regulatory history. So check for the IB agreement, check for the regulatory history. The vast majority of trading educators in the market have absolutely zero professional trading experience. They are retail traders pretending to be professional traders. And it takes one check. So now you know the definition. If they have no status, no history, having a controlled function of managing other people's money, it means they've never been a professional trader, and they can't claim to have been one. It's a binary outcome. You can't get a little bit pregnant. You're either a retail trader or a professional trader. You're either pregnant or you're not. They're just pretending. So they'll have the IB agreement. They'll pretend that they're professional traders. How do they pretend that they're professional traders? Well, we live in an online world, and they'll create completely manufactured backstories of their lives. The most common one, and I like this word, it's a German word, Wunderkinder. The wonder kid, the kid that came from nowhere. And usually the lie is they turned an amount of money, like $10,000, into a big number, like over $1 million. The wonder kid turned $10,000 into $1 million. Now, why is that convenient? Because everyone can afford $10,000 to open a trading account. Most people in the Western world can just put it on their credit card. So it's the perfect bullshit story to get people to pay for education and put 10 grand in their trading account. And it's simple for people to understand. Oh, you turned 10 grand into $1 million. Fantastic, I want to do that too. Follow a few lines on a chart. The other most common one is if older guys, they'll say that they worked at hedge funds or investment banks, or that they work at a hedge fund now, or they run their own hedge fund. It's complete nonsense. If they did work at a bank, it's probably in a support function, and they'll have no controlled function. So they'll be working in IT or operations, or even working on the trading desk and getting the traders coffee. If they haven't been regulated to perform the function, they've been at the bank and not performed a controlled function. So it means they were in support. The hedge fund one is very disingenuous because retail traders have been picking up newspapers and watching TV for the last decade reading all about these whiz guys in the market called hedge fund managers. And apparently, according to charlatan trading educators, all you have to do to be a hedge fund manager is open a retail brokerage account and put $5,000 in it. That's all you have to do. And you can call yourself a hedge fund manager. Wrong. A hedge fund is a very, very specific investment vehicle with very specific parameters and moving parts, very specific infrastructure. And you need 5 things to be defined as a hedge fund. You need an offshore registered fund. 80% of them are registered in Cayman Islands. You need an onshore management company, so that's usually in New York, London, Geneva, Singapore, Hong Kong, Sydney. The offshore fund, you have 2 charges. You have the management fee, so the offshore fund is charged by the management company a fee to run the assets per year. And then you have a performance fee. So it's usually 1 or 2% management fee, 20% performance. You have a third-party administrator. So what they're doing every day is making sure that the management company is implementing the agreed mandate from the offshore fund for the strategy that investors have invested in. You need a prime brokerage agreement with a top 10 investment bank. No investment bank will look at you unless you've got $30 million commitment up front. Total waste of their time. Investment banks want clients. They want big clients who are going to trade. And you need a seriously strong track record. Minimum 3 years, probably 5 years. Obvious question, why don't we set up a hedge fund? Well, it's the wrong way round. We are not the hedge fund taking investors' money to make investors rich. We are the investor. So the front door of the institute, there's education, but we're also trading our own money, and we have 40 trading accounts within the institute. And if we find good people, we seed them on power of attorney with real money, and they get to trade our money. Now, it's not a requirement. You can just exist in the infrastructure and be good and join the community and help everybody out. That's fine. But that's the way we look at things. We want to invest in traders. We don't want to take outside money. And if you look at these guys, the weathered faces of the mentors over here and mine, we've all been in the industry for years. We've done our time. When you wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning for 10, 15, 20 years to make other people money and to make shareholders and investors richer, and you make a lot of money yourself on the way, when you've made a certain amount of money, you don't need to get up anymore. You can make a lot of money by doing not a great deal. So all our guys are retired, and we just trade our own money. And as you've seen, hedge funds are a very specific investment vehicle. How much does it cost to set up a hedge fund structure? Over $1 million. If you don't need it, you don't do it. It's stupid. It's vanity over sanity. So we saw manufactured backstories. IB agreement, regulatory history, manufactured backstories. What about manufactured trades and deception? You'll see this a lot in the online world. You'll see lots of educators active on social media, posting screenshots of charts. And this is essentially hindsight trading. So for example, posting a picture of a chart on social media with an arrow that points here and an arrow that points there, saying, I bought it here, I sold it here. Congratulations. Well, anyone can do that. Anyone can pull up a chart and say, I should have bought it at 5 and I should have sold it at 8. It's just bullshit. So that's hindsight trading. What about predicted trading? Predicted trading is very disingenuous because people who don't understand the industry can fall for it very easily. So what about posting a chart before an event with support and resistance and saying, prepare for the big move. And then afterwards, you actually get a screenshot of a real trading account with showing a profit of, say, $3,248 with a narrative next to it that says, just made $3,248, it's only 10 a.m., that's me done for the day. I'm off to the beach. This quite literally is the oldest trick in the book, and it's been going on since the 1920s. They've got 2 trading accounts. They go long in one and short in the other, and they post a screenshot of the one that makes money. And it's the oldest trick in the book because it actually comes from brokers. Because in the old days, brokers were advisory brokers. They would advise their clients what to go long and what to go short in the market. And if you've got 100 clients and you're an advisory broker, and this is going all the way back to the 20s, do you tell all your clients, your 100 clients, if you have an idea to go long, do you tell all of them to go long? Of course not. You want to grow your business to 200 people. So you tell 50 to go long, 50 to go short, 50 of them make money, 50 of them lose money, and then the guys that lose money, you help them on the next one. And you grow your accounts from 100 to 110, 130, 200. It's the oldest trick in the book. All that's happened is it's just become modernized by the educator who is the broker in disguise. That's all it is. And this is why basically any professional trader with any respect for their career will never post their trades. Because they will lose all of their gravitas, all of their respect in the professional trading community, because every professional trader knows that they're probably bullshitting, because they know all the dirty tricks. So there's a side of the industry that's totally opposite to everything that you experience as a retail trader. But it also breeds a dependency culture as well, which is exactly the opposite of the way traders are taught in the real world, like professional traders. So people signing up, for example, to hot stock lists. Here's the top 5 stocks today. Here's the stocks in play. Here's the potential news. Get long, get short, get long, get short. What's happening there? That's the educator pushing the inversion narrative because they're working for the broker indirectly. And what are you doing? You're depending on those lists or those ideas every day to try and generate a P&L for yourself, try and generate a profit for yourself. It's the total opposite of the way you need to be taught. You need to be coming up with your own ideas and generating your own ideas. Manufactured trades and deception, again. Deception, this is how the online world works with people who have a false narrative. They know everything they say is bullshit, but they have to give the impression that other people believe it, so you get sucked in. So there's 2 things you need to watch out for: sock puppets and meat puppets. What's a sock puppet? Well, put a sock on your hand and speak. You open 400 social media accounts, different email addresses, different names. What do? You pretend to be people commenting on all of your posts, and you're logging in to 80 of them per day and making the comments. There's a huge amount online of complete nonsense, and people get sucked in by it. What's a meat puppet? A meat puppet is a sock puppet, but it's a human. They're hiring someone in Bangladesh, China, India, wherever, Russia, to log into the accounts and do it for them. And they'll upvote all their comments to get them to the top. So it looks like there's a narrative occurring that believes they're bullshit. So then people get sucked in. They build fake websites, so they'll comment on other business people and then comment on themselves. That's a sock puppet fake website. Fake reviews, and they'll give reviews on themselves, obviously that are favorable, and then reviews on their competitors that are not favorable. So this is how they all do it. Or they can literally engage in actual criminal activity, which is creating equity curves of trades that they claim they've done going back in time, which shows them making money over time. And all they've done is gone into a spreadsheet or the back end of a website and typed in buy at $5, sell at $5.65, and it just updates their equity curve. And it's not audited by third parties. It's not audited by accountancy companies. They don't have administrators. It's self-administered, and it's actually criminal activity. Because what you're actually doing is you're misselling financial performance. Lifestyle and social media posts. This is the stuff that's designed to distract you. So drastically overemphasizing the conflation between trading and lifestyle. So of course, if you know what you're doing, it doesn't matter where you press the button. It's less than 1% of what you'll do as a trader. It's the other 99% that's important. You can't be sitting by a pool coming up with 10 really good trading ideas per week. You actually do need to work. You can press the button when you're lying by the swimming pool, but you have to do the other 99% of the work. And you can always tell an educator that's had no trading experience because they'll constantly push the lifestyle narrative. It's creating the hopes and dreams. And how do they do it? Most typical ways, renting houses on Airbnb and doing MTV crib-style tours of their houses. But they'll literally rent the house for a day, and they don't own it. It's rented for a day. Or they'll rent a supercar for a day. And in the house and in the car, they'll film all day and collect 3 months of content and drip it out over 3 months. So they build archives of content to drip out the inversion narrative. Possibly my favorite is withdrawing cash and parading it, saying that you made it in trading. That's where you get it from. Prop movie money store. There's $1 million on sale for $450 in new style, aged look 100s. That's where they get it from. And of course, when you wrap all of this up together, the IB agreement, the no regulatory history, but telling you they're a professional trader when they're actually a retail trader, the manufactured backstory, the manufactured trades and deception practices that they engage in, and the lifestyle and social media posts. Of course, the cherry on the top of the cake is the reason why they do it is because they want to inspire you. So you can one day be like them. So you open a trading account. 20 days later, you're gone. Congratulations. But there's other areas of trading infrastructure where IB agreements are very important. Trust me when I say this. IB agreements are everywhere in trading. They're not just with educators. They are everywhere. They just work in slightly different ways. So they're in managed programs, automated or algorithmic managed programs, social trading, and with online forums and information vendors. Let's start with managed programs. So there's a difference between a sophisticated investor and a retail investor. Retail investors are usually under $500,000 qualified. Sophisticated investors are over $500,000 qualified, usually with industry experience. So there's a gap in the market between retail traders and funds, where sophisticated investors invest in hedge funds, because hedge funds will only take a minimum of $1 million, $2 million. And you first have to be qualified as a sophisticated investor. Retail traders can't invest in them. So what do retail traders invest in? Oh, this infrastructure that is supposed to look like hedge funds called managed programs. So you have these guys who are managing retail accounts where you give them money to trade. They've all got IB agreements with the brokers, every single one of them. So there's a conflict of interest. And what tends to happen? 90% lose money. Why? Because when their managed account goes up in value, they churn like crazy. They trade, they trade, they trade, they trade. And then the commission goes in their back pocket from the brokerage company as a rebate. And when they're down, they just churn less. So it's a churning mechanism. What about if we automate that? So we take away the human and we say, all you have to do is put money in this trading account, and every time this particular account trades, you do exactly the same trade. So it's automated. So there's no human managing it. The human is managing their own money, and you're just copying their trades. What about if we automate that? Now, the way that's set up is you have what's called a master account at the brokerage company, and then you have hundreds of retail traders who want to outsource their trading to somebody who's supposed to be good. What's happening there? Well, the guy with the master account has an IB agreement with the brokerage company. So every time the master account trades, or that guy trades, you automatically trade. It's the same thing. It's just two separate accounts instead of one. So what's happened there? Well, the broker has just outsourced pickpocketing to a machine. What about social trading? You've seen them, all these platforms, where you go online and you see all these guys in weird places around the world with nicknames. Forex Master 179 was up 100% last week, based in Kazakhstan. The new master trader we're promoting on the platform. What's he done? He's turned $100 into $200. And you're about to give them 5, 10, 15, 25, 100 grand. They're never going to be able to manage that money. They've got lucky. Because they never advertise how much money they're actually managing, or very rarely. But something that's very, very, very rarely advertised, and no one really knows the real truth about it, unless you're inside the industry. 80% of their profiles are fake. The people don't even exist. They've created fake profiles, and the social trading platform is the brokerage platform. They own it. Or, if they don't own it, they have an IB agreement with the brokerage platform. So what are you doing? Well, you're just doing the previous example. The broker has set up an algorithm that fires off signals through certain accounts, and you've set up a sub-account under a master account. That's all you've done. And then you're automatically copying the trades of that person. That doesn't exist. And all these guys get away with it because they're regulated in places like Cyprus and Malta, which are in the EU, but they can actually passport their regulation into London. So they end up with FCA regulation when they really shouldn't. And the regulators have actually started coming down really hard on them in the last few years. And there's been multiple investigations into the social trading platform sites. And they've actually found that 80% of them are fake profiles. So all the owners of these platforms for the last 2 years have actually been looking for an exit at favorable prices. And yours truly was offered one of them for £10 million. So we decided to send in a couple of people to do some due diligence, and confirmed 2 weeks later, 80% of the profiles are fake. Well done. You've just been duped again. IB contracts or brokers. Online forums. Do you think online forums were built for your benefit? So you can go on and chat to some guys who you don't even know about stocks, Forex, commodities? They're not built for your benefit. A lot of the profiles are, again, fake. And the forum owners, the companies that own them, are actually incentivized by IB agreements. Try clicking on the broker ads on the right-hand side of the screen. See what happens. New window opens, URL. Check the URL, what it says. It's an affiliate program. And they have an IB agreement with the broker that's advertising on their platform. We've downloaded many of the company's accounts to forensically go through them to see where they make their money and how they make their money. Because we see the URL links as affiliate links, and we know they're getting paid by the broker in commission. So you go on to Company's House, download the last year's accounts, the accounts before. How do they make their money? Mostly through marketing and advertising. And what is marketing and advertising revenue? It's brokers paying rebates on IB agreements. You need to understand how the industry works. So what's going to happen when you go on an online forum? Well, the online forums are in direct competition with trading educators. So what's their narrative? All education is crap. Well, of course, most of it is, because most trading educators have IB agreements where they get a percentage rebate. But there are real players in the vast minority, and we're one of them. But what are they going to push on their platform? They're going to diss all educators, and they're going to diss brokers that are not advertising with them. And they're going to push you with the inversion narrative, and they're going to promote forums that promote the inversion narrative and send you and push you towards the brokers. They'll even set up fake profiles themselves, and they'll call themselves, for example, veterans, as having been on the forum for 10 years and added lots of content to the forum that other accounts that are fake respect. So they're basically sock puppets. And they'll push you towards the brokers. So you think you're talking to a guy that's got a reputation that's good. It's a guy working at the forum. You need to be very, very suspicious of how all these guys work. There's huge conflicts of interest everywhere. So consider what you've been shown today. Just think about everything, how everything works. How the parameters of the industry are literally set up for retail to fail. The infrastructure was built for retail to fail, not for them to benefit. How hedge funds, pension funds, and investment banks are the largest payers of exchange fees. And exchanges need them to survive, to maintain the status quo. How investment banks in particular absolutely require dumb money to exist. And they enable the infrastructure by providing the credit, the financing to retail brokers. How investment banks need their largest commission payers, hedge funds and pension funds, to survive, so they continuously get paid. How retail brokers and their IB incentivized educators are literally contracted and incentivized by the infrastructure for retail to fail, so everyone gets paid. How retail brokers and charlatan educators constantly push the inversion narrative. How, as a retail trader with a small account, you don't really have a choice. You have to trade on the platforms. That's how you get access. And how regulators will never actually prevent a problem. They will only ever react to casualties of past problems in the markets. And then now we've stated all this and we've got to this point. I want you to ask yourself a very, very important question. Is it even possible for retail traders to make money? You've got to access the platforms. So let's have a show of hands. Who believes retail traders can't make money? One, okay. Who believes retail traders can make money? Okay, you're right. But like right at the beginning, when we said the most important thing is to look at how the industry works. What did I say at the beginning? Look at how the people who do well in the industry work. And if you're a retail trader, you can make money if you find those people and emulate them. It's pretty straightforward. It's like walking into any industry. Find the players who win and do what they do. Form 10K. It's an annual report in the States for a public company. It gives you all the forensics of the company. Who should we look at in the trading industry who's extremely successful to see what their odds are of making money? Yes, why don't we look at Goldman Sachs? That's where all the most successful traders in the world seem to come from. So let's find out how they make their money. Go online, type in Goldman Sachs 10K, and type in the year. You'll find it in the first two links. It's out every year. It's an annual report. Between pages 95 and 105, you will always find this chart. And it tells you the amount of money that Goldman Sachs makes or loses per day, how many days they make and lose. So what have we got here? intervals of $25 million, okay? On the right-hand side are days where they make money. The left-hand side, days when they lose money, and how much they make and how much they lose. So in the year 2015, Goldman Sachs made money on 212 days in the trading year and lost 38 days. And this is trading operations, pure trading. Nothing to do with M&A, commissions, or anything like this. So pretty skewed to the right-hand side. And you can see that on a typical day when they make money, they make between $25 to $50 million. So there's also a tail out there as well. Look at the tail on the right-hand side, where there's up to $100 million. With 34 days out of the trading year, they're making $100 million. Amazing, right? Why do you think they're making $100 million? Because they call the markets correct. The big situations when markets move, they get it right. And then when the markets don't move, they trade in different ways, and they just make money every day. Do they go home with flat positions every day? No. They're running multi-billion-dollar portfolios. They just let the portfolio work, and they let the money come in. And they don't stand in the way of it. Huge overnight risk. You can speak to Chris Caffey about it later at the pub. We used to run crazy numbers. A couple of $1 billion on the pan-European trading desk. We'd have between 200 and 400 million of that risk. And we'd run portfolios. And that was even back in the early 2000s. We weren't day trading. Just big portfolios that make money. So 2015, was that a fluke? Was that a one-off? You can actually go back all the way to 99. But let's go back a few years, see what happens. 2014. Thank you very much. What about 2013? What about 2012? That was a decent year. What about 2011? You can go all the way back to the late 90s, since they became a public company and started putting out these numbers publicly. It's the same every single year. Why? What percentage of retail traders lose money? What are they doing? Everything on the right-hand side of the chart we looked at earlier. What percentage of days do Goldman Sachs make money? 90. What are they doing? Everything on the left-hand side of the chart that we looked at earlier. It's not that difficult to work out if you know what you're looking for. So, shouldn't we be doing exactly what these guys do in our own trading accounts? And become the most annoying clients of retail brokers in the world. Guys who make money. Everything that you've got to do in your retail trading account needs to be the same way that these guys do it on the left-hand side. So you have access to the platforms, it's necessary to use them, but you do everything in the opposite way to the way they want you to do things. And you learn how to do it properly. And there's no shortcuts. You've just got to do it. So right back to the beginning, be warned. Our campaign, continuously for the last 5 years, is to first educate you on how the industry works. So you don't make the stupid mistakes that everyone else makes. That's what you got today. The next stage is to educate you on how to actually make money. So how you actually emulate professional traders who are real professional traders who have got the experience, been there, done it, and have made a lot of money and continue to make money. You've just got to go straight to the source. So you've got to be woke. And I hope this has woken you up. Because the reality is if you don't go down this path, you will go down the other path, and you will blow up. And we don't mind. We'll be around next year, the year after, year later. You'll just come back. But it'll cost you a lot of money. to learn the lesson, if you haven't learned it already. I guarantee you there's people in this room that have learned it already. Most retail traders in the US lose $20,000, $30,000 before they decide trading is not for them. But they never get woke. They never find out the real reason. And the real reason is the stuff you've seen today. You've got to go straight to the source. So just don't waste years of your life. It's no skin off our nose if you do. We'll still be here. So here's our general website. We've got a new website, itpm.com. You can sign up for free seminars around the world, /seminars. If you want to go straight to the online education, go to itpm.com/education. We've got 2 programs. All the information's there online. We've got mentoring programs direct with our trading mentors, and all the guys are hired on very strict requirements. They have to have been professional traders for years and made significant money. And they have to prove it. Trading accounts, IB agreements, itpm.com, trading accounts. And if you've got any further questions, go to the FAQ section. Check all those questions. If you have any further questions, after you've seen the FAQs and the answers, send us a message through the website, through contact form. And we have 2 acronyms at the Institute, which I'll leave you with. GTFOH and DFIU. Get the fuck out of here and don't fuck it up. I'll see you at the pub.
So yeah, we're lucky enough to have Anton Creel here. He started his career with trading at about 16 with his own money, and then got recruited into Goldman Sachs, headhunted to Lehman Brothers, JP Morgan before retiring, traveling the world. Then you may know that he also did a BBC program, $1 Million Traders, and proceeded to form his own company, and next year he's going to travel to space, hopefully. So yeah, it's a pretty ridiculous career. I think we're going to learn a lot from this interview. So if we could just have a warm welcome and a round of applause for Anton before we start. Okay, so let's make a start. How did you get into the world of trading?
Started trading pretty young, as you mentioned in the introduction. Started when I was 16, basically. So grew up in Liverpool and was watching documentaries on television about the markets. So this was like 1994, 95. And there was a lot of documentaries on TV about Thatcher's Britain and how lots of guys in the city were making lots of money. So I was watching these documentaries thinking I could do it because I'm clever in these guys. So literally opened a trading account with a local stockbroker in the north of England. And back then it was all physical stock. So you couldn't leverage or borrow money to trade. So it was 1-for-1 cash trading in physical shares, and really got into the IPO situations where you could buy stocks in the morning, where you put in for the IPO allocation a few weeks earlier. You get the IPO allocation and without even paying for it, and then you can flip the IPO like at lunchtime if it goes up, 50, 100%. Because it was all T+3 settlement. So you used to have to send a check to the stockbroker and then it'd be settled in 3 days. So you were able to flip IPOs and not actually pay for them. So really got into it that way.
Okay, and you continued trading at university?
Yeah, so at university, it was 97 to 2000. So I was pretty lucky. I caught the tech bull market, the tech boom. So flipping IPOs and trading IPOs was actually really straightforward. And university day used to be get up at 6 a.m., do an hour's research, market would open at 8, put on my positions, go to lectures, lunchtime, go in the computer room, flip them. But most of it was already done over, most of it was done over the telephone. So in my day, wasn't so long ago, this was before broadband. So everything was dial-up. And at home, it used to cost like £1 a minute to plug your internet in. So, and you used to only get quotes online. And when you pick up the telephone to trade, the quotes from the brokers would be totally different from what you see on the screen. So it was pretty slow and spreads were really wide. So you had to trade very volatile situations and then go home in the evening, do a bit of research and do the same again the next day.
Was it that experience that got you into Goldman Sachs?
Pretty much, yeah. The Goldman Sachs situation was, typical situation where they come around on the milk round and do presentations. So obviously, first, second year university, you go to all of these and you get to know all the companies. I'm sure here you have the same even today. The track record, which is just all of your trades that you've ever done and your performance and your risk over return. The track record, I basically told one of the traders on the desk at the presentations, the amount of money that I made at university, all the situations I was trading, and they were really interested. So I basically had a telephone interview the next day and emailed them my track record. So the telephone interview was with the head of the desk, and then I was invited down the next week to have interviews and then offered the job on the same day, basically.
Okay. Do you think that method still applies for getting students into the same, for us that want to follow in the same sort of path? Do you think that's the right way to go about getting a job, getting a trading job now?
One of the big problems with applying to investment banks, hedge funds, all financial institutions really, is a lot of the industries are in structural decline at the moment. So you're seeing investment banks culling tens of thousands of people in the Western world, hedge funds pulling back on hiring, the insurance industry pretty much the same. But the amount of applications has gone up exponentially in the last 10, 15 years. Everyone seems to have an undergraduate degree now. Everyone has a master's. So, differentiating yourself is really, really hard. Sure. In my day, the way I differentiated myself was by doing as well. And I think it still really applies. If you can show something on your resume and show something in your experience where you've actually applied real trading methodologies and used real money, you stand out in a huge way. Everybody's got an undergrad with a 2-1. Everyone's got a master's. When I used to see CVs, I used to hire a lot of people in the industry. Piles of CVs would drop on my desk from HR, and HR is really just a filtering process. They don't know what makes a good trader, but the people tick all the boxes, so the CVs end up on the desk. But there's thousands of them, and it's literally sometimes just taking them and going 2-1, masters, couple of good institutions that you went to, nothing really interesting about this person, bin. Sure. I mean, that sometimes that can be the process.
Yeah. Okay, so you're already trading. Once you're at Goldman Sachs, how did they develop your ability?
Well, publicly, these companies are public companies, so they're always going to say that they have official training programs. It's something, public companies have to show their shareholders that they're being responsible in training the people that they hire. So you do have an official training program that you go on in New York, which is pretty much sitting in a lecture theatre like we're here now for a couple of months, but also you're given a seat on the trading floor on Wall Street. To be honest, what you learn in that situation is really about applied finance, more that you would learn in a master's, but also the culture of the firm. and you get to meet everybody and all the right people in the US office. So you don't really learn how to trade or learn about your profession in practice. That's when you come back on the desk, and really, that's where you learn.
Okay. So you spent about 4 years at Goldman's. What were your highlights?
Highlights, well, walking onto the desk in the first week, where it's all hands to the pump because it was the tech boom. So this would have been June 2000. And where they just give you, I mean, it was crazy. So they just give you a pot of money. With me, it was $10 million to start. They say, learn how to trade. This guy next to you is going to teach you what to do. Press this button to buy, press this button to sell. And because it was the tech boom, it was, you know, every day walking in with pretty much very little experience, saying, right, we're going to give you some responsibility today. You know, after a couple of weeks, you're going to IPO this company. And I'm like, okay, so I'm on the other side of the IPO now that I'm used to. And then next day doing a rights issue, raising capital for companies. Next day selling stakes in companies for large shareholders and pension funds. So yeah, I mean, the first couple of months was a real baptism of fire. You know, I thought I knew stuff. I didn't know anything until I walked onto that floor. I guess big trading situations. I mean, there's so many, but ones that, you know, really stand out, probably during the tech boom, doing all the IPOs. 2001, September the 11th, huge situation in the market. The recessionary periods of 2002, and then the takeoff of the market in 03, 04.
Okay. We'll have a little pause now and get some audience questions, if anyone's got any so far. If not, don't worry.
You've looked at both sides, you've looked at both trading and also the investment banking side.
Yeah.
It's really important for people who are trading, doing just one of those, to have experience in both. Do you think that helps you to become better at either one, or because there's a lot of people who only go down one path?
Yeah, I really think so. I mean, you've really got to do it in practice with real money. If you get the experience doing that, even if you lose a little bit of money, you've got to see it as paying for the education of trading with real money. Okay. So even if you lose money and say to an investment bank or a hedge fund, this is my track record, I lost a couple of £1,000 last year trading, they will look at that favorably. So you've got no downside in doing it. So as long as you show that you've done it and you've traded for a year, and they say, well, what lessons have you learned? Well, I've learned not to do this. I've learned not to do this. The market last year was really tough. The fact that you're actually doing it means you're going to learn faster. So because there's a great saying, you're not trading until you've got a position, right? Or you don't know anything about a stock until you've got a position. You know, so once you have a position in something, you're forced to learn and monitor your risk. So I think it's really, really important to do it. And you know, then going into the investment banking side, it is very, very different. So the approach to trading is very different in investment banks and hedge funds, the way professionals do it, compared to the retail trader or the man on the street. So you'll learn how to do that, but from the ground up, just having a position will teach you a lot.
Is there any particular area that you'd recommend for someone who has little experience in the markets, like Forex or equities? Is there any area that you say better suited to beginners?
I would say, okay, in terms of volatility, you know, volatility creates opportunities for traders over any given time horizon. And that's what traders live and die on. They need volatility. Otherwise, you can't make money. So the Forex market, implied volatility over the last couple of years has been absolutely crushed. We've actually seen it tick up a little bit recently, especially in dollar yen, you know, huge moves. Forex is good to learn in, but don't expect to make loads of money if you're day trading, because actually the volatility of Forex at the moment of the major G10 currency pairs globally is very, very low. So it's very difficult to make money over short periods of time. In equities, generally, historically, volatility is higher than in Forex. So you're looking at major indices versus major currency pairs. Major indices are 1.5 to 2 times more volatile than major currency pairs historically. And that's over 50 years of data. So it's pretty significant. What I would say is split up your positioning and be a little bit diverse, where you've got exposure to equities, at least half or the majority, commodities and forex, and maybe some cash and interest rate situations where you can take tiny positions or day trade essentially with opportunities that happen in very small periods of time. I think your time horizon really, if you're starting out, should be 1 to 3 months on every position across the asset classes. But percentage split, personally I do 65% equities because that's probably the most volatile asset class, 20% commodities, 10% in forex, and keep cash or margin in reserve so you can actually take advantage of very short-term opportunities.
Anyone else? Yeah.
For example, when you want to start trading, the first issue coming with it, you have 100 different brokers. And in your opinion, which criteria should we use to find the right broker?
I think it's important to know whether the broker's taking the other side of your trades, first of all. So, I mean, what you'll find, there's a lot of conflict of interest in the industry when you're a retail trader. There's obviously the commission situation and the spread situation. Just because spreads are tight and commissions are low doesn't mean it's a good thing, because all that means is that the brokers are going to try and turn your account over more aggressively so you pay them as much money. So they'll be telling you to do things that aren't necessarily good for you. So obviously cost of trading is an issue, but I think it's really important that you find brokers that aren't aggressively taking the other sides of your trades, because that's a huge conflict of interest. So in the products like spread betting and CFDs, a lot of them still do. So they go unhedged on the other side of your positions. So they would actually prefer that you didn't make money.
We'll take one more, yeah?
So you see sort of the being kind of downside of brokerage fees reducing, in the future obviously cracking down. Trading obviously there's always been a divide between trading and broking. Obviously is you see what the brokerage can take more of an advantage in that sense of the like you say to that chap there, the trading in that sense.
Listen, there's no doubt about it, trading's become cheaper, which isn't great for the brokerage industry. But what also happened for the brokerage industry in the last 10 years was the switch from dial-up to broadband. So the market size is now much bigger than it was 15 years ago, because now everybody can trade from their bedroom. So the market participants are far greater than they used to be. So the brokerage industry overall has been downsized. I think broking actually, when you're starting out in the markets, it's quite good to be a broker for a couple of years, because you can learn a lot of things that happen on the other side. So when you actually go out and trade with your own money or other people's money, you know where the conflict of interest lies, yeah? So you can actually talk to people in this language and totally understand their business. So I think it's quite healthy to do it for a couple of years, because you'll learn about it. My function in the investment banks was twofold: market making and proprietary trading.
Is it easy transfer from broking to trading?
It's not that easy, but as long as you go into it from the outset and say, I'm only going to stay a couple of years, and make people that you want to work for understand that the reason why you're doing it is to learn, not for the money and to rip people's faces off. Then it's okay. It's quite healthy. People will look on it favorably, but you've got to obviously have context, and you've got to go into it with the mindset that you're not going to be there forever. You're only going in to learn so you can go elsewhere.
So you've worked at 3 of the biggest investment banks. Would you say there's much of a difference in the culture, or the culture of success between the banks?
I'd say there's a massive difference between Goldman Sachs and the rest of the market. Obviously, I'm going to be biased because I started there, but back then, even I would say even now, like the best people in the market work there, and they're not unapproachable people. They're generally just normal people, but with a very strong work ethic and intelligence. That's a different type of intelligence to the rest of the market. It's a curious mind, but with a very, very strong work ethic, but also very entrepreneurial as well. Being able to create new products, create new situations that there's going to be a lot of demand for, and this type of innovation, I think it's very important in financial markets, because to satisfy client demands in financial markets is very, very tough, because it's a very over-broked market. Goldman are head and shoulders above anybody else in terms of doing that. So if I'm going to be biased, obviously the culture there is very, very different to the rest of the market. For me, the culture when I was around, because I think it's dependent on the time that you're in the market, the time you're actually a professional. I saw the culture in the city generally change from a culture of working for the company and making company profits to a political culture of greed and trying to make money for yourself rather than for the benefit of the company. So because there was a lot of capacity and a lot of slack in the industry at the time, a lot of people who were very untalented were being hired to do very important jobs. We saw what happened in the end, but the industry now has the capacity's tightened to a point where it's getting to a stage where it's about right. But back then, because of the capacity issues, the culture was very, very self-interest motivated, and a lot of it was greed, with a lot of people who were very untalented working in very important positions.
What kind of account sizes were you managing by the end of that investment banking career?
Yeah, the largest account sizes were actually at Goldman, because there's more of a risk culture. So started off with like $10 million on day one. The more money you make, the more you progress. When leaving Goldman, there was a team of us, 4 people, running about $500 million on the trading desk, which was about a quarter of the trading desk's exposure. So it was the number one team. We were doing TMT, so technology, media, telecoms. Then Lehman Brothers, very strange situation. Walking in, most guys around me didn't have more than $10, $20 million of risk when I arrived. Within 2 years, this was 2004. Within 2 years, everybody had $200 to $300 million of risk. So, really at that time, guys like me were brought in to raise the risk profile of the desk. To say that it got out of hand is an understatement. That's one of the reasons why I left Lehman, because a lot of people around who were there previously with very little risk exposure, in a very short space of time, had a lot of risk. So not necessarily deserving that risk. Then JP Morgan, same situation, hardly anybody had risk around. But then I come in and ended up with $100 million of risk as the limit. So at any time, $50 to $100 million. But the biggest risk run is probably like $200 to $300 million personally, but working in a team on 500.
What about the work-life balance? Was there a work-life balance?
Forget about work-life balance in those days. It just didn't exist. I remember, a typical day was wake up 5 o'clock, taxi drivers outside at 5:30, and you're in the office by 10 to 6. Then the market closes 4:35, but then you're trading the US till 9, 10 p.m. in the evening. And then if you've got situations in Asia, then the traders in Hong Kong will be calling you at 2 in the morning. And then also there's a social side to the business where obviously in a bull market, traders are asked to go out all the time with the salespeople because the clients want to meet the traders, as in the people who are trading their positions. So you typically be out 2 or 3 nights a week till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. I remember one situation stands out, in my mind in terms of private life. I remember starting to date this girl, and then after a couple of months, we were getting on very well, and she lived around the corner from me in North London. So I said, well, why don't you just spend more than a few nights a week here? Why don't you just pretend to move in a little bit? Put some clothes in the wardrobe. But, I spent a month basically telling her and warning her, you're not going to like it if you live with me. She's like, oh, no, it'll be fine. She told me for months, it'll be fine. And then I came in from a client night out one morning at about 3 in the morning, fell on the bed, slept in my suit, got back up, 5 a.m., got under the shower, put a new suit on, and as I was getting dressed, because I used to have to get dressed in the dark, because I would wake her up, as I was getting dressed, I could feel this presence behind me. And this was after about 2 weeks of her kind of moving in. And I kind of turned around, and she was standing on my bed, holding her hair in bunches, and just screamed at me, what the hell are you doing? And my response was, I guess the honeymoon period's over then. And we had to discuss the whole situation when I got back that evening. But essentially, private life, Monday to Friday, awful in that market. Weekends, catching up on sleep. And then it all starts again Monday morning at 5 a.m.
We'll take some more questions from the audience, if anyone's got any.
I was just going to ask about banks. You said Goldman Sachs is head and shoulders above the rest. But are there any banks that you think are moving sort of up the chain and are kind of going to be the ones to look at in the future?
It's difficult to say because I think since the subprime crisis, overall, the standard of people within that area of the finance industry has decreased a lot, simply because the compensation has been crushed. So talented people have migrated. They've migrated to hedge funds, or they trade their own money. Guys like myself, guys like myself can earn as much, if not more, than we used to doing our own thing, rather than going to work for an investment bank now. So I would say it's difficult to say within the industry when overall the quality's gone down. So, I think it's a really tough job now for graduates. If you manage to get into these companies, I think it's a tough situation, because once you're there, from my perspective, from what I used to see and the people I used to work with, a lot of these people just aren't around anymore. So the talented people have all left. So it's a bit of a minefield that you're going to turn up and learn from people that aren't really that talented or not very good at what they do. Because if you're talented, you get paid. What you get paid is I'm afraid to say, a recognition of your talent, okay? But what's happened in the industry now is it's in structural decline because of regulation. So all the talented people who used to get paid all the money, who used to be innovative, entrepreneurial, got paid the big bucks, either now work for themselves or have gone to hedge funds or left the Western world altogether, and now they're in emerging or frontier markets. So within the investment banks, I would still say Goldman Sachs is slightly head and shoulders above most banks. Culturally, I think pretty much outside of that, everyone's the same. It's difficult to differentiate.
Anyone else? Yeah, come.
Golden question will basically trade apart from the boarding house mentality.
Oh my God, that's a pretty open-ended question. Could be here all night. From my experience actually in the professional and retail world, because when I came out of the professional world, I'd totally forgotten what it was like to trade with your own money. Now going back to what I was talking about earlier, where when I was 18, 19 years old at uni, getting up at 6 a.m., when lectures started at 9:10, I look back at that and now realize when I see retail traders, probably the most important thing is you have to be a self-starter. You have to be somebody who is highly motivated to go out into the world and seek out your own information and work for yourself. Now, if you're doing it within a company, when you're working for yourself, you're really working for the company because there's a big collection of individuals with all with self-interest called a company, essentially. And if you're on a trading desk, all of those guys, they're all thoroughbred self-starters, no doubt about it. You have to want to get up in the morning, you have to love the market, you have to seek out the information, you have to come up with innovative ideas, you have to be entrepreneurial, do business with your clients, and find ideas in the market that are going to make you a lot of money because the market hasn't realized the opportunity exists. So to get those ideas, you've got to go back to the basic, which is you really have to be a self-starter.
We'll take one more. Yeah.
Based on your experience in terms of trading, is there anything you can't learn from, as in when you trade by yourself, is there anything that you can't learn by working for investment banks? Meaning, as in if you work for investment banks, there are things that you learn which you can't really.
Well, traditionally the argument was the professionals see the order flow in the market, therefore they have an information advantage. Well, I can tell you, when you're sitting at an investment bank on a trading desk, internally, they think everybody else has the advantage. Because what they're doing is trading with, hedge funds. The hedge funds are coming in, and the market makers and the traders are taking the risk that the hedge funds are giving them. So they're using the bank's balance sheet to make prices to hedge funds. Now, a lot of hedge funds in the past have been what you describe as hot money. So they come in and they know something that you didn't know, and they take you out in a stock, and you'd be short, and they'd be long. And then the stock would move 10, 20% against you. At investment banks, traditionally the argument was from the outside, from the retail trader, and even from the hedge fund industry, well, they've got the order flow, so they know whether a stock's going down or whether a stock's going up, or an asset, yeah? Whereas the guys at investment banks think the information advantage is outside at the hedge funds because they speak to everybody, okay? No longer the case at the investment banks, really, in terms of order flow, because now everything's put in a machine. So, in the old days, you used to be able to take an order in a stock, and a lot of people would use the order to bully the stock around, push it to levels that they wanted it to go to. It just doesn't happen anymore. Everything goes in a machine, and then you've got other liquidity pools, like the dark pools, where people can trade without seeing counterparty, without knowing what level they're trading at until they get the execution, et cetera, et cetera. What's great about the internet is, honestly, now I came out the professional side, and I've done 4 years of trading with my own money again. What's great about the internet is all the information is actually there. You can actually get it all for very cheap cost or free. But what's more important is actually knowing how to interpret that information and turn it into real hard dollars. So that's probably the most important thing.
So after retiring from the banking industry, you took a year out traveling. Is that just a case of well-earned time off?
Yeah, I'm not scared to admit it. After seven and a half years, I was very burnt out. And I felt like I deserved a break. When I grew up in Liverpool, left from Liverpool when I was 18 to go to Manchester University. Went to university for 3 years, was hired by Goldman in my final year for 9 months' time. After my final exam, which was, I still remember the date, June the 12th. 3 weeks later, I was on a plane to New York. and I was working for Goldman. So, and then you have 2 weeks holiday a year. So I'd never had a break. I'd never seen the world. So I wanted to go and do that and take a break and then reassess whilst, I also thought the market was going down. So being short in that situation when everyone's long, you don't get paid at these places. So it's a waste of time. So, offered to go back into the industry, buy a few places, but declined, sold my property in London, and got on a plane around the world for 14 months with one bag of clothes.
So your next venture was working on the BBC programme $1 Million Traders. How did that come about?
I was sitting on a beach in Brazil, drinking a caipirinha, and got a phone call from a guy I used to work with at Goldman Sachs who had come up with the idea and the concept, Lex Van Dam. And he literally point blank asked me, do you want to get involved in the TV program? At this stage, believe it or not, traveling around the world, this was like 13 months down the line, traveling around the world, seeing jungles, cities, beaches, and bumming around for 13 months gets a little bit boring. The grass is always greener, right? But I was bored. So, this situation was literally a good stepping stone to come back into the Western world after you've been away for so long. Just come back, put yourself out there. And, I liked the concept of it. The idea that if we trained people and gave them a couple of weeks training and then gave them $1 million and just let them loose on the market whilst the market environment was the worst it's ever been, we'd probably find some pretty interesting results. So, from the outset, the objective of the show really was to show two things. One, that actually anybody can trade if you get the right instruction and you're willing to work a little bit at it and you have the kind of right mindset. That's the first thing, but also that it's actually quite tough. Not everybody can do it. So I think, a lot of people in the market, like this gentleman over here, we were discussing the conflict of interest earlier. Due to this conflict of interest in the retail brokerage market, you'll get told by a lot of people that anyone can trade. You'll get emails all the time, make $10,000 a month in the international Forex markets. The problem is that not everyone can do it, and a lot of it is lies. So you have to be very, very careful. So we set out, with an objective to prove that people can do it, but in a certain way, but not everyone can do it. And I think it was, pretty successful.
Okay, so by doing that, you must have created a public image. So how did you deal with that, or how did that affect your life?
When I came back, I was in terms of timetable. What happened? I came back May 2008. Started filming the TV program 2 weeks later. We actually did filming here, upstairs. And actually next door in the rooms here, we interviewed people, and then we did most of the training upstairs. But in terms of timetable, the show took about 10 weeks to film, and then we finished filming on August the 31st, 2008. And then I took off again. I went traveling for another 4 months. Because I wasn't here for any reason except that. And then the show was aired January, February 2009. And then I was back in London again and renting an apartment by Tower Bridge. It became a bit weird, if you like, because I'd used to walk into the city to see my old buddies and workmates, for lunch. We'd be sitting around, and there was one situation which was a bit weird. A guy ran across the street and picked me up and started hugging me. He's like a guy in his mid-40s. I was like, okay, yeah, can I help you? He's like thanking me. He's like, thank you so much, thank you so much, thank you so much. I'm like, why? He's like, my wife now understands what I do for a living. But then there's other uncomfortable situations. You know, that's good stuff to know, but it's a bit uncomfortable. You know, there's other uncomfortable situations like I was out maybe a month or two after the show had finished, and a bunch of guys in the city were all drunk, and they just surrounded me in a bar and would not let me leave. They were like, "You're staying out with us the whole night." And they were just giving me drinks and drinks and drinks and just forcing me to stay out with them. And like my friends were leaving, and I'm like, I can't believe I've got to stay out with these people who I don't even know.
point. It's like, that's probably not really the case. And people think that's the case, but it isn't. So I wonder if you could touch on that.
Yeah, I think people have this perception that because the Chinese government is very controlling and has a lot of access to what's going on in Chinese citizens' private lives, that means that there's these beautifully curated, extremely complete, large databases of information that can be used to train AI systems or to do other things. But for anyone who's ever worked with data, you know that cleaning data, structuring data, making sure that the right information is flowing in the right places is incredibly challenging. So it's both true that the Chinese government can get very detailed information on the private lives of its citizens if it chooses to, and also true that it's incredibly messy the way that works, and incredibly difficult for any given actor to get access to something. So, for instance, a company trying to train some AI model using data is actually subject to a pretty significant data governance setup in China, data governance regulations that make it really challenging to use customers' data for things it wasn't already designed for, or that you didn't already get consent for.
Which we learned from Cambridge Analytica scandal just as one case, and there are many others. That is not the case in the US. It's
That's
not
right.
the case in Europe. There's a lot going on. I mean, the EU's AI Act is pretty widely praised by some people, not everybody, but it's quite broad and far-reaching. But that's not the case in China, in terms of what you're saying.
So China's setup is now more similar to the GDPR that exists in Europe. So around kind of protecting consumer data and giving people the right to opt in to different uses. Of course, in China, there's always the exception, unless the security services think that you might be a dissident, and then they're going to get whatever they want on you. But in terms of kind of companies, they're certainly relatively restricted in what they can do.
Switching gears a little bit, Dan, I'm curious about how China's sluggish economic growth recently weighs into the government's calculus and how they're thinking about AI's potential to spark social unrest.
I think that the Communist Party is very much involved in trying to think about, how to control possible social unrest. I was in Shanghai in November 2022 when there were protests in the streets denouncing zero COVID, denouncing the Communist Party by name, that these were things that were erupting. And so I very much sign on to Helen's description of AI, that China is leading in the AI of censorship. It is leading in the AI of facial recognition. That right now it looks very much like the US is a place where ordinary consumers can tinker with and play around on a lot of these AI tools, whereas in China is mostly reserving these very powerful tools for its own use, potentially to control society. That right now, China is in a moment of economic weakness. This might deteriorate further, this might get a little bit better, but there is always this presence hovering over there that the state security might ramp up its technology really to make sure that there are no socially destabilizing incidents.
Well, Helen, Dan, thank you so much for being here. It's been great to learn from the both of you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
This is Horizon's Middle East and Africa. Our top stories this morning. Asian equities seeing modest gains while futures drift lower after U.S. jobs data does little to boost bets on further Fed rate cuts. Focus now turns to Thursday's CPI figures. Oil jumping on supply concerns after U.S. President Donald Trump orders a complete blockade of tankers going into and leaving Venezuela. Plus, Bloomberg learns Warner Brothers is planning to reject Paramount's hostile takeover bid due to concerns about financing and other terms. It's just gone past 9 a.m. across the Emirates, 7 a.m. here in Johannesburg. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in for Jumana Bersechi, and plenty for markets still to dissect and digest after we did get that delayed U.S. jobs report on Tuesday. Though, as we were just mentioning at the top there, doing little to change investors' tone about potentially what we're seeing for the path ahead for monetary policy. And if you take a look at where U.S. equity futures are, not doing so much at this point in time. We're seeing U.S. equity futures, S&P futures, they're edging lower after a third straight day of closing in the red. S&P futures, as well as most of the indices closing in the red after that delayed U.S. jobs report. And really what we're trying to get to the heart of is what that jobs report changed about the path ahead and the trajectory that markets anticipate for monetary policy and the Federal Reserve. Right now, markets still pricing in roughly about 20% chance of a January reduction after that last reduction that we saw last week. And as we mentioned just there at the top, focus now is turning to those inflation numbers that we will get from the U.S. on Thursday. But also, if we cross the Atlantic, we're also waiting for UK inflation numbers ahead of the BOE decision. So that's also something we're watching closely ahead. We have the U.S. 10-year yield edging up ever so slightly right now at 416.85. We mentioned one of our top stories today is, of course, what we're paying close attention to, those escalating tensions between Venezuela and the U.S. Brent crude up now just over 1.3% after losing more than 5% in the previous 5 sessions, actually sending crude higher from its lows since 2021. And we have silver on the board. Again, silver is going quite high, up more than 3.3%. Some of that is the escalating tensions, the geopolitical tensions we're seeing more broadly, having an effect on safe haven bids and also precious metals more broadly. We're seeing gold also up, but silver hitting a record high, trading there at about $65 there. Let's just bring you our terminal chart there, which is zeroing in on more of some of that data that we got from the U.S. on Tuesday. U.S. payrolls a bit volatile as November did see a recovery from October's really disappointing carnage, of course, that we're trying to dissect as we got a bit of the government shutdown figures factored in there. The unemployment rate, though, in the U.S. still remains stubbornly high, but still far from any panic levels. And in short, it really gives both the hawks and the doves branches to stand on. And we are hearing quite a bit of Fed commentary since that FOMC decision last week about where each of them stand and why they made the decision that they did. Let's zoom in, though, on how markets in Asia are faring on this Wednesday. Min Min Lo is standing by in our Hong Kong studio. Min Min, what are you watching?
Hey Jen, one stock to tell you about, MetaX debuting in Shanghai's Star Market today, and look at this number, an eye-popping 680% gain on its debut here. Remember More Threads just over a week ago, we saw up to a 500% gain on day one of its trading, and MetaX really outdoing that stock debut there. And this is another chip startup started by someone who worked for AMD for 14 years. He left AMD 5 years ago to focus on this startup, a company that designs and sells GPUs for general computing purposes, for AI inferencing, for graphic rendering as well, and certainly a lot of retail interest here for the domestic substitution theme in China. And of course, one uncertainty is now that the H200 chips from NVIDIA has gotten approval from the Trump administration to be sold in China, the Chinese government so far have not yet given a clear guidance as to whether or not they would allow Chinese companies to buy them, but still a lot of interest in this Meta X, something that we'll keep an eye on. But you flip the board and take a look at some of the small cap stocks in China, because we had seen a tech sell-off in the US, concerns around overextended valuations, about high capex spending, and in China too, we're seeing that to a lesser extent, and we are seeing, for example, the China X really doing very well today, the Star Index, Star Market as well. These are sort of the second-tier tech stocks that are listed in China. People are now diversifying away from the big names like Alibaba and Baidu, and the Meta X story really plays into that as well. We're watching the Hang Seng China Index as well as the MXCN. These are the two indexes that briefly touched correction territory yesterday during intraday trading, but we are rebounding from the lows of yesterday, now up about 1/10 or 2/10%, but there continues to be concern around the growth momentum in China as we head towards the year end.
Thanks so much, Min Min Lo there in Hong Kong. Min Min, we'll check back in with you in just a bit. Let's stick with the markets, though. U.S. job growth remained sluggish in November, and the unemployment rate rose to a 4-year high, pointing to continued cooling in the labor market after a weak October. While the data comes with caveats, the report will help inform investors' expectations for the path of interest rates next year. For more insight, let's bring in Selena Ling, OCBC chief economist and head of global markets research and strategy, who is joining us from Singapore. Selena, great to have you on the show. Thanks so much for being here. So let's just start here. Your base case was for just one cut in 2026. I wonder if this softer print that we did get on Tuesday reinforces your expectation for the path ahead for monetary policy.
I think the Bloomberg chart that you showed earlier is very telling, because we've got a lot of volatility on the non-farm payroll numbers month on month, especially due to the US government shutdown. But what is really undisputed really is that unemployment rate is actually picking up. And I think the Fed is going to really zoom in on that. I think going ahead, although there are still some concerns that inflation may actually pop a little bit higher come 2026, but generally, the pause may not last too long. We do have a base case for another 25 basis point cut in first quarter of next year. If they do pause, then I think it's important to see, of course, Thursday's CPI number and also the months down the road. But I think if the Fed were to choose between potential inflation down the road and the current cooling in the labor market, my suspicion is that they will be biased towards, buying more insurance on the rate cut side.
Let's just stick on that, Selena, because we are getting quite a bit of Fed commentary right now, where there is a bit of dichotomy, really, between whether or not the focus is on the labor market or price pressures. What do you see as the most pressing risk right now in 2026?
I think the concern really is that if the softness in the labor market actually precedes softening in terms of private consumption, then one of the key growth pillars that has been supporting the US economy will actually be coming into play in 2026. So the slowdown story in 2026 for the US economy currently assumes that it's going to be a very gradual soft landing. So I think if there are any signals that it's going to be anything other than a soft landing, then I think the Fed is going to be concerned. And I still think that we do have to also watch out for some of the changes in the Fed board governor composition. Given that Fed Chair Powell, term will end by May, and currently we do see a small majority of the officials leaning towards the dovish side. That said, market expectations are very dovish already compared to the Fed's dot plot. So anytime we get a better than expected data surprise, I will not be thrown off guard that we do have some swings on both ways. The balance really is two-sided risk from here. Every time we get a new print on the data front, whether it's on the inflation or labor market, market will just readjust. We are data dependent.
Let's just turn then, Selena, to some of the fluctuations that we're seeing in the currency market, especially with dollar yen ahead of that BOJ decision. I wonder when you look into some of the back and forth that we're seeing, what do you see continued downside for the dollar? If we take a look right now at the pair, it's at about 155. What is your short-term expectation for how this dynamic plays out?
So our base case really has been that the BOJ would hike at the next meeting. And what underpins this expectation really is that wage growth, we think, should be sustained. So a lot of that pullback in terms of BOJ rate hike expectations was really, in terms of the change in leadership and, of course, the China-Japan spat recently. But I think that has really very much normalized to a large extent. So I think markets will go back to focusing on the fundamentals. And the fundamentals really are that the BOJ still probably will hike from here, even coming from a very low base. And the Fed is likely to cut from here. So I think the interest rate differential, should continue to narrow. And we think that that should lend some support to the Japanese yen in the near term.
So you believe potentially we'll see some dollar weakness heading into 26?
I think it's possible, but that's it. Of course, we are coming into the holiday season, so liquidity is, of course, thinning out. And I think, a lot of the traders, for instance, should be taking a breather fairly soon.
I'd like to finish, Selena, on some China policy. We have a story on the Bloomberg terminal that talks about some of the debate right now about Chinese economists and central bank officials about whether or not a stronger currency is needed to support the economy. What would your response be?
Well, since April, actually, if you look at the fixing, that has been quite consistent. The PBOC looks like they are guiding for the renminbi to appreciate on a very gradual path. So far, we've not had any strong indications that they're going to deviate from this guidance. Of course, the pace of the appreciation may, be tweaked and adjusted as time goes by. But generally, we look at the whole headline growth for China. They are likely to come in very close to their 5% growth target for this year. And I think in this period of continued volatility, now that the trade deal has been more or less kind of settled with the US, I think their preference would still be one of a very stable, gradual, incremental appreciation of the renminbi against the dollar. So I don't expect that this would really shift in the near term. But of course, we have seen that the US administration can be quite fickle sometimes. So, as the headline news breaks, it may change.
Yeah, that's it. That was a kind way to say it. Selena Ling from OCBC joining us there in Singapore. Selena, thank you so much for your insights this morning. Great to have you. Now, coming up, sticking on the U.S. administration, President Trump says he's ordering a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers going into and leaving Venezuela. We have more on the escalating tensions next. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stradwatts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zapasaja in Johannesburg. U.S. President Donald Trump is ordering a complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers moving in and out of Venezuela. The move increases pressure on Caracas amid a U.S. military buildup in the region. Joining me now is Nicholas Lua, Bloomberg's oil reporter, joining us from Singapore. So, Nicholas, quite a vehemently worded tweet or post from President Trump. Why exactly is Trump blockading Venezuela?
So the rhetorics and escalation of what he's already accused the Maduro administration of, basically accusing them of drug crimes. But I think what's important to recognize, Jen, is how this is a major escalation, right? A blockade of crude carriers is following what was previously already much hostile acts of aggression towards Venezuela. Trump has previously seized a tanker off the coast of Venezuela. And I think what this also means is we're seeing all those who have not much to cheer about are having something of an early Christmas present as a result.
For some people, but if we take a look at where we're seeing oil prices right now, Nicholas, what exactly would this blockade and, in fact, an escalating of tensions mean for where prices go from here?
I think in terms of the short term, like today, like all those are clearly taking some profits here. We've seen oil spike about WTI went up over 1.5% earlier today. It then pared some gains, but it's back in territories around the 1.5 range. So I think what this is saying is that in a market where the oversupply narrative is so strong, we are seeing some support here on this headline that's geopolitically driven. But from a fundamentals perspective, Jen, and let's be real here, Venezuela, even as it is an oil exporting country, is not a major player on the global stage, right? It's less than 1% of global oil exports. And so as a result, even as we're seeing this blip come up and give some support to oil markets, I don't expect this to be a long-term thing that's going to persist. We're still headed into a glut. Just yesterday, need I remind the markets, Brent dipped below 60 for the first time in over half a year. So yeah, the direction is still down, even as geopolitics gives us some little support and blips up.
Do you anticipate then more volatility then, Nicholas, moving forward?
I will say that Trump is very unpredictable, as we all know, and I think even as some people are expecting quiet heading into the Christmas year-end season, he's already upended expectations for that with this latest blockade, this latest escalation. So I will say, I think as a result, we need to be on watch, and yeah, it does look like more is to come.
Nicholas Lua, Bloomberg's oil reporter, joining us there on Venezuela. Nicholas, thanks so much for your report. Now, coming up, we switch gears. Tesla sales in California could be halted for a month unless the company alters how it markets its autopilot technology. We'll bring you that story next. This is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Used to be, one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China, when they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something? Now, though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either, but tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Astonishing day for US technology.
It's shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Tesla's shares paired some declines after the bell amid news that its sales in California are poised to be suspended for 30 days. That's if it doesn't change its marketing practices that allegedly misled consumers about its driver assistance technology. Before the news, Tesla shares traded close to near record highs on rising optimism about the company's self-driving and robotics efforts. Let's bring in Bloomberg transport reporter Danny Lee, who's joining us from Hong Kong. Danny, what are these specific issues that Tesla is facing here in California? This is clearly not something that the company wants to be dealing with right now.
Hey, Jane, good morning. So Tesla does indeed face a 30-day suspension on sales in California, its biggest market in sales in America. And really it revolves around the California Department of Motor Vehicle taking issue with Tesla over its marketing description of stuff like full self-driving and autopilot. You know, the marketing around that and how its capabilities are advertised to the consumer. Right now, though, the suspension won't go into effect for 90 days, and that does give Tesla the time to respond and make its next move, particularly if it decides to comply, although it could appeal this ruling. Now, you know, as you said, the shares in Tesla in post-market trading slipped 2.2%. And then pulled back on those losses as well. But as you see in pre-market trading, you know, Tesla's shares are back in the green. However, it did close yesterday on Wall Street at record highs, now worth $1.63 trillion. And that has been fueled by investor sentiment around Tesla's full self, its auto-driving capabilities, its robotics. So there is that momentum, and it really does contrast with how the EV business of Tesla, its core business, is still struggling. And given what has happened in the likes of Europe with its ruling on you know, rolling back its combustion engine ban, it really does put Tesla firmly a bit under pressure.
Yeah, and Danny, let's just contrast that story with what is happening in Europe, because this was quite surprising news that Europe was pulling back on this ban on combustion engine cars after being so adamant about trying to push this forward. How much does this help potentially Europe's struggling automakers? And potentially, are we going to see some of those ICE cars and automakers being the winners here?
Yeah, I think the devil is really in the detail, because when you unpack this ruling, whilst this ban doesn't take effect in 2035 around phasing out gasoline, gas-guzzling cars, you know, there is still this pressure on automakers to reduce tailpipe emissions, not by 100% by 2035, but at least by 90%. So there is still stringent conditions that they will need to face meet in terms of their emission standards. And so what this ruling does allow is, you know, flexibility around some of the cars that will be able to exist into the middle of the next decade, such as these so-called EREVs, these extended range electric vehicles, which are, you know, powered by you know, the gasoline and help you know, charging up the batteries. So there is some winners there, but clearly there are some losers. Perhaps the Chinese EV makers, but we shall see.
Bloomberg's Danny Lee, always great to have you. Thanks so much, Danny, for that report. Appreciate it. Now, JetBlue's CEO has told us the company expects to see the benefits in sales and cost efforts next year. Speaking exclusively to Bloomberg TV, Joanna Garrity says JetBlue has a lot of bookings coming in for the holiday season.
2025 has been a very tough year, whether it was the macro setback or the government shutdown or the list goes on and on. We're really looking forward to the holiday season. Bookings are coming in strong. As we go into 2026, we're optimistic that the consumer is healthy and that we're going to start really ramping up the initiatives that we have been working really hard for the last year to execute to and seeing the benefit as we move through 2026.
How long do you think it'll take before you start to actually turn profitable and sustain that?
You know, our goal next year is to break even from an operating margin perspective, and that's the first step back to profitability. We have a great team here. Everybody's pulling for us. We're doing all the right things, whether it's our focus on operational reliability, net promoter score, all of the premium products that we're launching, our laser focus on costs, and really trying to make sure that we're delivering a great product offering for customers, because JetBlue has this wonderful brand and this sense of people want to love us and they want to see us succeed, and 2026 is going to be our year with everything we've put into place.
Because 2025 was not the year for a lot of airlines. There were a lot of issues, and you talk about the government shutdown. This has been a big discussion among a lot of the airline CEOs, where they've said we just can't make up that kind of revenue. So there will be some sort of hit. Have you disclosed any kind of revenue loss as a result of some of the shutdown?
You know, we haven't disclosed any kind of revenue loss. You know, we've said that we remain on track for Q4, and I think we're pleased with what we're seeing in terms of bookings coming in for the balance of the month. We definitely saw some softness, obviously, during the government shutdown, but we're recovering coming out of that. I think most have shared that, but it was definitely an impact, and unfortunate that the airlines were put, you know, right in the middle of that shutdown. You know, all the great air traffic controllers and the TSA workers, they need to be, you know, cast as essential workers. We really need to make sure that, if anything, this industry is so essential to our economy. I mean, think about all the people who are traveling for weddings and funerals or doctor's appointments that were displaced because we couldn't get on the same page in Washington, D.C. So we're really hopeful that, you know, we've turned a page there and that we can move forward, you know, looking at that end of January date with, you know, a little bit of nervousness, but I'm confident that D.C. will pull it together and get us in the back end of that.
Yeah, you somehow, being an airline CEO probably wasn't in your bingo card that you'd be well focused on healthcare legislation with your fingers crossed heading into January. I'm wondering how much you're hoping to attract a new class of customers versus capitalize on the ones that you have that might be willing and able to pay a little bit more with some of the new offerings.
Yeah, it's a little bit of both. We know we have customers today that want our first class product, and so it's really, you know, offering that to them so that they can buy up when that opportunity presents it. But it's also making sure that we're competitive with the industry. Everybody's moved towards premium. You know, we're
I just wondered if any of you had a perspective of the reason to, you know, put some of that capital into women's sports.
It's going to create you the fastest return. You will have so much success. If you look at the growth metrics of women's football, selfishly, in this country at the moment, it's phenomenal. We are the fastest growing sport on the planet. Our participation is up in this country. The interest that is around women's football is at a real, to your point, we're at a real moment in time to be able to capitalise on it. And if I was an investor looking to come into football in this country at the moment, I'd certainly be considering women's, because I don't have to invest an astronomical amount to become the best in the world, you know, to really be put on the global stage, to be winning Champions League. Whereas if I wanted to do that in men's football in Europe, that's going to cost me a lot of money.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
This is Horizons Middle East and Africa, our top stories this morning. Asian equities seeing modest gains while futures drift lower after U.S. jobs data does little to boost bets on further Fed rate cuts. Focus now turns to Thursday's CPI figures. Oil jumping on supply concerns after U.S. President Donald Trump orders a complete blockade of tankers going into and leaving Venezuela. Plus, Bloomberg learns Warner Brothers is planning to reject Paramount's hostile takeover bid due to concerns about financing and other terms. It's just gone past 9:30 a.m. across the Emirates, 7:30 a.m. here in Johannesburg. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in for Jumana Bersetchi, and we did get a bit of sluggish numbers from the U.S., from those delayed numbers from the U.S. Jobs data on Tuesday. And what we're seeing right now with S&P futures edging lower ever so slightly after a third straight day of losses, closing in the red after that delayed U.S. jobs report. Markets now, after that data print that we did get on Tuesday, pricing in about a 20% chance of a January rate cut from the Fed. Focus, as we were just mentioning there, is turning now to the CPI figures that we will get on Thursday from the U.S., but also today, worth paying attention to what we get from the U.K. because inflation data will be coming out ahead of that BOE decision that we're anticipating. The U.S. 10-year yield right now inching up ever so slightly right now at 4.1685 there. Of course, we're watching closely how some of this rhetoric around where we see the FOMC committee, how they made their decision last week is affecting the bond market more broadly. Brent crude, as we mentioned, escalating tensions feeding into the energy sector right now. Brent crude up just over 1.4% there to trade at about $59.77 a barrel there. We're seeing crude going higher from its lows from 2021 after losing about more than 5% from its previous 5 sessions. And we also have silver on the board. Some of those geopolitical tensions feeding into some safe haven demand. We are seeing gold up strongly today, as well as silver up more than 3.8%. Gold has actually surged more than 60% this year, and silver has more than doubled. So paying close attention to where we see precious metals going. Silver, spot silver right now is about $66.20 an ounce there. Let's zoom in, though, on our terminal chart this morning, and it zooms into some more of that data that we did get on Tuesday. Part of it was around some of the U.S. payrolls that were quite volatile in November, but we did see a recovery from October's carnage. The unemployment rate, though, still remains quite high, as we've been talking to our guests about all morning, but still, as you can see from this chart there, far from panic levels, still trying to dissect where we see the committee moving from here and whether or not the doves or the hawks win out in this current debate that's going on right now. Let's zoom in, though, on how markets in Asia are faring. Min Min Lo is in our Hong Kong studio with more. Min Min, what are you watching?
Hey, we are digesting some of the macro data from Japan today because the export numbers dropped and we saw a 6.1% gain on exports, the third consecutive month of gain. And this is really being led by an increase in exports to the U.S. for the first time in 8 months. So this is boding very well for the upcoming BOJ rate decision on Friday, widely expected to be a hike. We are also watching the inflation data due on Friday as well. But overall, we know inflation has been above the 2% target for about almost, I think, 3.5 years now. And as we take stock of the year and look at how Japanese stocks have been doing, we notice that value stocks actually have been beating growth stocks for a few years now. It's been tracking very closely to the higher inflation and interest rates as well, because higher inflation obviously allows some of these mature industries, low growth industries, to boost prices. So they are once again set to beat the growth stocks this year. This trend expected to continue into next year as well. We're watching the yen, and we are seeing it weaken about 0.2%, now flipping up again above the 155 level right now as we look towards the BOJ rate meeting.
Yeah, nice to get a look at that before that meeting. Min Min Lo in Hong Kong for us. Min Min, thanks so much for walking us through all of that. Now let's get back to one of our top stories today. Oil is advancing from its lowest level since 2021 after President Donald Trump ordered a blockade of sanctioned tankers off Venezuela. Joining us to dissect this a bit more is Rachel Ziemba, founder of Ziemba Insights. Rachel, thank you so much for being with us. We were speaking with our oil reporter earlier about this situation, and he was noting that Venezuela is not necessarily a major player in the oil markets. But what, if any, impact could this incident have on the current oil market?
Sure. So I think he's spot on. This is less than 1%. Venezuela's production is less than 1% of global production. What I think it would do is have more effect on other sanctioned supplies. For example, the Russian supplies, the Iranian supplies. There's a lot of competition among these three countries that use the same illicit tankers and financial channels. They have the same primary buyer, which is China, and the like. What we've already seen with the tanker seizure from last week is that reinforced what has been an increase in cost of tankers, especially those who will engage in shadow fleet dynamics, but are not yet sanctioned. What I note also, though, is that this blockade provides a loophole for Chevron, for the supplies going to the United States, because they don't use sanctioned tankers. So we'll see how it plays out. I'm watching in particular also whether at the same time the U.S. is willing to tighten the screws on Venezuela and on Russia. If so, then we might see more of a market impact. But as you can tell, I'm a little bit skeptical of the Trump administration willingness to really enforce their Russian sanctions.
Sure. And Rachel, just on that point, we have over the past few weeks and months still seen oil trading in this very narrow range. Would it be potentially additional sanctions on Russia that would make a significant impact or break a break outside of this range that we're seeing here? What do you think?
Yeah, I think we might need to see that or a significant increase in demand, right? Demand has been relatively sluggish this year, and we've seen enough supply increase from non-sanctioned OPEC plus countries, right? Particularly those in the Gulf, taking back market share, including from some of these countries. So we could have the supply shock or the demand shock. But, you know, the fact that we are talking about tanker seizures, tanker explosions, higher shipping costs at a time when oil prices are in the mid 50s, this is a different dynamic, and that reflects the relatively ample and well-supplied markets. Also really key here, does China continue to buy and build its stockpiles when oil prices are cheap? My hunch is they will. That will provide some floor here. And that's one of the reasons why I don't expect oil prices to go, if they get below the $50 mark, I don't expect them to stay there.
You don't expect, that's what I was going to ask. I mean, what would have to change if we do, in fact, see China buying more and, in fact, injecting some of that stoppage to that $50 floor that you're saying?
That's right, Jennifer. I think we would have to see, China, as I say, China making different decisions. If we see if we really see demand weakness, OPEC Plus already decided they're not going to keep adding in the first quarter, but this has been a bit of an ample, an increase. That's an important dynamic. The other thing, of course, we're watching is this new supply out of the Americas, including Venezuela's neighbor, Guyana, and the resilience, in a way, of U.S. production. I do expect as we go into next year that the relatively low oil price environment is going to lead to some slackening of U.S. production as new investments are not occurring.
Rachel, I'd love to just finish on natural gas because you actually believe that natural gas is better supported than oil right now. I wonder if that's a short-term story because just last week we were talking about potentially milder winter weather being a different story than what we're hearing right now.
Yeah, I think that's right. And there are different timeframes we're all dealing with here. Sitting here on the East Coast of the U.S., I hope that it's going to be a milder winter because it's been a pretty cold start to it. But it's not all about me. So, look, I think right now we are seeing a dynamic where Europe, in phasing out Russian gas, is the buyer of last resort for LNG, especially U.S. LNG. And we're seeing Qatar wait and see about signing new contracts. So I do expect 2026 with AI-related power demand, with data center demand, that will support natural gas prices, maybe not as quite as strong as 2025. But then as we go further out past 2027, there's a lot of natural gas coming on the market. And there's a lot of countries that are saying, we're not going to buy unless prices go into the high single digits or mid single digits. So there's going to be a bit of a price war ahead with some volatility and interesting trading dynamics ahead.
Right. I did see some of those pictures from New York over the weekend, so it does look quite cold. Hopefully you're staying warm, though. Rachel Ziemba, founder of Ziemba Insights. Rachel, thanks so much. It's always great to have you. Appreciate your insights. Now, let's switch gears a bit. Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners is exiting from Paramount Skydance's hostile bid for Warner Brothers. The move comes as Warner Brothers plans to reject Paramount's offer in favor of its deal with Netflix. For the latest, let's bring in Bloomberg's deals reporter, Manuel Bagori. Manuel, what ultimately drove Kushner's Affinity Partners to walk away? This is playing out a bit like a movie script.
Yeah, definitely a good movie to watch. Maybe a Netflix show, who knows? But yes, the saga continues, and the next steps might be, or the next episodes might be coming out very soon as today, Wednesday. We expect Warner Brothers to potentially urge shareholders to reject the proposal made, or the hostile bid made by Paramount. We saw the latest developments also, as you rightly pointed out, with Jared Kushner's withdrawing as one of the backers to Paramount's offer. There is, according to our sources, concerns from Warner Brothers around the financing and terms offered by Paramount's offer. They still believe, according to our sources, that the offer made by Netflix is superior and also offers more warranties in order to get the deal completed. So definitely a super interesting saga, and next steps to be seen soon.
What are the next steps, Manuel, in the takeover battle?
Well, definitely we'll see potentially the response from Warner Brothers as soon as today, urging shareholders to reject Paramount's offer. And then it will be seen whether or not Paramount goes ahead with the hostile bid. They could also withdraw it. There could also be new potential steps from Netflix or for from Paramount itself. But I think the next step should be one in which we see Warner Brothers saying something more formally or publicly, telling their shareholders to reject Paramount's offer, and then we'll see how Paramount counterattacks or reacts to that statement, whether they go ahead in a hostile way, whether they withdraw their bid, or whether any other remedies or tweaks are made to the offer to make it more compelling. It will be interesting to see what happens after Jared Kushner is withdrawing their support to the bid as well.
Right. It's a fascinating story there. Bloomberg's Manuel Baigorri. Manuel, thanks so much for walking us through the latest with that story.
Order canceled.
Now, coming up, South African banking giant Capitec is one of Bloomberg Intelligence's top 50 stocks to watch in 2026. More on what's behind its success next. This is Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Now, let's turn to South Africa's biggest bank by customer base, Capitec. It's one of Bloomberg Intelligence's top 50 companies to watch in 2026. BI says the lender is on track to generate earnings growth of 15% or more through to 2028. That's as Capitec takes its low-cost, low-price business model developed for consumers and applies it to business banking, insurance, and mortgages. Earlier this year, I traveled to the company's headquarters to look at what's behind its growth.
Much of Capitec's success is due to its relentless focus on banking the so-called unbanked. During apartheid, Black South Africans were excluded from formal banking. Even well into the 90s, lenders were slow to offer services to these people. Those living in informal settlements who, bank executives believed, had no interest in opening or maintaining a bank account. Capitec has been the Johannesburg Stock Exchange's best-performing company since 1994, beating the next best three combined. Its market value exceeds that of Africa's #1 lender by assets, Standard Bank. While competitors have significant interests abroad, Capitec remains primarily focused on South Africa, where it's now branching out into all kinds of credit offerings, insurance, and a host of digital services. But the new CEO, Graham Lee, insists little will change. Having run the company's retail unit since 2022, he's promising continuity.
I think there's a lot of ways in which I'm very similar to Gary, in which we think quite similarly about strategies, about culture, about the importance of the various different groups of people within Capitec and how important that humanness is to achieving our goals in a world where it's becoming more and more digital with our competitors.
And it's not just Capitec.
Order
Many of its
submitted.
competitors have recently seen leadership changes. FirstRand, Nedbank, Investec, and now ABSA all have new bosses. The sector has been on its toes as African banking faces continuing headwinds, challenges the new CEO says he's ready for.
There are global uncertainties, which certainly don't make the job any easier. Despite that, I do feel cautiously positive. And the reason for that, I think that in terms of our operations and our strategy, we are well positioned to thrive despite those challenges.
And for more stories like this from the continent, catch our TV show Next Africa, airing this Friday on Bloomberg Television, on the terminal, and of course on the website. Now, let's dig into some of the other stories we are following today. The African Development Bank has secured a record $11 billion in new funding for its concessional lending arm. The replenishment drew contributions from 19 African nations for the first time, along with major pledges from the OPEC Fund and the Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa. The funding will support projects including expanding access to energy, strengthening food systems, and building resilient infrastructure.
Order
Mozambique has signed a memorandum of understanding to receive $1.8 billion from the U.S. over the next 5 years. The funding, part of Washington's America First health strategy, will be used to provide HIV prevention drugs and drive advancements in malaria efforts. 4 other African countries have signed similar agreements so far, including Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, and Liberia. And the Rwanda-backed M23 rebel group says it will withdraw from the eastern Congolese city of Uvira under pressure from the United States. U.S. officials say the rebels seized the city earlier this month alongside Rwandan troops, though Rwanda denies supporting the group. M23 says the pullback is meant to give the Doha peace process the maximum chance to succeed. And coming up, we switch gears. iRobot co-founder Helen Greiner shares what led the Roomba maker to bankruptcy and why the U.S. lost its edge in robotics. Stick with us. This is Bloomberg.
Regulators. We regulate any stealing of his property. We're damn good, too. But you can't be any geek off the street. Gotta be handy with the steel, if you know what I mean. Earn your keep. Regulators! Mount up.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Earlier this week, iRobot, the company behind the Roomba robot vacuum, filed for Chapter 11 bankruptcy and proposed handing over control to its main Chinese supplier. We spoke with Helen Greiner, the co-founder of iRobot, about how the company she helped build reached this moment and how the global robotics landscape has evolved.
We always thought it was inevitable. Like what we learned very early on is that the low-cost labor doesn't exist here. The very skilled and intricate construction isn't here. I mean, there's lines of mostly women building Roombas in China and Vietnam. And also, you know, you don't have the supply chain here. It really hasn't set up for manufacturing. There's a price point at which you can manufacture in this country. A car, I know Whirlpool does some washing machines here, but it's extremely, extremely difficult. And, you know, don't let anybody tell you otherwise. We certainly would have wanted to manufacture in the United States. And as the value of the robots go up and the costs, you know, what people are willing to pay for them go up, I think they can be manufactured in the United States, but it certainly wasn't possible for these low-cost consumer products or things like high-end toys. It's something that is just not possible.
Well, that is part of the motivation of President Trump's tariffs, is to bring that manufacturing back to the United States. Do you feel that it's going to make a difference for companies, well, maybe too late for iRobot, for other companies that were potentially facing the same situation?
I think it will be hard to get a low-cost consumer product manufactured in this country.
How would you characterize the current state of competition between the U.S. and China in the robotics space? Do you feel like any one country is leading? Where's most of the innovation happening now?
Well, that's the issue. We were leading. Roomba iRobot proved that you could have a business around robots. And believe me, when we started in 1990, that was not at all, you know, certainly the case. But we did it. We succeeded. Dream come true. And now it's really, you know, iRobot, the assets are going to a Chinese company. Chinese companies are independently succeeding in this in this field. And you know, everybody's all crazy about humanoids right now. The humanoids coming out of China are, you know, I think as good as the ones here, but also at a lower price point because they're concentrating on manufacturing efficiency as well. Now, I don't believe we should just be concentrating on humanoids. I think we should be more innovative in our thinking.
Really fascinating. Helen Greiner, co-founder of iRobot there. That's it for Horizons Middle East and Africa. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in Johannesburg. Stick with us for Daybreak Europe. This is Bloomberg.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
You know, I met him 1988 after my first restaurant opened. He asked me to come to open a restaurant in New York, and Beginning, I didn't know what he did there.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing because I never watched the movies. I was traveling the business. But of course, after people, hey, Nobu, so you must know him, and then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He supports me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels idea come from him. He said, hey Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel. For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start Nobu Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, this is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Happy Wednesday. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. The dollar edges higher. Treasuries trim recent gains. Traders stick to forecasts for 2 rate cuts next year. As data shows, the US labour market continuing to cool. Oil rebounds from its lowest level since 2021 after President Trump orders a complete blockade of sanctioned tankers going into and out of Venezuela. Plus, Bloomberg learns that Warner Brothers is preparing to reject Paramount's hostile bid as the US president's son-in-law withdraws from the takeover battle. So after a mixed picture on the labour market front on the jobs data out of the US, yesterday unemployment ticking up to 4.6%, but the November non-farm payrolls coming in slightly higher than estimated. You've got a mixed end to the session on Wall Street, with gains actually coming through for the Nasdaq 100 and a little bit of weakness on the S&P 500, closing down by about 0.2%. The European picture right now, futures pointing to very modest gains of 0.1%. FTSE 100 futures looking to add just 19 points, holding above that 9,700 level. S&P E-minis then largely unchanged. Nasdaq 100 futures, after the modest gains of yesterday, pointing lower by just 22 points. Looking for the next catalyst. Maybe that's the inflation data that comes out of the US on Thursday. Talking inflation data, we get CPI out 7 a.m. UK time for the UK, so keep an eye on the pound on that. 133 right now, a little softer on dollar strength in the session. The pound down 0.3%. The US benchmark 10-year 416 yields up just 2 basis points. So a little bit of selling, as we said in the headlines, when it comes to US Treasuries. But again, the market bets into 2026 for the Fed have not materially changed on the back of the jobs data that came through yesterday. Maybe inflation changes that tomorrow. Brent at $59 a barrel, then up 1.4% on the Venezuela story, and gold closing in on a fresh record high. Silver is already there, 4,334 per troy ounce on gold, up 0.7% in today's session. Let's cross over to Asia right now. Winnie Su standing by in Tokyo. Strength in Korea, some gains coming through on mainland China, but broadly pretty mixed.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing a bit of a stabilization in the Asian market here today. As you can see, the overall MSCI Asia slightly up to the upside, especially after that big sell-off yesterday as investors look past the U.S. jobs data. And like you mentioned, specifically leading gains today are the Korean stocks with these chip makers, including Samsung, SK Hynix rebounding. But also to flag that the HSCEI here also pulling slightly back away from that technical correction level that we had yesterday amid the concerns around economic weakness and also tech valuations. Now we flip the board and take a look at what's going on in the Japanese market as we really look ahead of look into the Bank of Japan's decision meeting later this week. Here the topics in the Nikkei gaining slightly, but also just really consolidating around those levels, specifically for the Japanese yen, also hovering around that 150 level. against the dollar. Now, for the yields, we are seeing the yields up about 2 basis points, and that is still around those concerns for fiscal budget. We've got local media saying that right now the government is likely to have their fiscal 2026 budget at around topping about 120 trillion Japanese yen. So a bit of a concern there in terms of kind of that bigger budget that we're expecting going forward. Now we flip the board and also take a look at the highlight today in terms of individual stock, because it is the Chinese chip maker Meta X's debut day today in Shanghai, and look at the stocks up about 700% there, with about 3,000 times oversubscription. So it is a lot of excitement for another Chinese chip maker, and it really reminds us of that earlier IPO by More Threads earlier this month. Similar moves, and actually it was founded by someone who used to work at NVIDIA, and this time around Meta X founded by someone ex-AMD, manufacturing GPU chips, and also account for about 1% of China's AI chip market as of last year. So you can really see lots of excitement around China's AI development, and just how the industry is likely to have a further boost going forward. Back to you, Tom.
Wow, up almost 700%. That is quite the paper gain, isn't it? And a reminder, the domestic chip play in China. Winnie Su in Tokyo, thank you very much indeed. Let's get to what's happening in the energy space then, with geopolitics and the overlay there, because US President Donald Trump is ordering a complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers moving in and out of Venezuela. The move increases, of course, pressure on Caracas amid a US military buildup in the region. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Stephen Stropczynski now for the oil market perspective on this. Stephen, why is Trump blockading Venezuela? What is the rationale?
You know, I think you can look at this as a play for regime change. I think, you know, he's been putting pressure on this regime, and one way to tighten that pressure even more would obviously be taking one of their biggest revenue areas, and that's oil. Putting curbs on their oil exports. Already, he's been tightening that through the seizure of a ship earlier this month, as well as just restrictions in general, have helped to curb the amount of money flowing into Venezuela, and in particular U.S. dollars. But by doing this, you're really siphoning off a very large portion of the revenues from that the regime can get. Now, there are a few reasons for this. One, you know, Trump has for a long time blamed Venezuela for a flood of drugs coming into the country. You've seen the U.S. administration hit several, over a dozen ships that were suspected of carrying drugs and being involved with the cartels. He's also blamed Venezuela for a surge in illegal immigrants coming into the country, which is something that he struck quite hard during the campaign trail. So, of course, this is sort of a ratcheting up of this pressure, and it's in the onset that we're in a bit of a market glut. The U.S. is producing a lot of oil. Prices are pretty weak. So with all that together, Trump and the administration thought that this was their time to strike.
Yeah, and we can see that, can't we, when we check the oil market. So, yes, we're seeing a move of almost 1.5% up on oil prices, but Brent is still below $60 a barrel. So, Stephen, what does it mean? How central does Venezuela play? What kind of the centrality of that nation in terms of its oil exports onto the market, and how this could affect pricing going forward?
You know, I think this is more sentiment-driven, any increase that we see today, than really actual changes in the fundamentals for the oil market. Because, listen, Venezuela last month was producing or exporting roughly 500 to 600,000 barrels a day. Now, to put that into perspective, the global oil market consumes about 100 million barrels a day, so that's less than 1%. So if you remove even all of that, and that's not what Trump is suggesting. He's suggesting just the shadow fleet ships, these dark sanctioned ships, which make up a portion, but not all, of the export from Venezuela. You're not going to be really changing the fundamentals very much, but it does show some sort of discombobulation in the market. There is obviously there's going to be some degree of scramble. A lot of that oil was going to China. Where do they find the replacements? Are there the grades that they can find elsewhere to feed their industries? That's going to be something in focus. But when you do zoom out a 1% gain is nothing compared to where we're sitting in the oil market. We had prices fall just recently this week to the lowest level since 2021. Oil prices are weak. There is a glut that is expected to get worse in 2026. So even if you were removing these Venezuelan barrels from the market for a prolonged period of time, you're not going to be seeing a sustained increase. In fact, there's probably more downside for the oil market.
Okay. Stephen Staszynski, excellent analysis and the latest in terms of that blockade by President Trump around Venezuela. Stephen, thank you. And the oil market reaction to that, of course, the implications going forward. Meanwhile, traders are sticking to bets for 2 Fed rate cuts next year. That's after a delayed U.S. jobs report pointed to continued cooling in the U.S. labour market. Attention now turns to inflation data, which is out tomorrow. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. So there was a lot of noise, Val, in the data, as you had expected when you sat down with us this time yesterday morning, and you warned that it was going to be a messy data set. What stood out for you yesterday?
Well, look, the market clearly shrugged off some pretty decently bad data because of these nuances around the data collection and larger standard errors than we normally get in a BLS survey. So it was kind of a deer in the headlights reaction to this number. The market really didn't know what to make of it. Perhaps we're waiting for Fed members themselves to give us their opinion on what they thought of the data yesterday, and we can able to break through the noise. But there was a few reasons why the market shrugged off some of these decently bad prints. One of them was the October non-farm payrolls that showed a contraction of 105K. That was largely shrugged off as issues with the government shutdown. It was government workers that really dragged down October payrolls to essentially the lowest reading we've had since the pandemic. The other thing that the market shrugged off was the rise in the unemployment rate. It rose more than expected to 4.6%, the highest in 4 years and a 10th higher than the market expected. This was not because of the government shutdown, but because of some interesting factors I wanted to discuss. One of those was a decently large pickup in unemployment of the teenage bracket, the 16 to 19-year-olds. That made up nearly 70% of the rise in the unemployment rate yesterday. There was also a near historic rise in those classified as part-time for economic reasons. Now, that normally doesn't happen outside a severe recession, but I think the way the market explained this away is the fact that the BLS collected this data so close to the Thanksgiving break. It captured those re-entering the workforce looking for part-time work over the holiday season, some teenagers maybe having some free time after exams looking for employment, and those looking for extra employment to maybe subsidize holiday budgets into December. So those were 2 nuances. And also, just overall, the BLS did warn us that there were larger statistical errors in this print that did come true. There also was a very low response rate in the November household survey. So all of this taken together means that the market shrugged off the weak data. Now, perhaps some attention from some of these points by Fed speakers later today could give us a reassessment of what we've heard.
Well, on that point, so markets still pricing in 2 cuts from the Fed. We know the dot plots and the forecasts are for 1. What have we been hearing from Fed officials? Are we getting closer to alignment or further divergence on that point?
Look, it does sound like we're getting closer to closer alignment within the dissenters. We did hear from Goolsbee overnight. He was talking to CNN. He was the new hawkish dissenter in last week's decision, but he actually told CNN that the job market looks like it's cooling at a modest pace and that he would actually favor continuing to cut rates next year. So it seems like it was enough for him to get off the fence to say that, look, he wasn't necessarily dissenting at December's decision because he doesn't want to cut rates any further. He was just waiting for more clarity. Now, he isn't necessarily stressing a lot of concern on the labor market. He said gradual cooling. It was a modest pace. These are kind of things that don't necessarily stress urgency. Now, we could hear that later today from Governor Chris Waller. He before has classified the labor market as flashing red. So it'll be very interesting to see how his take of yesterday's data will come. And perhaps the market might put even more weight on it now. We had a report from the Wall Street Journal that Waller is going to be interviewed by Trump later today for the Fed chair position. So the Fed chair race being opening up wide, perhaps maybe listen to what Christopher Waller has to say today with that emphasis.
He's not out of the race.
He's not out.
It's not just the 2 Kevins. Chris is involved as well. All right, Valerie Teitel, thank you very much indeed. Worth noting, we showed a screen there, we showed a shot of the unemployment rate in the US at 4.7%. That is not correct. It is at 4.6%. That is the unemployment number officially that came through in the data set yesterday. US unemployment at 4.6%. So just marking that correction for you. So we apologise for that. 4.6%, not 4.7%. Now, let's get to the data around the UK. UK unemployment climbing to its highest level in almost 5 years, and wage growth easing. The data supporting the case then for the Bank of England to cut interest rates tomorrow, arguably. Let's bring in Bloomberg's Ben Ram, cross-asset strategist for Bloomberg Markets Live. We get inflation data out of the UK at 7 a.m. UK time as well. So, Ben, all of this data, you can make the case, and then there are those doing this, that data that we've seen out of the UK is reinforcing the case for a BOV cut, 25 basis points on Thursday. Is there anything that could derail that? Does inflation today potentially put a risk, the view that this is essentially locked in for the BOE?
Morning, Tom. Absolutely. I think that the inflation numbers that are forecast for November is supposed to come in at 3.5% and thereabouts. And I think that, what the markets are broadly looking for is a disinflationary print, i.e. a lower number than in October. But if we get a mildly disinflationary print, yes, maybe a rate cut is nailed on. But what happens if we get a tick higher? Then that will upend the question about, whether we are indeed in a disinflationary environment. And what we have seen this week is, if you look at the wage growth data, we saw a wage growth of 4.5%. And if you see the private sector wage growth, it's 4%. And if you look at services inflation, we are hovering around 4.5%. So the big question for the BOE is, we all know that they are going to be cutting rates more in the cycle. The question is whether they should be cutting it tomorrow, as early as tomorrow, because inflation is clearly not in control. We have had one inflation print below 2% in the past 4 years. So the question is one of urgency, not one of whether they will cut. And I'm not too sure whether Andrew Bailey is going to say, yes, you know what, we've got sufficient evidence of disinflation. So I think that the markets are signing more than a 90% chance of a rate cut. I think that's a bit over-emphatic. I think that the vote is going to be a lot closer than that.
Okay, very interesting. Of course, Bailey has been that swing voter, and Ben Ram has been consistent on caution around how far the BOE is likely to go, given the stickiness of inflation here in the UK. Ben Ram, thank you very much indeed, as we lead up to that inflation print out of the UK, of course, 7 a.m. UK time, and then the BOE decision tomorrow. Coming up, a shake-up in the battle for Warner Brothers after Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners pulls out of Paramount's takeover bid. We bring you the story next. This is Bloomberg.
Up-to-the-minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg. Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity, only on Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets? We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, Warner Brothers is understood to be planning to reject Paramount's hostile takeover bid as a major backer walks away from the deal. Affinity Partners, Jared Kushner's private equity firm, is exiting from the takeover battle. For the latest, let's bring in Bloomberg's deals reporter, Manuel Baigorri. Manuel, why is Kushner's Affinity Partners walking away? Is this arguably a belated wake-up to the potential conflict of interest or another reason?
Yes, Tom, that's a very good point that you just made. It is true that the takeover battle for Warner Brothers became kind of controversial, highly political. Donald Trump himself made it clear that the deal should have, a very, very deep antitrust review and that he would personally get involved as well. It's a very, very transformative deal for the entertainment industry in the U.S., also with ramifications globally, given the scale of these businesses. But yes, I think to your point on the conflict of interest, definitely the deal escalated and became, kind of like a very, very controversial topic of discussion all over the media. So definitely there was a little bit of that. And also, obviously, what they're saying, more on the record, is that the deal dynamics have changed since they became involved in the discussions back in October. And that is also partially true because now we're seeing a fierce competition between two global powers. We've got Netflix on the one hand, Paramount on the other hand, battling out, who's going to get Warner Brothers. And interestingly, we are now seeing that Warner Brothers, according to our sources, is expected to reject the takeover bid, the hostile bid by Paramount pretty soon, potentially as soon as today.
So, Manuel, where does this leave the takeover battle then?
Yes, what a saga, Tom, isn't it? It's just like worth of a show in its own way. But the next steps remain to be seen. I think the most imminent one, as I was just mentioning, is the potential rejection by Warner Brothers as soon as today, urging shareholders to reject the tender offer by Paramount. That should be the most imminent step, but then obviously we'll see how Paramount reacts, whether they withdraw the bid or whether they make any tweaks, whether there is any other financing proposals that come together to ease some of those concerns that we understand is the main issue for Warner Brothers to recommend the offer. So tweaks could be made around financing, or potentially Paramount could just walk away. It will be interesting to see also how Netflix reacts to all this. For now, they've got an agreed deal with Warner Brothers, so it's mostly Warner Brothers to respond and also Paramount to make a move either way.
Okay, the twists and turns. Yeah, and that breakup fee, $5 billion for Netflix, vis-a-vis that tie-up with Warner Brothers. Manuel Baigorri with the details. Bloomberg's deals reporter. Manuel, as ever, thank you for the update. Coming up, California warns Tesla its sales could be suspended for 30 days if it doesn't change its marketing practices. We'll bring you the details next. This is Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Tesla's shares ticked higher in late trade, despite news that its sales in California are poised to be suspended for 30 days. Its most important market, of course, in the US. Let's bring in Bloomberg transport reporter Danny Lee in Hong Kong. Danny, what are the potential issues, what are the specific issues, I should say, facing Tesla in the great state of California?
Yeah, Tesla is facing this 30-day suspension, and this revolves around the California Department of Motor Vehicles taking issue with some of Tesla's marketing literature around its use of autopilot and full self-driving. Now, the ramifications of this is there's a suspension in place of this ban for the next 90 days, and that gives Tesla, importantly, the breathing room to respond and whether they comply with this ruling or whether they appeal. It remains to be seen at this stage, but clearly the stock reaction in post-market trading overnight was an immediate 2.2% decline before pairing those losses. Now you can see in the pre-market the stock is up, and that really just follows what happened on Wall Street's close. The fact that Tesla shares hit a new high and now making it worth $1.63 trillion. And that has been fueled by optimism that investors see in Tesla's AI, robotics, and its automated driving kind of tech, and really does contrast really with the kind of struggles that it still sees in its core business of EVs. And so, yeah, for California, putting the pressure on Tesla, this could have a hit to Tesla's business because of it. As you said, it's California's its biggest market, and also it has such a large production output out in California. So we're watching very closely to see what happens in that state.
Okay, an important update. Bloomberg transport reporter Danny Lee on Tesla and its prospects in California. Joining us out of Hong Kong, Danny, thank you. Now, some other stories making the news this Wednesday. OpenAI is in initial discussions to raise at least $10 billion from Amazon and use its chips, a potential win for the online retailer's efforts to broaden its AI industry presence. Bloomberg understands that the deal under discussion could value OpenAI north of $500 billion and see it adopt Amazon's Trainium chip. But talks are at an early stage and terms could change. Meanwhile, former UK Chancellor George Osborne is joining OpenAI. He will lead its OpenAI for Countries program, which is aimed at helping governments increase their AI capacity. The White House Chief of Staff, meanwhile, Susie Wiles, has made candid remarks about President Trump's inner circle in an interview with Vanity Fair magazine. Wiles described Vice President J.D. Vance as, quote, conspiracy theorist, and Tesla CEO Elon Musk as a, quote, avowed ketamine user. The White House downplayed the remarks, with Wiles saying in a social media post that, quote, significant context was disregarded. And Waymo is said to be in discussions to raise more than $15 billion at a valuation near $100 billion in a financing round led by its parent company, Alphabet. The company has achieved an annual revenue run rate above $350 million. The robotaxi maker is the front runner in a race against Tesla and others to turn autonomous ride-hailing into a business. Coming up, mounting tensions as the US threatens to retaliate against EU companies over digital taxes. We'll get reaction from Eurostack's Christina Cafaro. This is Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Used to be, one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China, when they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something? Now, though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either, but tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Tom McKenzie in London. These are the stories that set your agenda. The dollar edges higher. Treasuries trim recent gains. Traders sticking to forecasts for 2 rate cuts next year as data shows the US labour market continuing to cool. Oil rebounds from its lowest level since 2021 after President Trump orders a complete blockade of sanctioned tankers going into and out of Venezuela, plus tech in the crosshairs, mounting tensions as the US threatens EU firms with retaliation over digital taxes and regulation. We're going to break down the companies that could be caught up. Let's get you some breaking news right now when it comes to the defense space. This is KNDS, said to plan a dual listing in Paris and Frankfurt in 2026. This is the tank maker, said to confirm IPO plans as soon as this week, an IPO that would be launched in 2026. This is, according to our own reporting, KND's board has decided to pursue that IPO amid surging demand for defense stocks and potential interest from rival Rheinmetall. Let's get more details right now and bring in Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook, who follows the European defense space very closely. Ollie, what more do we know?
Yeah, so KNDS is this company that builds a Leopard 2 tank along with Rheinmetall, so it's a major player within the sort of defense architecture of Europe, and obviously it's one of the companies that wants to capitalize on all of the euphoria sort of pouring into the sector. So what we understand now is there were some questions about whether Rheinmetall would pursue a merger and acquisition of KNDS. We actually asked Armin Papberger, the CEO of Rheinmetall, about that a couple of weeks ago when I spoke to him, and he said, listen, we don't really talk about M&A until we're a week away from closing because anything could happen. For example, the company could go public, and we understand that that is what the board has opted to do for KNDS. They'd like to take the company public. We understand they will have a valuation of about 20 billion euros. That will make it one of the biggest companies on the stock 600 aerospace and defense, the 10th biggest. They make the Leopard 2 tank, and there was, of course, this merger potential speculation with Rheinmetall. That seems to put that to the side for the time being with this IPO going forward and a dual listing, we should say, of some interest between Frankfurt and Paris. This is a company that is headquarters in the Netherlands and is, of course, right now held by the French state and a private German family, I should say. But now it seems that it will be access to other shareholders who will be able to buy some of these shares potentially as soon as next year.
Okay, Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook with that latest on a potential IPO in the defense space in 2026. Ollie, thank you. Let's get to the broader markets right now then. Dollar strength is part of the story. A little bit of a sell-off when it comes to US treasuries. Let's get the picture up in terms of the future story. You did see some softness when it comes to European stocks yesterday at the close, ending down about 0.5%. Today, European futures pointing modestly higher by 0.2%. Here in the UK, FTSE 100 futures looking to add 20 points. Inflation data out of the UK at 7 a.m. UK time. S&P E-minis pointing to very modest gains of 0.1%, and Nasdaq 100 futures looking to add 19 points. Let's flip the board and have a look cross-asset. As I mentioned, a little bit of selling coming through for US treasuries. A mixed picture when it comes to the jobs data out of the US. Unemployment ticking up to 4.6%. 4.16 on the benchmark 10-year yields, up 2 basis points. The pound, again, in focus around the inflation data, 133. A little softer, but that's more about a dollar strength story in the session today, down 0.3%. Brent crude, of course, oil prices in focus as a result of that potential blockade around Venezuela, up 1.4%, but still below $60 a barrel. And silver breaking a fresh record high. This has almost doubled, more than doubled in price, in fact, year to date, silver, and up 3.6%. Look at that in the session, above $66 per troy ounce. So it's not just gold that's made those gains. Silver, in fact, has outstripped gold year to date. Now, the Trump administration, switching focus, is threatening to retaliate against the EU over efforts to tax American tech companies. The Office of the U.S. Trade Representative said in a social media post it would use, quote, every tool at its disposal to counsel or counter the EU's measures. The department singled out prominent European companies, including Accenture, Siemens and Spotify, as possible targets. The EU has increasingly ramped up efforts to regulate US tech giants, including Alphabet's Google, Meta and Amazon, imposing fines worth hundreds of millions of dollars. What a great moment then, an important moment to bring Cristina Cafara, who is founder and chair of Eurostat. Cristina took part in shaping Europe's digital infrastructure and regulations. Cristina, great to have you in the show this morning. Let's start on this news then, your reaction to this threat of retaliation from the US.
Well, this is the ramp-up of a rhetoric that has been swirling around for some time, at least since the summer. And the framing of it is particularly telling. The way in which the administration is framing the current opposition to what Europe is doing is in terms of a tax, a digital tax, and a discrimination against successful American companies. There was a hearing yesterday at the House Judiciary in which this narrative was really blown out. The whole discussion was these Europeans are effectively failures and they are seeking to extract rents and taxes from successful American companies. This is all a ruse. It was even framed in terms of a foreign conspiracy against American successful companies. So this is really...
Does the US have a point at all?
Absolutely not in the framing, in the sense that this is not how antitrust works. This is simply the fact that we are having antitrust laws, we have regulation, and the regulation, the causality works as follows. You're a big company, you do something which is breaching the law, and then you get fined, and then you get told to stop. So these are not taxes. They're framed as taxes to appeal to the home audience, of course, because it does feel unfair. But it is normal, even in the US, to fine a company which is found in breach of the antitrust laws.
So Europe should hold the line on this?
The irony of all of this is these laws don't do very much. And this is where the complication really arises, because while we are defending them staunchly, and in a sense, what else could we do? We regard them as a manifestation of our very sovereignty, the essence of our sovereignty, the hill on which we die. In reality, these laws are not doing very much for Europe. It is an effort to nibble at the margin these companies. They are slow-moving, they don't do much, they don't achieve almost anything for Europe. So we are caught in a curious dilemma in which we appear to have to defend what is our rule of law when our rule of law is not doing much for us. And so the Trump administration is being weaponized by these companies who find these rules and regulation annoying. They're not existential, they're just annoying, to just step back.
On regulation, you've said there's too much moralizing in Europe, too much of a focus on values and think tanks, and we need to move away from that.
This is very much something we need to wake up to. Europe is traditionally getting on the high horse that we have higher moral values, we have, defending our Western democracy, and that is the justification for what we're doing in terms of regulation. Regulation only makes any sense if you're achieving something on the ground, if you're moving the dial. But the real question, and the irony of all of this kerfuffle, is that these rules, while they are very annoying to the companies and the administration, really, as I said, don't do much for Europe. So Europe has essentially neglected to do the thing that was, in fact, much more important, which is build our own tech. The reason we are finding ourselves where we are is because we are a digital colony, fundamentally, of American suppliers. And this is not because they necessarily have done something awfully wrong. They have filled the vacuum that Europe has left. You are an effective, successful company, you have a market to fill. And Europe has been sort of thinking, oh, shall we just tame them a little bit? But this isn't the way to progress.
So what does Europe need to do? What is the prescription? You're saying it's not a problem of talent and it's not a problem of capital.
It's not a problem of talent and not of capital. Europe is especially good at finding excuses. So the Americans are too good. The Americans don't understand our products. No, we have the talent and the capability. This is the moment for Europe. We are realizing that we are a digital colony, and the geopolitical, geoeconomic reality demands that we step up. The good news is that we have what it takes. What is absolutely necessary is essentially attitude, approach, and vision. This has been what's missing. Europe institution is constituted the way it is. Nobody makes a decision. It's all very fluid. Nobody moves on. There is no leadership. There is no vision. But the reality is that industry is actually now saying that's enough. We are just going to move. And I think we are going to see a great deal of confidence in European tech, both from the perspective of industry itself. We have some of the best pieces. Even in AI, we have incredible AI capabilities. Even in chips, we have a portion of the chip stack in which we are extremely effective. And capital is there. Europe saves twice as much as the US in every year. The 1.4 trillion euros is saved by Europeans, saves. US is half of that. And 300 billion of that goes into the US for investment instead of staying in Europe. We are hemorrhaging talent and money, which we must keep back.
You're saying that Europe can learn lessons from China as well?
China is extraordinary because through focus and effort, they have gone from absolutely nowhere 15 years ago in tech to being a very successful challenger, and now close to the US in a number of places, so much so that they, of course, worry the US's arrival. And the way they have done it is, of course, focus, investment. They've shown that even the gigantism that we hear all the time is necessary to develop AI LLMs, you know, forests of GPU, lakes of data, enormous volumes of compute. That's not necessary because they've developed AI models that don't rely on that gigantic thing. They have got essential resources, the rare minerals, and of course the US is trying, of course, to position itself with this packed silica to try and fill its own gaps there. So China is an example to follow. We are worried about them in so many dimensions, but China has made it. And it is unconscionable that Europe, with the talent, the capability, and the capital that we have a capital allocation issue, not a capital formation issue.
Christina, thank you very much. Indeed, we could take this conversation much further. I've got 101 other questions, but we're running short of time.
Thank you
Fantastic
so much
for coming into the studio and with the reaction as well to the news of the day around the Trump administration's threats of retaliation aimed squarely at some of Europe's key tech players, including the likes of Siemens and Spotify as well. Christina Cafara, founder and chair of Eurostack. Meanwhile, in the energy space, the CEO of Total Energies says he expects rising demand for oil to underpin prices, despite their recent slump. Patrick Poyen says he believes the market will stabilize as the US and OPEC producers work to keep oversupply in check. He's been speaking exclusively with Bloomberg's Francine Lacroix.
I trust also OPEC countries to manage the situation. You know, you've seen them beginning to slow down. They relinquish oil in the market. If the price is too low, you have a sort of natural counterbalance in the US shale oil, because then the US shale oil producer begin to slow down themselves. So at the end of the day, what I'm sure in economy, demand equals supply. So then the rest is going to inventories and the price will adapt. But you know, the world is not linear. You know, since I'm CEO, I've seen it going down from 100 to 17, 27, 80. We have, last 3 years, it was almost at $80, $70. So it was very good, I know. But it will go down and then it will rebound. It will rebound because fundamentally, because of the energy transition, I think we don't invest enough in this oil business. And so if they slow down, then you will see price will go up again.
So you're the biggest exporters, of course, of US LNG to Europe. Do you worry about prices there, that they put extra pressure?
It's very important what you just said.
Yeah.
Because I read recently an editorial in the Wall Street Journal which was accusing us not to be good US citizens. We are, and nowadays, we are the #1 exporter of US energy to Europe. We are fully committed to US energy. We are investing $20 billion in new plants in US energy. We have this year sanctioned an additional train in next decade in Rio Grande. We have We are the largest one, number one.
When sanctions are lifted, if sanctions are lifted, are you ready back to do business, or are there other considerations?
We will obey, for sure, to all the European regulations. So Europe has recently decided that they want to stop imports of LNG from Russia. We will stop import of LNG from Russia. There is no doubt. Yeah. Today we have continued. It's well known. We are importing LNG from Yamal because it was part of the security of supply scheme. I said myself to the European leaders, you know, from 27 there will be enough coming from the US. So you can replace the Russian energy without having an impact on the market. 26 is in between. I don't know. Today we see a little lower, but honestly $10 is quite a good high price, still a high price. So I would say 26, no, I think the gas price will remain, I would say, comfortable. 27, I think, will go down.
When sanctions are lifted on Russian gas and oil, what will you do?
We'll see. I'm not sure they will be lifted quickly. We'll see. You know, as this scenario, we'll see what we will do. You know, it depends. For sure, investing a lot in Russia, not, to be clear. We have some lessons, you know. We were quite a big investor in Russia, almost $15 billion of investments. We draw some lessons. We have made a big write-off of 4 assets there. So, you know, the world is big. So today we have shifted from Russia to the US. This will be maintained. Then we will observe. You know, it will take time because it's a matter of trust. And, you know, in this business, in energy, you invest for 10, 15 years. So building the trust is just fundamental. It's not a matter of geopolitics. It's, for me, the matter, will the board of Total Energies trust to put a lot of money in Russia? Today, it will take time. We'll need to be sure that if there is a peace, this peace is sustainable.
The Total Energy CEO speaking exclusively to Francine Lacroix, of course, of Bloomberg. Coming up, solid spending saw US retail sales little changed in October. We're going to be discussing the outlook for consumers ahead of the holidays. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Rodriguez. And I'm Jason Kelly. And we're back with another season of The Deal.
With athletes and entrepreneurs who are changing the game on and off the field. Jerry Jones.
Some good-looking trophies.
1 and 1 is 3 in sports, not 2. And it's because that 3 is imagination. That 3 is putting yourself in a way, having yourself hit the home run.
Erica Ayers-Badon.
I'm a high-energy board member. I'm very passionate. I have a lot of opinions.
Robin Arzón.
I want to light fires in people's lives, and that is still one of my core mandates for all of my businesses.
Justin Tuck.
I tell all of my friends that play in leagues now, make these relationships now while you're hot. Don't wait till you're like your 12th year in and you're just hanging on.
Stay tuned. You won't want to miss it.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. Now, US retail sales were little changed in October. Solid spending across several categories was muted by a decline at motor vehicle dealers. For more on the outlook for retail and consumers ahead of the holiday season, very pleased to say we can bring in Deanne Evans, Managing Director EMEA at Shopify. Thanks for coming in. How healthy is the consumer? What are you seeing in terms of consumer trends as we lead up to this crucial holiday season then?
Yes, look, so Tom, we've just come off one of the biggest holiday shopping weekends of the year, right? Black Friday. And what we saw during that time was that consumer spending was up 27% year over year for retailers that are on Shopify. So what does that mean? $14.6 billion in sales over the Black Friday Cyber Monday weekend, which is incredible. And some of the categories that we're seeing, people are spending fitness and nutrition, apparel, right? They're buying from brands that they love. They're buying from brands that they know and trust. But one of the things that we did see is that consumers said they were going to be intentional with their spending. So, they set a budget, they stuck to that budget, but they did come out and they did spend with retailers that were on Shopify.
How is AI changing the way that we buy and the way that the retailers sell?
Yeah, so it's, from the way that we buy, what we're seeing is that consumers are really shopping everywhere. So as a retailer, what you have to think about is your consumer is going to go, they're going to go to TikTok. They're going to look at social media. Then they might go online. Then they might talk to an AI agent. Then they might go in store and maybe back online to make that purchase, right? And what we heard from consumers ahead of this holiday spending was that they were going to be spending both online and in store about 50-50. But we know that these channels, really these retail channels everywhere, AI, they're using it to shop. They're looking at social media. They're doing this across the board. And so if you're not across all those channels as a retailer, you're going to be missing out.
Okay, that's a complex challenge, arguably, for retailers then. What other key consumer trends and changes are you seeing this year versus last year, for example?
Yeah, absolutely. So like I said, what we're seeing is that we're seeing brands, we're really seeing consumers buy from brands that they trust, right? Brands that they know. And what they're doing is they're also spending with brands that are doing things a little bit different. While they're looking for discounts, of course, intentionality is reigning there. They're also spending with brands that are doing things like looking at, we have a great brand, Finisterre. What they do is they actually do a Blue Friday sale, and they're raising money for charity. So what consumers are doing is they're also looking at who are the brands that align with my values. So they want to spend money with brands that are not only, offering value, offering discount, but also brands that align with what they kind of stand for.
Okay, that's interesting. So that value alignment piece is still there, because that's something that came up a few years ago, but then you imagine in an era of higher inflation and a consumer that's a little more squeezed, that maybe the value alignment piece starts to fade away, but you're not seeing that.
We're not seeing that. We're seeing the value alignment play stay. We're also seeing that what they're really trying to do, consumers, is they're trying to connect with brands. So they're doing things where they're looking at not only shopping with these brands, but a great example is Represent, which is a UK brand, and they do things like they do running clubs, right? So they're trying to make sure that they connect with their consumers in a different way and really build that relationship.
What is happening in terms of, you talked about some of the categories that consumers are looking into right now, and you talked about health and fitness. What is being avoided? What are you seeing less demand for?
We're not seeing, there's not a category I can call that we're seeing less demand for. It's really more about they're looking at categories that they want to buy, right? These are these purchases, things like items like apparel I talked about. We saw the brand Base, they had their iconic weekend bag, the luxury weekend bag that people are shopping for. We saw beauty trending, so brand Ilia Beauty was trending all over the weekend. So again, they're looking for these items, these brands that they love.
It's December the 17th. Am I a terrible human being for not having done my Christmas shopping?
You're absolutely not. There's still plenty of time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much indeed. Deanne Evans of Shopify, Managing Director EMEA at Shopify, and some of the consumer trends as we lead into the holiday season, and some of the detail there, some of the shifting trends as well, and the use of AI. Really interesting. There's a lot more coming up. We're going to set you up for the inflation data out of the UK, what to look for, and touch on the oil price story as well around this embargo of Venezuela. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg. Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg. From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
We expected ongoing softness in the labor market, but it isn't creating a pullback in the broad economy.
Yes, inflation is high and it's persistent, but it has been coming down.
If you look at the unemployment rate, it's true that the unemployment rate did tick up. That uptick, though, is statistically insignificant. And if you dig into the numbers and look at what caused it to go up, it's entirely driven by re-entry into the labor force.
Corporate earnings have been really the star here.
Retail sales control group number was pretty strong.
Let the Doves have their day, but Thursdays, I think, will belong to the Hawks.
Some of the guests we've had on Bloomberg TV reacting to that delayed US jobs report. There was something for everyone, something for both the Doves and the Hawks in the data that came through yesterday, both October and November non-farm payrolls. If you are then a Dove, you look at the 4.6% number on unemployment and the direction of travel, and you think, okay, there is the case for more rate cuts from the Fed. But from the Hawks' perspective, that's not looking particularly dangerous, 4.6% level. And then, of course, you see the increase in terms of non-farm payrolls coming in above the estimates for the month of November. Yes, October was brutal, but you have the government shutdown, so that accounted for a lot of government workers. And that, of course, was a bit of a wrinkle in the data set. Things came back in November. So again, something for everyone, arguably, and the pricing around the Fed has not materially changed on the back of the data we got through yesterday on the labor market. The US market still pricing in 2 cuts from the Fed. Let's flip the board and have a look at what to expect from the inflation data here out of the UK. So broadly, year on year, headline, you're expected to see that tick down to 3.5% for the month of November from 3.6%. Services, though, is expected to remain on hold. Services inflation has remained sticky. 4.5% is expected to remain at that level. And in terms of core, that is seen holding at 3.4% as well. The BOE, of course, makes the decision on Thursday. Markets pricing in that 25 basis point cut. But the inflation data today, of course, could adjust that view. And then, of course, we look into 2026. So the Omi Trade team will be breaking that down for you when it drops at 7 a.m. UK time. Briefly touching on oil, we've seen prices up on the back of the embargo around Venezuela. It's worth noting that Venezuela produced and was putting about 600,000 barrels per day onto the market as of last month. The world consumes about 100 million barrels per day. But prices are up, at least in the session today. There's a lot more coming up. Stay with us. The Opening Trade is next. This is Bloomberg.
Some people would say that there's maybe a little bit of a bubble in AI. When you have companies with market caps of $5 trillion, You don't see any bubble there at all?
Whenever we have an acceleration in technology and people get excited about it, you have significant capital formation around new companies that are trying to capitalize on that opportunity. And you know, we've seen this before through history, and you're seeing it now. It won't be a straight line. The opportunity set with AI is enormous. There will be winners and losers. And it's hard to pick the winners and losers now. And certainly a lot of the capital that's being deployed will not produce adequate returns, and a bunch of the capital that's being deployed will actually not produce any returns. But it's hard, it's hard to call the timing on these things. And the thing I'd point to just from a historical lens is in the fall of 1996, Alan Greenspan talked about irrational exuberance in stock markets, and the NASDAQ was at 1,300. And the NASDAQ peaked 3.5 years later at over 5,000. So, these things can go on for a long time, but ultimately, there are adjustments, there will be drawdowns, there'll be rebalancing, and just, it's hard to call it because the technology trend and the investment is real.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Ahmed, only on Bloomberg.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Good morning from London. I'm Anna Edwards alongside Lizzie Burden. We're an hour away from the opening trade. Here's what you need to know. The dollar edges higher and Treasuries trim recent gains. Traders stick to forecast for 2 rate cuts next year from the Fed, while the UK and Europe get their latest inflation figures today. Washington warns Europe against its efforts to tax American tech companies, saying the US could use every tool at its disposal to retaliate. Plus, oil rebounds from its lowest level since 2021 after President Trump orders a complete blockade of sanctioned tankers going into and out of Venezuela.
Good morning, Anna. Well, we have futures pointing higher on both sides of the Atlantic this morning. Not a whole lot of market reaction to that US non-farm payrolls report yesterday. We'll dive into the numbers in just a moment, but keep an eye on oil here. It was sub $55 a barrel yesterday on Ukraine. Now it's up 1.3% on Venezuela, but still sub $60 a barrel. The countdown to the opening trade starts right now.
Welcome to the program, everybody. This is the opening trade. It is Wednesday morning. We have UK inflation data to get to, and Lizzie, it is quite a surprise. It has come in a lot lower than had been anticipated. So 3.2% is the inflation print for the month of November. The estimate was 3.5%, so it's lower than the estimate. It's substantially weaker than the prior number of 3.6%. So was this the final hurdle between us and a rate cut from the Bank of England, and has that hurdle now been removed?
Yeah, and look at the month-on-month number, down 0.2%. The estimate was for it to stay steady. The previous month was 0.4%. So this is actually going down here on the inflation numbers. I reckon that this could be what pushes Andrew Bailey into voting for that cut. We knew that the decision tomorrow was going to be on a knife edge. A 5-4 split was what was expected. It was about 90% priced before this CPI print. Let's see how that changes at 7:30 a.m. London time.
It was really interesting in the context of the data we got yesterday, Lizzie, which I'm not sure. There were some areas of weakness around unemployment, the unemployment rate, for example, but wages still pretty sticky. So not entirely clear what's happening with the labour market story right now. And the PMI data actually come in better than expected and all in expansion territory on the UK side of things. So there were some questions being asked about whether it was really going to be clear we get that cut from the BOE, but this does seem to be pretty decisive in the market's thinking. At least the pound is reacting in that way.
Down 0.6% at the moment. $1.33 is where we trade at the moment. investors had been pricing in about 58 basis points of cuts from the BOE by the end of next year. I reckon that is what's going to change. Not so much the story for tomorrow, but the story for 2026 when we get the updated pricing.
Yes, that'll be interesting, because Bloomberg Economics already suggesting that the inflation number was going to drop pretty quickly at the start of next year, and a lot of that is foreseeable because of what the government has done around the budget and other measures. So even in the Q1, before we get the budget impact, Bloomberg Economics has the number coming down to below 3%, and then in the second quarter they have the number closer to that 2% level because of the things, it's mechanistic, but because of the things that the government is doing. The only fly in the ointment I can see in terms of this deflationary narrative is that the services number, services inflation, yes, it has dropped, and yes, it has come in a little lower than expected, but not by as much as all the other readings. And this is a bit of a proxy for domestic inflation, isn't it?
Yeah, and very closely watched by the Bank of England. The number that's very closely watched also by number 10 Downing Street is, of course, food inflation. And interestingly, that is the area that usually rises at this time of year. That was the main driver of the fall in the decreases that we're seeing. So a little good news there for Rachel Reeves.
There we go, politically comforting, perhaps. Let's move on, Lizzie, because we have other things to think about this morning. And let's talk about some of the tensions that exist between the United States and Europe. And I say Europe because actually this is broader than just the EU, but we'll start with the EU dimension. So the US Trade Representative, his office is threatening action against Europe because of what they call unfair taxes on US technology. New restrictions, this could be fees, this could be tariffs. They're launching a Section 301 investigation. And so at the start of trade, will it have an immediate impact, or will it be a bit of a slow burn? One to watch, perhaps, but will certainly keep companies like Siemens, DHL, SAP, Capgemini, Publicis in focus, because they're either explicitly mentioned here as potential targets for retaliation, or they're just described as having unfettered access to the United States, and aren't they lucky? Yeah. So we'll certainly keep an eye on these.
Interesting that the USTR is actually naming names here, yes, pointing fingers. But we actually had Mara Šefčovič, the EU trade chief, on Bloomberg TV, I think talking to Oliver Crook the other day, but defending these non-tariff barriers and taxes and saying that the bloc is going to protect its tech sovereignty, and that's the reason for all of this. I wonder if we need to bring this back to geopolitics, because look, the EU, Europe in general, needs the US right now to cooperate on Ukraine. It's just said that it would give those security guarantees. Maybe this is the moment to seize on what they want from the EU when it comes to tech.
Yes, so the very wide context is that the Ukraine conversation is happening. The slightly narrower context, we've seen fines on US tech companies, haven't we, from Meta to X to Apple, so that's also in the mix. I mean, the EU doesn't have a digital service tax per se at a European level, but a number of European countries do, which is why I said it's also perhaps the UK, because the UK has one, France, Italy, Austria, Spain, so they all have them. And the Americans say that Europe has been too slow on its part to address part of the trade agreement that came through between these two areas, these two jurisdictions, which talked about unjustified digital trade barriers. And the United States says Europe's been too slow there, which just raises the question of whether we're going to be back at the beginning of next year to worrying about trade tensions, to worrying about trade tariffs. I know you've missed it, Lizzie, so maybe, who knows?
Please, no, not the start of 2026 on Groundhog Day of trade again. But just as I mentioned Ukraine, let's talk about oil, because as I say, yesterday, we were down to $55 a barrel on Brent because of the geopolitical story around progress on a ceasefire in Ukraine. Then we had the Venezuela development. So President Trump on Truth Social saying that he's surrounded Venezuela with an armada for being a drug trafficking state, stealing oil and assets, as he says, labeling the country a terrorist organization, and then that pushing up the oil price. So now we're still below $60 a barrel at $59.79, but up 1.5%.
Yeah, we're not far from where we started yesterday, are we? But it's been a very long journey and a big round trip. But this country, it really matters in oil terms, or it could really matter if it were not so sanctioned, because a lot of what it produces goes to, well, not Western countries, because, of course, the US has sanctions here. Chevron does operate in Venezuela, and I think that's interesting, this carve-out that they have to operate there, because they are eyes on the ground, and they have been saying, up until yesterday, they were saying that their operations are continuing with no disruption. Now, of course, at the moment, all of the activity is out at sea. If any of this activity were to be land-based, could that make a difference to these oil operations? And then would we see something of a larger order? But we're going to get some analysis on the oil story as we go through the programme this morning.
Indeed, I do want to know where the oil price would be without the Venezuela moves. But interesting to talk to Ole later about.
Yeah, indeed, and the Venezuela moves in the context of the glut conversations, which is really the dominant theme, it seems, would be interesting as well. We've got plenty of conversations coming up on all of these topics throughout the programme. Shanti Kellerman joins us, 7am co-CIO, so lots to talk about investment strategy there. Victoria Clark, Santander's chief UK economist, perfect guest for this morning to talk about the impact of this inflation data out this morning. Does this mean we are certain then that the Bank of England cuts rates tomorrow? And what does it mean for next year, perhaps more importantly? Maria Weitmana joins us, State Street Global Markets Equity Research Head. Always a big fan of tech stocks. Does that continue? And Ola Hansen will be with us, Saxo Bank Commodity Strategy Head. There, some important conversations around what's going on with oil markets, but not just oil, also other commodities.
Yeah, in terms of what's on the day book for today, at 9am London time, we have the German IFO numbers. 10am, we get the Euro area CPI figure. And then later on, after Fed speak, we have Waller, Bostic and Williams speaking. And Anna, particularly interesting to hear from Waller at this moment, Christopher Waller, of course, because we'd been asking whether the Fed politics would be more interesting than the actual eco data. And those non-farm payroll numbers had something for everyone, from the hawks to the doves, didn't move the market that much.
Yes, it is interesting, isn't it? And the debate about the Kevin, you know, the two Kevins, or is it just the two Kevins? Do we have other contenders in the mix around the Fed chair? That, of course, is going to take centre stage as we run out of US data to talk about. And even when we had that US data there, and it was partial, it was incomplete, it was very backward-looking. And so we keep all of that in mind as we watch the market a little confused as to what, frankly, to do with the data, and in the end, not thinking its expectations.
Yeah, now we look ahead to that December employment data, and that'll come out in early January ahead of the next meeting. Seems to be the most important data print there. But as I say, we also have European numbers to look forward to at the end of this programme. Here's what else you need to know this morning. OpenAI is in initial discussions to raise at least $10 billion from Amazon. According to Bloomberg sources, the deal under discussion could value OpenAI north of $500 billion and see it adopt Amazon's Trainium chip. The agreement would be a win for Amazon's effort to broaden its AI industry presence. Elsewhere, Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners is exiting from the takeover battle for Warner Brothers Discovery. The move comes as Warner Brothers is planning to reject the Paramount Skydance proposal that Kushner's private equity firm had backed. The board of Warner Brothers views its existing agreement with Netflix as offering greater value and certainty for shareholders. And Bloomberg has learned that the board of KNDS has decided to pursue an IPO. The Franco-German tank maker is likely to announce that it plans to pursue a listing as soon as this week and may seek a dual listing in Paris and Frankfurt that could take place in 2026. So bad news for Rheinmetall, because we knew that it wanted to have a little role in that. And also Rheinmetall, of course, has been down the past few days on the ceasefire progress, up a little bit at the end of yesterday's session.
Yes, indeed. I mean, yes, what could be delivered for Ukraine, which of course would be incredible.
Human triumph.
Will have an impact on these defence names, but will it be short-lived? And that's what we talked about yesterday, because this news from KNDS does suggest some long-term confidence in the defence story and the need for a boost to defence around Europe, which certainly has been attracting a lot of attention of late.
Yes. Well, coming up on the programme, we're going to check in on oil, which is stuck between geopolitical tensions and supply-demand forces. Plus, we'll continue to look ahead to the much-anticipated central bank decisions this week from, of course, the ECB, the BOE and the BOJ. But up next, Fed rate cuts, but bets remain the same after yesterday's jobs report. All eyes on the US inflation now, and we will discuss. But if you've got any questions of your own for our guests, please do send them in on IB plus BBTV Go. This is Bloomberg.
how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Sherian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more. We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
We expected ongoing softness in the labor market, but it isn't creating a pullback in the broad economy.
Yes, inflation is high and it's persistent, but it has been coming down.
If you look at the unemployment rate, it's true that the unemployment rate did tick up. That uptick, though, is statistically insignificant. And if you dig into the numbers and look at what caused it to go up, it's entirely driven by re-entry into the labor force.
Corporate earnings have been really the star here.
Retail sales control group number was pretty strong.
Let the Doves have their day, but Thursdays, I think, will belong to the Hawks.
Some of the guests we've had on Bloomberg Television reacting to that delayed US jobs report. Something for the Hawks, something for the Doves. Let's call the ref, shall we? Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel has analysis. Val.
Well, look, I thought it was really interesting to read into why the market shrugged off that data that essentially on the headline numbers was pretty dire. We shrugged off that October payroll number of negative 105K, mostly due to government shutdown. That was all due to government workers in the month of October. And the market also shrugged off the rise in the unemployment rate. Now, I want to cut through the noise for you guys and give you a glimpse of maybe why the market shrugged it off so aggressively. One of the main reasons why was because the household survey, because of the government shutdown, was done a week later than is normally conducted, meaning we got very close to the Thanksgiving holiday in this survey week. And we did see a big, massive rise in teen unemployment. It accounted for more than 70% of the unexpected rise in the unemployment rate yesterday. Some of that can be tagged to the fact that maybe teenagers are out of school, or looking for more unemployment, or looking for more job prospects as they enter into the holiday season. We also saw a large rise in those classed as part-time unemployed for economic reasons. Now, Anna and Lizzie, we normally don't see this outside of a severe recession, but again, the fact that the survey week was so close to Thanksgiving, perhaps this is just a normal part-time job seeking ahead of the holiday season and really doesn't tell us anything about the economic backdrop to the labor market. But again, this unemployment rise, the fact that we did see that payroll miss in October, there's still a lot to be discussed of what that means for the Fed policy moving forward. Thankfully, we will hear from Fed speakers today. Hopefully, they'll tell us what they thought was most important out of yesterday's data set. I am most interested to hear from Christopher Waller. He has previously characterized the labor market as flashing red, but in the latest few months, he's really toned down what he has been saying on the labor market. Does he return to some dire words on the U.S. labor force? And this perhaps draws us more into attention now that the Wall Street Journal has reported that Christopher Waller is sitting down with President Trump later today for an interview for the Fed chair candidacy. It's very interesting to see. It's been a wild week, at least when it comes to the prediction markets. Anna, we now have Kevin Warsh and Christopher Waller essentially neck and neck, trading around 20% odds on the poly market at the moment. Kevin Hassett is still a front runner at the moment, 54% odds that he will get that Fed chair pick, but Trump is still conducting interviews. It seems he has not made up his mind ahead of the January announcement.
Valerie, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Valerie Seisel with the latest on the data out the US and the Fed narrative. Let's get more on the markets and bring into the conversation Shanti Kellerman, co-CIO at Seven Investment Management, who I'm very pleased to say joins us on set. Hi, Shanti. Nice to see you. So we saw the market obsessing yesterday about the jobs data and yet not entirely sure what to do with it. Stocks, treasuries, everything, not all that moved by the end of the day by what we saw on the jobs print. So perhaps this didn't change the analysis. So that makes me wonder, you know, you've recently increased your allocation, I think, to US stocks. How much of that is based on much lower rates coming in 2026? What's the link there that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, we've slightly increased equities kind of across the board. I think with the US, you have the economy is in a good place. Probably jobs is the one thing that's flashing a bit negative, where you're seeing those slight upticks, but everything else looks pretty solid. And you also probably do have interest rates coming down a bit. So I think that backdrop is pretty positive, along with what we're seeing in technology developments and also broadening to some of the other sectors. So there are risks, but I think right now it's hard to see a big crash or a big recession. It makes sense to stay in equities.
Can we see a strong economy in the United States that is increasingly jobless? And if so, what does an investment strategy look like, Shanti, to protect from the downsides of that?
Well, I wouldn't say jobless because...
Not entirely.
Yeah, you have 4.6 is still a good number. I think you also have to remember there's still a lot of stimulus that's working its way through from some of the one big beautiful bill, and a lot of that is going to lower income consumers, things like the tax rebates, the health payments, childcare tax credits. So that probably supports some of the consumption, and we know consumption is also quite good up at the higher end. So I think as long as we don't have a collapse in consumer spending, you can see...
But I suppose I was getting at, yes, if this is something more structural, if this is AI related, if this is then going to live on and the US economy can grow fine, but fewer people will have jobs, and that maybe will weigh on the US consumer. Is that something you're thinking about, or is it way too early to know exactly what's going to happen with that narrative?
I think it's too early. I think right now still what we're seeing is people doing more rather than having less people. And I think that's the history of humankind. What we've always tended to do is try to do more with the same rather than do less. I think when you look at like past technological changes, they really have very little correlation with job losses. Things, you know, prior revolutions we've had, like spreadsheets didn't erase accountants. They all just started doing more accounts. And so I think there's nothing in this transition I've seen that makes me think it'll be different in the long run.
Okay, it's interesting that you cut your exposure to US mid-caps, added to larger US companies. Do you not see the AI trade kind of broadening out to other sectors anytime soon?
I think it can, but I think you also have to recognize that the earnings growth is really strong in those large companies, and they do have a path to keep delivering. There's always risks. I think the sectors where hopefully we'll see some expansion is you're already seeing spillover into utilities. I think banks have the potential as well to benefit from a lot of the capital fundraising that they're being involved in for that sector, but also then there's a lot of processes there that can be automated. So I think we'll see the spill out, but I think that comes probably it's still going to happen. Probably it's going to happen so slowly we don't really notice it, and then we'll be sort of here in a flash, we missed it.
Yeah, because I'm wondering when that tipping point is in earnings that you would back the broadening out, because it seems like you're waiting to see it in earnings before you...
Yeah, so we do have some dedicated mid and small cap exposure because those companies are incredibly attractively valued, and it's something where in the long run you'd think there would be some mean reversion, so it's important. But then you also have to weigh that against the momentum of the market and earnings growth today. And I think that's the challenge, is finding that balance.
And you think that inflation, there's some goods inflation, there'll be a reduction in the rate at which the prices of those goods are rising next year. Does that mean, are we through all of the impact of tariffs? Is that a 2025 story for you?
So I think in the U.S., probably a lot of the tariff stuff, they've been able to navigate it quite well. More in like the European side, I think there's huge potential for goods inflation to fall. And the thing that really matters there is consumers, even though inflation's gotten lower, we don't really feel like it's lower because prices have stayed high. If you start to see, the prices of bananas, apples, sneakers fall, that has a huge impact on how consumers feel. And a big part of inflation is how do consumers feel in their expectations.
Yeah, maybe when it starts to drop out of the kind of general news cycle, then it has an impact on consumers then and the way that they spend.
Yeah, well, if they see the goods prices falling, that's supportive. And I also think there's that element of will we have more stuff rerouted and sold more cheaply in Europe, because if there's higher tariffs in the US, you'll be looking to sell it potentially at a better margin.
A cheeky question for you. Val was talking about how Waller's back in the race for the Fed, and we know that the Kevins are both on the docket as well. It was all about Hassett for a bit, but now Walsh as well. From a market perspective, from an investor perspective, is there one name that has the most credibility?
Probably for me, no. I think it's a bit like the US election. It goes on for so long. I kind of wait to get interested until we get closer, because otherwise you can waste so much time in the lead. And you look at that chart with all the ups and downs with the candidates. I'm kind of happy I didn't waste my mental energy on following it, maybe. So I'll jump in soon. I'll jump in soon.
Yes, we can do that on your behalf. Interesting pulling out in your notes your comments on more illiquid assets, so things like real estate, infrastructure, private equity, and you're not very interested in these assets, and some people say they're an important diversifier, but you think you prefer things that are much more liquid.
I think, yeah, so we do a lot of alternative investing, but mainly it's quantitative strategies, because you can back test them, you know how they're correlated with other things, and also they're less expensive. And I think the danger with a lot of those other assets are good, but they can be less liquid, they can be a lot more expensive, and you have to kind of weigh those costs and benefits. And also some of them have a lot of the same factors that drive them in terms of interest rates, economic growth. With a lot of the quantitative strategies, you can make sure you have things that are genuinely uncorrelated to bonds or equities.
Another line in your notes that fascinated me was you said that the UK is getting back on track. Do you buy gilts?
It could.
So we try to do a list of like things that could go right, rather than have a sort of normal outlook.
Love the optimism.
And the funny thing is, when we do stuff about the UK, that's where we always get the most pushback. Saying things like, the AI trade could broaden or Japan could do well, everyone just goes. If we say anything about the UK doing well, everyone kind of screams bloody murder at us. But I think there is a path.
Is that from within the UK or from outside?
Yeah,
or is it both?
It's our UK.
It's the national character, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think there you have, if the global economy is good, the UK is very exposed to that. If we start to see some of the relaxation in building and permissions come through, and more construction, and also I think the recent budget was pretty benign and mild. It's not going to add to inflation. It doesn't really change that much in the near term. So I think there is, and UK stocks up 17% year to date. So
but the important question is whether it will actually lead to the fiscal consolidation in the medium term. And are you faithful in that for the gilts perspective?
I think the gilt market's in a decent place. I think there's enough headroom there. I have a feeling a lot of those changes that were announced may never be implemented. Hopefully we get to a place.
It's a long time between the beginning and the end of a parliament, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right, Shanti, great to see you. As always, Shanti Kellerman, co-CIO at Seven Investment Management. Just as we were discussing the UK, I just want to check in on the pound, because it's even further lower now off the back of that CPI print that we got at the top of the hour, down 0.7% at $1.33. And interesting to see these misses to the downside on CPI, 3.2% at the headline level compared to 3.5%, the expectation, down from 3.6%.
Yes, exactly. And our colleague Ven Ram on the Markets Live blog saying the UK's latest inflation data should solidify market expectations of a rate cut this week, which seems to be what the pound is pricing in right now, which is likely to send front-end gilt yields and the pound lower. So we see it in the pound, and we'll certainly look for it in gilt yields a little bit later on. Coming up on the programme, UK inflation comes in, as we've been saying, below all estimates. We will get the take of Santander's chief UK economist, Victoria Clark. That conversation coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Have you ever thought about, or would you make a movie for a streaming service? Would you make a Netflix movie?
Man, that's a great question.
I mean, I'm waiting for one where I ask and you go, that was a shitty question.
Yeah. I mean, you good at your job, bro. Like, this is actually the first time anybody's ever asked me that. I'm not here to say what I would and wouldn't do in the future. But the theatrical experience is one that means a great deal to me. It means a great deal to us. Mm-hmm. I feel a certain responsibility. Like if Fruitville had happened a calendar year later, it probably would have come out on streaming. I've been fortunate enough that everything that I've written and directed has been a theatrical release. So I feel a duty to try to protect that. But that's where I'm at today.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the opening trade, Wednesday, the 17th of December. Let's have a look at where we are on the European equity market futures position. And the futures picture actually looking a little more inspiring than it was just an hour or so ago. FTSE futures up by 0.7% this morning. Euro Stoxx 50 up by 0.3%. There will be an oil effect in the FTSE perhaps because oil prices are up 1.5%, 59.81. That on the back of the big drop we saw in oil prices yesterday around Ukraine, and then a jump this morning around the Venezuela headlines. So we'll keep all of that in mind as we watch what happens at the start of trade here in Europe. A little bit of catch-up with the States maybe as well, as we closed out quite negatively here in Europe yesterday. Let's have a quick look at the bond markets, and of course we'll wait another half hour to get the start of gilt trading. But this is what we have at the moment, some very small moves coming through on either side of the flat line around European bond markets this morning. But Lizzie, really waiting for that gilt open in 29 minutes' time.
We are indeed. So UK inflation at its lowest level in 8 months. We've got the pound weaker off the back of this CPI print, now down 0.7%, $1.33. Let's see how it impacts the outlook for the BOE next year. We've got the perfect guest to discuss, Victoria Clark, Chief UK Economist at Santander CIB. Victoria, I mean, is this a fluke, or is it enough to comfort the hawks on the Bank of England who are worried about inflation longer term?
I don't think it's a fluke, but I also think that the hawks on the Bank of England will still be there fretting about some of the structural stories in the background. So I think, in the middle is Governor Bailey. He's the key voter that's going to decide what they'll do in December. It's certainly enough for him because I think the weakness is fairly broad versus the expectations. But if you're the hawks, if you're Hugh Pill, you're Claire Lombardelli, you're Catherine Mann, you're still going to be sitting there thinking, OK, services inflation's quite high. It's still 3.2. And I'm also worried about maybe what's going on there in the labour market and whether the labour market softness is really going to deliver the softer pay growth that will keep inflation low into next year and beyond.
OK, well, we've had traders updating their bets, so they've added to them for next year. They now see 69 basis points of cuts by the end of 2026. I think before this, they'd seen about 58 basis points. Does it at all change your outlook for next year?
I think it does when you see this level of subdued price setting in quite a few sectors. I think, there's a couple of things going on here this time. One is possibly that Black Friday timing's a factor, and that might be overstating the degree to which we've seen this softening, and you might see some of that come back in December. Airfares is another factor, always a wild card for UK inflation. That could come back. But what we're starting to see actually over the last 3 months is a picture where in some of those really discretionary areas of price setting where demand has been subdued, the prices are being set in a more subdued way. And I think if that carries on into next year, you can win the hearts and the minds of the hawks, but it's going to take a bit more time when they've still got those structural worries at the back of their mind.
And those who are worried and hawkish and structurally concerned around inflation, then Victoria, might be looking at the services number and saying, well, that is such a big part of the UK economy. And yes, it came in lower than expected at 4.4%, but it's still 4.4%. It's still pretty high. And it's not much lower than the estimate of 4.5%. So how will that services number influence the thinking, do you think, at the BOE?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, something that happened at the Monetary Policy Report last time was that they took out the monthly services number, which to me felt like a little bit of a sort of hint that we shouldn't obsess or focus on it quite so much. But the absolute level and the 3-month picture, which they do still give us their view for, is important. And you're absolutely right, it's still elevated. And the hawks have been worrying that pay growth at large, you know, beyond the private sector number, is still elevated. Public sector pay growth is very hot. That's more cash into pockets. I don't think that there's enough there to shift the structural story. And the services inflation number is exactly a symptom of the fact that you have had strong labour cost growth continuing to drive some of those labour cost heavy service sector firms.
And what are you expecting for next year around inflation? Because Bloomberg Economics has some quite speedy drop off in the inflation rate in the UK next year. They're talking about going under 3% in the first quarter, something heading towards 2% in the second quarter. Some of that's budget related and sort of mechanistic things that the government has done to bring down inflation. But I wonder how widespread that thinking is amongst economists.
Yeah, I share that view very much. I think that from here we go lower quite quickly. The budget mechanically will take about 50 basis points off inflation. So after we put that into our numbers, we weren't too far above 2% at our peak for next year for headline CPI, which is around June, July time. So
yet the hawks will still worry, you think, this week?
Because that's just, it's a mechanical, it's a budget one-off. Once that falls out, you know, you start to move higher again. And our core CPI, looking beneath the surface, is still running that little bit too hot. And there are risks for next year too. We've got the living wage increases coming through in next April. You've got costs associated with the Employment Rights Bill. I think that firms are looking at their business rates for next spring as well, and all of these things come with risks. So it feels a little bit like deja vu. Every year I say sort of wait till April. April's a really critical period, and I think the same is true for this month. So we should, you know, we should not be complacent. The lower optics are good for inflation expectations, but there may still be something about UK inflation that just keeps it running a little bit too hot.
I mean, that's really interesting because the Chancellor was so proud of the disinflationary impact of this budget, but you're saying that maybe it's not so simple as focusing on the measures that she introduced to lower inflation because of, for example, as you say, the minimum wage.
Absolutely right. So the good news is that at a point when inflation might have been high, you get inflation down more quickly and you don't have to worry so much about inflation expectations, and that's not to be dismissed. But there are other reasons why, you know, firms might be saying there's an inflationary impact from the budget as well, and some of that would be the labour cost increases. Some of it's things happening more broadly in the economy, taxes. And so, you know, there's a kind of two-handed element to this, and some of the stuff will stick and some won't.
I mean, we were talking to Shanti Kellerman just there about the fiscal consolidation that's promised in this budget. Of course, it's further out towards the election. Do you have faith that that's going to materialise when, you know, there's so much risk politically for Keir Starmer and the alternatives to Starmer don't look like they'd be up for fiscal consolidation at the moment?
It's a great question. I mean, I do worry that the plans put out there are quite backloaded. And, yeah, I mean, look, the politics are going to be hugely important in whether these plans stick. And, you know, a key question is going to be whether the kind of bond markets get the last word in really shaping the way that the new, you know, candidates, if they come forward, think about, you know, tax and spend and borrowing as well. And at the moment, I think the kind of broad thinking in markets is that the bond markets are still a big focus, even for the more left-leaning candidates,
Really?
and that will keep them in check. At least you get tax increases rather than more borrowing, and that's something I think that the markets can tolerate, because that means that the plan, the determination to stick to the fiscal rules is still there.
I mean, you've got the likes of Andy Burnham, the Mayor of Manchester, talked about coming back as an MP in 2026, saying that we shouldn't be in hock to the bond market. Then you've got Zach Polanski, the Greens leader, saying pretty much the same. I do wonder how much the bond vigilantes are going to be able to rein in everybody.
Yeah. You wonder. I mean, it probably makes good politics. We'll see. We'll see what would happen if their voices were louder on the global stage. What about the ECB then, Victoria? I mean, this seems almost. Is there nothing to see here this week as a result? There's a heated debate about when and if we get to a hike from the ECB. That seems to have started a little prematurely, perhaps.
A little prematurely, exactly. So, look, we're going to get updated forecasts from the ECB this week. We expect that they'll sort of nudge up the growth forecasts and the inflation profile too, but nothing too dramatic that should really kick off that discussion about whether we need to see cuts or hikes into 2026 and beyond. Look, I mean, our own view is that it is a little bit premature to be talking about hikes, certainly the back end of 2026, but we can certainly see that possibility there for 2027. Also, I mean, our feeling is that there is certainly a sense on the ECB that they don't want those hikes to get priced in at this point. So just playing a very boring, very straight kind of statement that does relatively little to kind of trigger that debate is probably the right thing for them.
And we saw Jerome Powell really going to go out of his way to stress, let's not turn that corner just yet. That's not anybody's base case.
So do you expect Lagarde to kind of be saying it could still be a cut when she's...
Well, look, I mean, you've got to keep all options in play here, but certainly, I mean, there is that possibility that there's a cut. There's huge risks still in the environment, aren't there? And I think, for them, it's probably a dangerous thing to start ruling that out at this point. Play for a little bit more time.
OK, Victoria, thank you very much. Great to speak to you. Victoria Clark, Chief UK Economist at Santander. Coming up on the programme, it is the build-up to the European market open, of course. GSK says it has won US approval for a drug to treat severe asthma. We'll look at how that stock performs at the start of trading, and that's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Aim here is understanding. These digital assets have the ability to change the payment landscape of the world, and we need to be ready. We, the regulators, the world needs to be ready for a new wave of technology.
Stablecoins are almost entirely used in the mechanisms of trading in cryptocurrencies. What we saw is the opportunity for digital assets broadly, stablecoins in particular, to be used as a medium of exchange outside of the crypto world, what is today the fiat currency world. At some point, I think these digital asset wallets will be big enough and people will be comfortable enough using them. I think we'll have a flip from conventional payment mechanisms into stablecoin-based mechanisms.
Does that mean banks such as yourselves issuing stablecoins?
We could. We are issuing Hong Kong dollar stablecoins today. We're in a sandbox for tokenized bank deposits in Hong Kong. We're effectively issuing tokens related to trade finance in Singapore. So it's all on the table, but we're always going to tie it back to what our clients want and need. Because if we don't get that one right, the rest doesn't matter.
The market capitalization of both type of instruments, crypto and digital assets, are both very low. Stablecoins today have $20 billion of flows a day. It's less than 1% of the flows of the payment system in the world. But because they have the ability to be very helpful in use cases, particularly in retail to begin with, but then potentially on the wholesale side, I think we will see a lot more of that.
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
17 minutes away from the opening trade. We've got futures pointing higher across the European continent. Stocks 50 futures up 0.25%, but outperformance expected here in London. The FTSE futures up 0.7%, which takes me to oil. It's advancing from its lowest level since 2021 after President Trump ordered a blockade of sanctioned tankers off Venezuela, and that move really increases the pressure on Caracas amid a US military buildup in that region. Let's get analysis now with Bloomberg's Stephen Stapczynski. He joins us now for more. Stephen, first of all, just give us a sense of how significant Venezuela is in the oil market, and we know it's an OPEC member. How much influence does it have?
It's really not that big a deal in the grand scheme of things, right? So when you just look at Venezuelan output, you've got about 500, 600,000 barrels per day of exports last month. That's compared to 100 million barrels per day of global demand. Now, that being said, traders trade on sentiment. And a lot of that crude oil was going to China via shadow fleet ships. If there's a blockade of those sanctioned vessels, then you are going to see a bit of a mismatch of supply and demand, and you could see a scramble for certain grades of oil to be seen or bought or traded in the market. Of course, a crackdown on Venezuela also maybe looks at a wider impact on whether the U.S. wants to crack down on other sanctioned suppliers as well. Are they going to be more bold in the years to come? It does add this risk premium, but in terms of actual barrels on the water and in terms of the supply-demand balance, Venezuela is a very small piece of that puzzle, and their influence in OPEC is also relatively muted.
Relatively muted. We do know that they have big reserves, though, Stephen, don't we? And we also know, I mean, Chevron has been saying, look, we operate there. They have a carve-out from the sanctions. We operate there, and they're saying that their operations continue with no disruption. I suppose if we were to see disruption there to those operations by activity actually on the ground, could that prompt a rise of a bigger dimension? Or, given the background glut story, does that not really cut through?
I think whenever anything happens, even if you take away the supply demand, take away the focus or how much of influence they have in the market, whenever Trump says something, if there are sanctions, if there's attacks on the ground, you're going to see a knee-jerk reaction in the market. And we have seen that time and time again over the last year, whether it's OPEC Plus saying that they were going to stop their increases in supply in the first quarter, whether there was conflict in the Middle East or with Russia and Ukraine. You've seen some sort of market reaction. But as you said, because of this incoming glut that's going to get worse in 2026, you've always seen sort of a correction down, trending lower and lower and lower. If this sort of Venezuela action were to happen, let's say in 2022 when the market was tight and we had Brent above $100, I'm sure that you would have seen the market explode. You would have seen an increase in prices and a lot more fear, and people would be talking about a tighter situation. But now, because we are facing this glut, Trump actually has afforded more flexibility to be able to do things and act on oil producers that perhaps he wouldn't have been able to do in the past. So I think this glut narrative does likely indicate that we are going to see lower prices until that deteriorates.
And of course, we had seen oil prices falling, Stephen, on the progress towards a Ukraine ceasefire before the Venezuela news. If we take out the Venezuela news and just focus on Ukraine, let's say we actually do get material progress when it comes to Ukraine, would we be back inching towards $50 a barrel again?
I think that's a really good question. How much of a Ukraine price deal is priced in at the moment? Could we go down those $6 to hit WTI 50? That's a big question, but I think one thing that will be on the mind of the traders is if there's a peace deal, what does this mean for sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil, right? Trump sort of surprised the market to put sanctions on them. If you remove those sanctions, suddenly there is more opportunity for Russian crude to kind of flow more easily to places like India and China, whereas now you kind of had the traders and refineries figuring out this new sanction regime and where to find alternatives. So the big question is, okay, there's a peace deal, and then what? What does that mean for physical supply in the market? What does this mean for the Trump administration sanctions on Russia so far?
Stephen, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Stephen Stapczynski joining us there from with the latest on the oil markets. Thank you very much. Let's get to a markets conversation, a wider markets conversation, and bring in Skylar Montgomery-Koenig from our Markets Live team. Skylar, good morning to you. And this could be something that we feel at the start of trade here in Europe. FTSE futures are called quite a bit higher than other futures here in Europe. And I note that it was some of the oil majors that weighed on the London market yesterday. And so, I mean, that might be there might be little else to say about that phenomenon, but we might see some outperformance by London as a result of that.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely could see that. I think, you know, the oil story is a smaller story within the broader market context. There's so much going on this week. The U.S. data is certainly having an impact globally. You're seeing ricochets from what we got from non-farm payrolls yesterday in labor markets. I think generally you're more on edge because you have so much data this week. And then we also just have a huge number of central banks tomorrow. And so I think I'd look more towards that and that story rather than kind of littler stories around the oil market. It can certainly impact sector rotation, but I think broadly we're more concerned about how that data and bank decisions evolve.
Well, yeah, I've had to pick between Threadneedle Street and Frankfurt tomorrow for the ECB versus BOE decisions. And, you know, the BOE just had this CPI print come in. You've had traders changing their bets for BOE next year. Which one's going to be more interesting tomorrow, do you reckon, BOE or ECB?
I mean, definitely the Bank of England. I think that's always the case, right? Because you have this vote split that watched very closely. I think, as you say, the data we got this morning, inflation came in lower. I think we very convincingly got data since the last Bank of England meeting that told you inflation peaked in September, and it's been on a downtrend since then. And yes, some of the prints maybe haven't been read as clearly by the market in terms of we got wage data yesterday, and it was a little bit hotter than expectations, but the key is that you're still seeing that downtrend. So private sector pay was down quite considerably. For the Bank of England, that feeds into services inflation, and so that means you can ease tomorrow, and I think that's certainly helpful for gilts. I think also what's underappreciated is how much that inflation helps. And by that I mean you get this kind of virtuous cycle where lower inflation means you have lower yields in the UK, which is lower debt servicing costs, which means you can have lower risk premium and lower yields again. And so that gets this kind of going in a good way, especially because so much of the UK debt is inflation-linked relative to elsewhere.
And so what kind of messaging will the central bank want to attach to any decision, do you think? Will they be happy with the way that the market is receiving all of this? Because inflation is still high, but if you look at the forecast for next year, it's expected to come down really quite quickly. How many rate cuts will the bank feel comfortable with the market pricing in, do we think?
Yes, I think this is the issue is you don't get consistent messaging from the Bank of England. So, you know, there might be some members that say that's totally fine, we can have that many cuts next year. And I think actually the risk is skewed more towards a hawkish meeting tomorrow because of that, or a hawkish surprise, because all of the data has been so clear since the last meeting on the dovish side, inflation coming down. And so it is now fully priced, and you are still likely to have a board split. The last decision was very close. And so I think, you know, maybe you get a bit more of a wobble in gilts, and then I think the outlook's less clear in terms of the pound, and that, yes, risk premium compression and lower policy rates is very positive for gilts, but it's more of a mixed outlook for the pound.
Okay, let's see if maybe we get a sterling rally off the back of a hawkish BOE cut. Well, Bloomberg, Skylar Montgomery-Koenig, thank you so much for that analysis. Now, let's get our stocks to watch with Chloe Melly. Chloe.
Good morning, Lizzie. The Trump administration is threatening to retaliate against the EU over plans to tax big American tech companies. And so the Trump administration has singled out some of the key European companies that could be those potential targets for retaliation. And we have got some of them up here on the board. So we'll be looking at those this morning and see if there's any movement there. Another one is actually Spotify, which is headquartered in Sweden but listed over in the US. And we've already seen the impact of that news in the US trading session tomorrow, with those shares in Spotify trending lower. And Bloomberg Intelligence analysts have said that we are talking about potentially a $200 million headwind for Spotify. So that gives an indication perhaps of what those other companies in Europe might also be facing. So let's keep an eye on that today. Moving on to GSK, which could be moving higher after securing US approval for a drug that treats severe asthma. So this is a drug that could potentially be a blockbuster for GSK and is going to be a big part of that growth moving forward for the company. The key difference for that drug is that it's administered only twice a year, which is a big difference with other asthma drugs. And so this could be potentially moving those shares in GSK higher this morning. We've already seen that company, as we can see here, outperforming that broader healthcare index by quite a large margin, and that could continue today. And finally, let's end with Aperol. It's not the most Christmassy drink, but we'll take it. And Campari could be moving higher this morning after its owner settled a tax case with the Italian tax authorities. There was a probe that was opened in October. Campari shares were seized as part of that, and that had sent those shares lower. We've seen quite a lot of up and down over the last few months for Campari, but the fact that this dispute is now resolved could potentially provide that much needed relief, that much needed boost for that company.
Okay, Chloe, thank you. Not Christmassy, she says. Chloe, there'll be messages, there'll be emails. Our reporting reports, Chloe Melly, thank you very much. So a few things in focus. We'll watch the defence names because of some interesting lines there where I saw rank in focus a little earlier on but from some of the brokers. We'll also be watching anything that's linked to the rate story in the UK, won't we? So we've mentioned oil could make the UK a little different, but also those real estate names that are heavily associated, of course, with the number of rate cuts that we get next year. I mean, not a huge change in the pricing of rate cuts next year, but that can sometimes filter through into stocks.
Yeah, look at the banks, the likes of Lloyd and NatWest. The retailers could be sensitive to the food price.
Yeah.
Inflation news, good news, we should underscore there. So the likes of Tesco, Sainsbury, Marks and Spencer, and so we'll be watching all of those as well. But yeah, EU firms with the US-EU retaliation maybe, and the oil stocks as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Chloe was going through some of the names that were actually explicitly singled out by the US Trade Representative's office in that spat between Europe and the United States. Coming up, we'll bring you the start of European trading. We are expecting to see a bit of a bounce at the start of trade. Futures are pointing higher this morning. The FTSE 100 in particular up by 0.8%. The market open is next. This is Bloomberg.
Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
Used to be one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China, when they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something. Now, though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either, but tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the opening trade. A few minutes to go then until we get the opening trade for European stocks. And this is the US session of yesterday. And I will mention that this is where European stocks close. I mention it because I was just asked. This is where European stocks close. So all of that, the part of the chart to that side of that yellow line, that has yet to be priced in by European markets. And that suggested that we would have a little bit of a drift higher at the start of trade in the European markets. And so European futures were kind of positioned overnight to go higher. And then we add into that some other UK-specific factors. And we are expecting to see something a bit more positive at the start of trade than yesterday. So Euro Stoxx 50 futures up by 0.3%. 30 futures up 8.9% this morning. Part of that's the oil story. So oil stocks going higher would be the expectation, with oil prices bouncing on the Venezuelan news. But we'll also watch anything that is sensitive to rate cut expectations. Lizzie, more on this from you, no doubt. But that explains why we have the FTSE 100 looking as if it's going to get the best of the gains this morning.
Well, let me dive into which particular sectors on the FTSE 100 might be the beneficiaries of this. Look out for commercial real estate names, the likes of Land Securities and British Land, the house builders, Persimmon, Taylor Wimpey, the banks, Lloyds and NatWest, and the retailers as well, so the likes of Currys and Next. But then you mentioned the oil story too. Got my eye on the likes of Shell and BP because of the Venezuela tanker blockade, but also mind the airlines off the oil price story and the shipping stocks, the likes of AP Møller Maersk and Hapag-Lloyd. Just finally, GSK, Chloe Melly flagged us this after the FDA in the US approved its twice-annual asthma drug. I'm not even going to attempt to say the drug's name, but could be a good day for GSK, Anna.
Yeah, watching the airlines is a good call because I noticed how well US airlines have been doing quarter to date, Lizzie, over in the United States. Let's have a look at these European equity markets then. Opening up for this Wednesday session, the FTSE 100 out of the gates first, as is the norm, up by 0.1%. We'll wait to see whether it's joined in that positivity by many of the other markets, but we are expecting, for all the reasons we've just been describing, to see European equity markets go a little higher. The focus in yesterday's session was very much on that US inflation data, or jobs data rather, but it didn't really give us a clear direction, and so we had a pretty mixed picture for stocks by the close, and indeed for treasuries as well, waiting for further data out of the United States to get a firmer sense of where we are on the labour market perhaps. So now we're into the session just a little bit more, and we do have that outperformance in London, up by 0.6%, but the stock 600 as a whole up by 0.3%. So we do see some broad positivity across these European equity markets. A little bit of catch up perhaps with the US trade of yesterday, Lizzie, and then that UK specific story on top. What do you see in sectors?
Well, we have energy as the best performing sector this morning. It's up nearly 1% overall, and this comes back, as we say, to the oil story, the US ordering Venezuela, the tanker blockade off Venezuela. So the likes of Shell up 1.4%, similar move for BP, Total by a lesser amount, 0.6%. And then we also mentioned the UK stocks off the back of that CPI print, inflation dropping more than expected. As you say, the FTSE as a whole outperforming, up 0.7%. 0.8%. You got the banks up 0.8% as a sector. That's the second best performer across the stock 600. And so the likes of NatWest and Lloyds were expected to benefit from that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we do expect to see some of that coming through. So energy and banks, as you say, are doing well this morning. Those are to the upside. Travel and leisure, so you were right to flag that we should watch the aviation sector. Travel and leisure is the worst performing sector this morning and very much does have a tendency to move with the oil price if the oil price move is sufficient, is substantial enough. And we do see some of those aviation names looking a little bit weaker this morning.
We also have the ones that are on the receiving end of potential retaliation from the US over the digital taxes. So I've got SAP open here up down 0.5%. Capgemini down 0.7%. But Publicis, we were expecting a hit. They're up 0.25% this morning, so not so worried by the USTR.
Yes, so we'll wait to see what comes of that particular threat, perhaps. Let's move on to the gilt market then, because we've been watching what was going on here because of the dynamics around the inflation print this morning. And actually, as expected, we're seeing gilt yields coming down, in particular at the short end. Well, actually, no, it's quite consistent across the curve, but at the short end, we do see the 2-year yield down by 7 basis points. That's pretty consistent across the everything out to the 10-year tenor, and then, yes, even beyond 50-year, down by 7 basis points as well. So we can see quite a lot of rethinking of just what the rate profile will look like in the UK next year, perhaps. Let's broaden our conversation this morning and talk about these markets with Maria Weitmaner, who joins us, Head of Equity Research over at State Street Global Markets. Maria, very nice to see you. Thank you for joining us this December to talk about where we are in markets now and perhaps a little about 2026. I want to start there. Your expectations for 2026, just how good do you think it'll be for stocks?
Yeah, good morning, and thanks for having me. I think when we're kind of looking ahead to the next year, we kind of think about the drivers that provided us with a very strong support for stocks this year, and it was okay corporate profits. That was a good support, and normalization of monetary policy, and particularly in the US. And I think we're still in that world where corporate earnings are being strong. We see positive earnings revisions overall, and policy is normalizing. So I think that at least like in the foreseeable future, before events start hitting us, we are very constructive on outlook for next year.
You're very constructive for next year. And let's talk tech then, Maria, because you're always such a supporter of tech and you're always a big fan of tech stocks. Now, you say in your notes that there is still no alternative, and I'm sure you'll have reason for that. But just to throw a little counter at that argument, I've got a chart here that shows the S&P...
She's done her homework, Maria.
Well, I'm sure Maria will have an answer, which is why I'm doing this. S&P 500, most recent part of 2020, I've got the fourth quarter, basically, on this chart, which shows the S&P 500 and what's happened to tech stocks. And actually, it's been healthcare and banks that have been doing really well of late. And so I wonder, is it still right to make that argument that there is no alternative to tech stocks?
Yeah, okay, so there are two parts to this argument. First, I do believe that tech is probably going to lead next year, but healthcare is another very interesting conversation we can have. Starting with tech sector, the reason we love tech is, we still strongly believe that earnings growth would be the key driver of relative performance in the market. We still think that sectors and styles and countries where earnings growth is stronger than somewhere else will continue to kind of garner investor support. That was true for the last couple of years. Yes, it drove valuation to kind of very high levels. And you can have like this wonderful chart of looking at earnings expectation versus valuation. And yes, tech is expensive, but it's the one sector that's expected to grow very, very fast. Everything else is trading at a discount because earnings growth is slow. And I think we still not seeing that dynamic changing. So that's kind of your case for tech. I think healthcare is really, really interesting. Up until kind of start of summer, it was the biggest underweight institutional investors had in our custodial database. Investors were really, really negative on the sector. And there are lots of fundamental challenges with the sector, but it was a huge regulatory risk. And it's beginning to change. And we saw very strong investor buying, and absolutely correct, that was the best performing sector in Q4. What we're seeing a lot of it is position adjustment. So you start with a huge underweight, prices start to go up with a little bit more M&A activity happening in the sector. We see a little bit more, I mean, you just mentioned some more drug kind of permissioning in US happening. So prices start to go up, and people who are underweight the sector, which we know it's a huge position, they begin to buy, price goes up, they begin to buy. So it creates its own momentum. And we're still in a very, very underweight territory for sector holding. So yes, healthcare looks an interesting sector for us. Not so much that fundamentals really improve, but it creates this kind of position unwind and kind of short squeeze in the sector. So we're still there.
But Maria, what is your answer to those who question when the capex into AI is going to translate into productivity gains and big juicy returns?
Yeah, no, that's a kind of not even $1 million, $1 trillion question. And I mean, I think what's important for investor is that who would be the beneficiary of this capex? I mean, we hope this new technology is transformational and it's multi-decade improvement in productivity kind of going forward. But in the medium term and short term, who benefits? And for now, it's really the people who kind of, I don't know, picks and shovels, the kind of infrastructure build up. That's those companies already benefiting. Think of kind of NVIDIAs of this world or Microsofts or Googles of this world, people who provide infrastructure for AI. So for them, the path to monetization is much clearer, much easier, much more transparent, and those companies, in our view, that's easier case to make in terms of monetization. What will happen later on? I think we still need to kind of technology needs to develop, and the kind of case needs to be proven. But those mega cap companies that are doing majority of investments, for them the monetization case is a lot clearer, and that's what they're kind of trading on.
But surely the bigger question is who loses, whose capex is wasted, and what are the biggest risks to this positive view, Maria, in 2026?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting point, and I think lots of people talk about, and I mean, we will hear from kind of central bank officials that, it's quite a big risk to labor market, lots of jobs will be lost. I think, I mean, I'm being an equity analyst, so I'm trying to have a more positive spin on it. I don't think we'll lose people doing the jobs. I think the people will become more productive, and with the same labor force, companies can do a lot more, so that's kind of margin enhancing and profit enhancing. So, I mean, we're already seeing that all of us kind of becoming a little bit more efficient. We kind of reduce the number of kind of boring and manual jobs we need to do in kind of our job. So becoming more productive and coming up with kind of more efficient way of doing things. So I think that's the direction of travel. It's not like we need less people. We just be more efficient, more productive. So that's kind of my positive spin on tech capex.
Yes, let's hope we all get to do less boring jobs, Maria, as a result of this, rather than less work entirely, which is perhaps the conversation that is ongoing, and we'll see where it goes. Let me ask you about value stocks then, Maria, because clearly you're all about tech still. Do you see anything shifting there? Is there any AI dimension to some of the value stocks that have been so unloved but could perhaps reinvent themselves, become more productive as a result of the new technology available?
Yeah, I think value question is super interesting because, I mean, we know that buying low and selling high, that's a mantra for finance. Lots of Nobel Prize winners kind of, when there are lots of academic research. The problem is that for the last 20 years, that has not happened. For the last 20 years, where cheap stocks were getting cheaper and cheaper. And for us, a fundamental reason for that is kind of overall sluggishness of earnings growth outside tech. So that's the problem. And that's like what investors have to do. They either choose faster growing companies at a high price or slow growing companies at low price, and they seem to be choosing faster growing ones. So what needs to happen, the gap between earnings growth, between growth or tech or large caps, however you want to call it, and everything else needs to shrink. And we see two ways of shrinking this gap. One is constructive. We kind of economic growth reaccelerates, and then cheaper value or the cyclical value will do better. So think about your materials, your small caps, your emerging market trade. That's the trade. So if we have reacceleration of economic and earnings growth outside tech, or you can have a more negative way. We go to recession. everything collapses, profits go down everywhere, then we have big rate cuts, and then as we get out of slump, then you buy, you just buy the cheapest stuff, right? So you get the junk rally. So it's either economic reacceleration or recession. I mean, at the moment, I think both of two scenarios are kind of tail risks, and kind of the central case. What we heard from Powell is this kind of soft landing, and we kind of bump along, and gap between profitability gap is still not closing, and we still are forced to buy this kind of large cap growth companies.
Maria, I just finally want to ask you about defence as a sector. We're seeing the likes of Rheinmetall actually up this morning on German fiscal news. There's one element, but I do wonder whether there's room to run for the defence names, given the prospect of maybe, hopefully, a ceasefire in Ukraine.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a wonderful Christmas present for all of us, ceasefire and kind of end of hostilities. But in terms of kind of investment case for defense stocks, I think it's a little bit more challenging. And the reason I'm saying so is not because, I mean, all of a sudden we need to spend less money. We do need to spend more money on defense. But what we saw at the end of last year and Q1 of this year, that both valuation and positions in those sectors have really increased. I mean, what we see in our custodial database, the holdings, institutional investor holdings in defense stocks are almost 3 times higher than the previous max we've seen before kind of recent run-up in positioning. So investors kind of positioned for that. So that's kind of your known story, right? And Q1 last year, we saw like big run-ups in prices there in terms of, okay, we will have more fiscal spending. We will have more kind of better earnings there. So that's kind of known story. So what's a new incremental story? And I guess the risk reward is potentially on the downside because we know money are going there. So if there is any disappointment, then you can see position unwind.
Maria, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us. Maria Weitmaner, Head of Equity Research at State Street Global Markets. Let's have a look at the Core 6 this morning. And the picture across European equities then, and some of the ones that are very much in focus. We've just talked about defence names. Expectations have been in the market for some time about what Germany's going to do fiscally, but it does seem to be having a bit of an impact on some of those players this morning. So Rheinmetall up by 1.8%. ASML higher, Schneider Electric a little higher. They're united, of course, by the tech AI theme. Nestle, LVMH, Novo Nordisk looking a little more sluggish this morning. Let's get some details now. Chloe Melly has our movers this morning. Chloe.
Good morning, Anna. Defence is moving higher this morning as Germany is set to approve 50 billion euros worth of military purchases. And so we are seeing that reflected in those shares across that German defence sector this morning, with Rent Group in particular up at 3.5%. This is an interesting reversal from what we saw yesterday when those companies moved lower because of that prospect of a ceasefire in Ukraine. But perhaps that military purchase is kind of reassuring investors that a peace does not necessarily mean that there will be lower military spending in Europe. And so we are seeing some positive movements across the board in defense this morning. Moving on to some companies that were singled out by the U.S. administration as potential targets for retaliation. So the U.S. administration is threatening to retaliate against the EU because of its plans to tax big American tech companies. And some of those names here were the ones that were mentioned. And we are seeing a lot of weakness, in particular for Capgemini this morning, down about 1%. Quite modest moves, though, so maybe the market is still trying to digest what that actually could mean and whether we'll actually get that retaliation. Moving on to oil, which is moving higher this morning as the U.S. is ramping up pressure on Venezuela and ordered the blockade of sanctioned oil tankers. And we are seeing that moving those shares higher, especially for BP, which is up 1.8%. And then the flip side of that is that we are seeing airlines are moving lower this morning. Oil prices are moving higher. It tends to have that impact there. And so we are seeing Ryanair and Lufthansa edging a little bit lower this morning on the back of those oil prices going up.
Okay, Chloe, thank you so much. Chloe Melly there from our equities team. And coming up on the programme, Bloomberg understands that the tank maker KNDS is likely to announce it plans to pursue an IPO. So we'll bring you more on the defence story next. This is Bloomberg.
how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Bringing you the world's business and financial news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee at Mount Everest, and this is Bloomberg.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question. You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacroix, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the opening trade. We are nearly 19 minutes into today's session, and as you can see, it's green across the screen for Europe. The Stoxx 600 up 0.3%, but the outperformer this morning is the FTSE 100. We've just had that UK CPI print coming in lower than expected, but also we have gains for the oil majors off the Venezuela news, and we have Brent trading up over 1% at $59 a barrel, so that benefiting the London exchange. But let's turn to defence now, because Bloomberg understands that Amsterdam-based KNDS is likely to announce as soon as this week that it plans to pursue an IPO. The decision by the Franco-German tank maker comes amid surging demand for defence stocks. They're up this morning, the likes of Rheinmetall turning a corner from yesterday, and Bloomberg's chief Europe correspondent Oliver Crook joins us now for more. So Ollie, just walk us through the plans and what we know of them for KNDS.
Yeah, so this is a pretty big deal that our deals team has been chasing for quite a while now. There's some real question about what would happen for KNDS. Would they be bought or merged with Rheinmetall? Would they go another route? Now we understand that they were going to plan to put an IPO up. That is what the board has decided for KNDS, which is joint owned by the French and a private German family, to try to get to the market and really benefit from the euphoria that we have seen in the defense sector here in Europe, particularly over the last couple of years. We should say that what we understand is they'll have about a 20 billion euro valuation. That'll make it one of the biggest companies on the Stoxx 600 aerospace and defense. We understand that it will be listed both in Frankfurt and Paris. At least that is the preliminary plan right now. And again, we spoke to Armin Papegger, who is the CEO of Rheinmetall, a couple of weeks ago, asking him, are you going to buy this company? Have you made any headway here? And he said, basically, we don't talk about M&A unless we're a week out, because we are not sure what could happen. And evidently what has happened in this case is that the company will plan to go public.
And what kind of, and this is one IPO then, Ollie, and are we going to see more of this? Are there other businesses such as this waiting in the wings, wanting to raise money, eager to expand quickly and looking to public markets to do that?
Yeah, I think what's been very sort of surprising is in all this euphoria and all this buying of these sort of European defense stocks is you actually have not seen that much deal activity, as much deal activity as you might expect for a company, say, like Rheinmetall, which from the first day of the war in Ukraine is up 1,500%, right? So this is the kind of time where Rheinmetall, which has been much more aggressive companies, would be thinking about doing M&A and looking at these kinds of deals. And I think that if you look at the candidates for M&A within Europe and within defense, Rheinmetall is definitely top of the list there, not just because they're the biggest player in Europe, but also because they are really looking very aggressively in terms of their ambitions, in terms of expanding not just into sort of narrow fields. A lot of these defense companies are very sort of technical and very sort of centralized on one thing. Rank, for example, does tank transmissions and those sorts of things. Rheinmetall really wants to be the one-stop shop. So I think that we have not quite seen yet the beginning, really, or certainly far from the end of all the M&A activity. And I think that Rheinmetall is going to be the prime candidate to try to find some of those businesses and build out their portfolio inorganically.
Okay, Ollie, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Oliver Crook with the latest on the defence sector and with Europe in mind. Thinking about European equity markets and where they head next, it seems that European investors are the most bullish ever, joining the chorus of upbeat sell-side strategists. That's the focus for today's Taking Stock, which delves into the rarely seen levels of optimism. Bloomberg's Michael Masika is with us now. So European investors feeling pretty bullish, not just those trying to sell them stocks, but the ones with the money putting it in, also sounding pretty bullish then, Michael. So talk us through the findings in this report. What's the extent of this bullishness?
So that's the thing. It's like you have the sell side, which is very, very bullish. We explored that last week in our own survey, with like literally no bear left. I think that the most bearish strategists were seeing just like a couple of % downside for the next year. And this is like a buy-side survey from Bank of America, like that's covering a lot of the European fund managers. And here we have like the most bullish survey on record. 92% of the respondents are expecting upside for European stocks next year. A large part of them double-digit upside. This is very extreme. What's also very extreme here is not just the bullishness about the stocks themselves, it's the fact that cash levels for funds, asset under management, are like the lowest in like 12 years, so like 2013. So yeah, you know, it tells you a lot about the sentiment.
I sense the skepticism from you, Michael. How much of the optimism is already in the price then?
So the skepticism is not coming from the fact I'm bearish or I see a lot of risks ahead or whatever. It's just like when everyone is bullish like that, usually that's when you get slapped in the face. So it doesn't mean that the market will be down next year, not at all. The years the cash level were so low, we had like volatile years, so like we did a bit of drawdowns during the year. But generally, you know, if the outlook is good, the market will be up. That's a given. But we might have a bit of volatility.
And what's the role of... So you make the point also that cash levels have dropped to 2.8% of AUM, and you draw a parallel with this year about people being quite invested. What do we need to know about that, Michael, and what that might do to next year's returns?
So there's two things. Unless they start raising a lot of money and they get some decent inflows, that means that the dry powder is low. So that's one thing. The other thing is what we've seen this year is fund managers chasing the rally all year long. Why? Because they were not enough invested. They started the year like pretty bearish, and so all year long they bought stocks and they increased their exposure to different type of trades. Also, the problem that they had is like the concentration of returns was very, very high, both in the US and in Europe. In Europe, it was the banks, the defense, and obviously you couldn't be exposed as much as, you know, the market was basically, and to get those gains. So fund managers have been chasing. What we've seen now is like they stopped chasing. They really invested. There's less FOMO. They get kind of in a wait-and-see mode. They're there.
Yeah.
So we may have not as much as a buy-the-dip action that we've seen.
Okay. Yes, less FOMO because they're all at the party, so they're not missing out on the party.
I mean, we've got the ECB's decision tomorrow. Just finally, Michael, I mean, what if they actually turn hawkish into 2026? How much would that knock European stocks?
That would be a surprise. The thing is, there's no reason for them to become really hawkish. The inflation is still under control. The economy is just starting to recover. The expectations for next year are just like a low single-digit growth in Europe. So there's no reason for the bank to turn really hawkish. Now, obviously, you know, if it's a big surprise, then that could knock a decent
Tell that to Isabel Schnabel, Michael.
Michael, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Michael Masik with us this morning to talk about the markets. Just watching some lines dropping from Takaichi, the Japanese Prime Minister. I noticed that the yen is down by 0.5%, so we'll keep an eye on those. Coming up on the programme, though, pressure on another asset class. This is commodities on the oil market as President Trump mounts a blockade of Venezuela. That's pushing oil prices higher this morning. The Ukraine potential for news flow was pushing prices lower yesterday. We'll get an update. This is Bloomberg.
The key issue right now for us in the diamond space is the declared divestment of Anglo from GBS. And as you know, Anglo holds 85% stake in GBS. Botswana, the government of the Republic of Botswana holds 15. We are resolute now, and we've communicated a firm intention to increase our stake in GBS to a controlling stake. We have lined up a number of potential collaborators with us, if I may put it that way. We have targeted funders, we have parties, we have the Oman Sovereign Wealth Fund, we have others who are willing and ready.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anand, only on Bloomberg.
This is the opening trade. 30 minutes into today's session, into Wednesday's session. Let's have a look at where we are then. European equity markets making some modest gains, net across the European equity market space. Maybe better than modest, up by 0.3% on the stock 600, and the German market pretty much on par with that. The Paris market underperforms a little. The London market outperforms by quite a lot, and that has to do with the oil story. It also has to do with the London rate story, the Bank of England rate expectations after we got that inflation print that came in lower than had been anticipated. That seemed to cement market expectations for tomorrow's rate cut, and also led to a bit of a rethink about how many cuts we get next year. So we'll keep that in focus and under review. So Lizzie, the picture for European equity markets, modestly positive.
Well, reflecting that green across the screen, Anna, the balance of members higher and lower tips to higher, 316 in the green this morning. Here's your volume, up 12% on the moving average for the last 20 days. But flip the board over, and a lot of those leaders that we are mentioning in London can be found here. So Shell up because of the oil price, of course, off the Venezuela moves, the blockade up 1.5%, and energy as a sector performing well this morning. HSBC also up nearly 3%, and this is after it was upgraded by KBW. But flip over and I can show you the laggards this morning. Harder to find them, I must say, but it's the likes of Roche, Novo and LVMH. LVMH down more than 1% this morning, Anna.
Let's get an update then, Lizzie, on some of the other stories we need to keep in focus this morning. OpenAI is in initial discussions to raise at least $10 billion from Amazon. According to sources, the deal under discussion could value OpenAI north of $500 billion and see it adopt Amazon's Trainium chips. The agreement would be a win for Amazon's efforts to broaden its AI industry presence. UK inflation slipped to its lowest level in 8 months. The bigger than expected drop is expected to clear the path to an interest rate cut at the Bank of England, and of course that is on the agenda for tomorrow. And US President Donald Trump is ordering a, quote, complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers moving in and out of Venezuela. The move increases pressure on Caracas amid a US military buildup in the region and the threat of land strikes. Venezuela condemned Trump's latest measure as a, quote, reckless and serious threat. Lizzie.
Well, continuing on that theme, US President Donald Trump is ordering a complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers moving in and out of Venezuela. The move increases pressure on Caracas, which is facing a US military buildup. And we can speak now to Ule Hansen, commodity strategy head at Saxo Bank, for analysis. Really good to see you, Ule. Thank you so much for making time. I want to start on the geopolitics, because as I say, we have oil up on the Venezuela story, but it had been down past $55 a barrel because of the Ukraine story. If Venezuela weren't a factor right now, what would be the floor for oil?
Well, the floor for oil, Lizzie, is really depending on this build-up in supply that we've seen starting to impact prices recently. We have these geopolitical risks that add a little bit of a premium back into the price, but the drift that we've seen recently is really one that attracts most of the attention. Yes, we are higher today, but the sanctions barrel out of Venezuela is probably only around 100,000 barrels. But what it does mean, obviously, with this military buildup, how many ships actually want to sail through these straits and into Venezuela. So the impact potentially in the short term could be high in terms of how much Venezuela is cutting their production or how much they can export less. But generally, the overhang of supply is still the overriding theme that for now will be the main driver and the main theme into 2026.
And what happens to oil if the unthinkable happens and President Trump says that peace in Ukraine is off the table? He's known for his surprises.
Well, then we will continue to see some sanctions on Russia, but the market's probably already at this point pricing that in. We're seeing a little bit of tightness in some of the product market, but the crude balances seems pretty ample around the world. But I think it's also important to point out that the longer we stay down here in the 50s, that we are basically sowing the seeds for a future recovery, because this is demand destruction or supply destruction territory from some of the high-cost producers. So even though it might be nice in the coming months from a production or from a producer or consumer perspective, these lower prices, we should not kid ourselves. These will lead to higher prices in the future, perhaps not until late 26 into 27.
So where will that pain, if you're talking, good morning to you, Ule, well, if you're talking about supply destruction, where will that supply destruction come from? Will it be OPEC that pulls back? Will it be US producers? Who will be most responsive to this price signal?
High-cost producers, first of all, and with that in mind, we focus on the U.S. once again. We have already seen some of the numbers for next year that we basically see. EIA is predicting a flat line in terms of production growth next year compared to this, and that could actually start to reverse to become a negative next year. So that will have an impact on prices. Then we clearly also need to keep an eye on OPEC, whether they respond to these lower levels. They haven't shown any signs of that yet. But for now, it's the high-cost producers that will start to suffer first, and the longer we drag out and stay down here, the bigger the impact.
Okay, so these, what you call then lower prices, could have an impact on the level of supply from the US in particular. Let's get another perspective on these oil markets, Ule. The Total Energy CEO, Patrick Pouyanné, says rising oil demand should underpin prices. He spoke to Bloomberg on the sidelines of the conference of Paris yesterday about the role of oil producers. Let's have a quick listen.
I trust also OPEC countries to manage the situation. You know, you've seen them beginning to slow down. They relinquish oil in the market. If the price is too low, you have a sort of natural counterbalance in the U.S. shale oil, because then the U.S. shale oil producer begin to slow down themselves. So at the end of the day, what I'm sure in economy, demand equals supply.
So, Ule, one voice there from the oil sector suggesting then that the OPEC response here will be not to create supply disruption. He doesn't seem too worried about the impact that this is going to have, this weaker oil price.
I think there is a risk that we could see this supply destruction, but again, depending on how long we stay down here. And I think it's absolutely paramount important to keep focus on demand, because as long as that continues to show strength in the coming years, which I think most of the major forecasts now forecast, then combined with the depletion rates where you have to find 6 to 8 million barrels just to maintain status quo, that over time does not ring with these current prices in the 50s. So something has to give, and at one point, I believe it will be the price, because demand remains robust around the world.
Well, Ule, when does OPEC Plus pivot from holding to cutting then?
We probably need to see a further drop, but I think also we still haven't seen the full impact of the increases they've announced this year. And I think that Saudi Arabia probably just holding out and see how many can actually deliver those increases, and that will lead to some revisions in targets at some point at a later stage. But for now, we haven't really seen all the increases come into the market. Perhaps also one of the reasons, combined with the continued strength in demand from China, some of that to reserves, that we're not seeing a forward curve indicating any kind of oversupply in the market. We're not nowhere near levels where the so-called carry trade can return, where you have excess crude, put on a tank, and you make money from storage for a while before you sell it in the forward market. We're nowhere near that. So right now we have a market where the talk of the oversupply doesn't really rhyme with what the futures curve is actually telling us. So something is going to give at some point. But for now, the narrative is that the oversupply will continue to add downward pressure. But I'm a little bit hesitant reluctant to jump into that, simply because the curve is not telling me anything about this so-called oversupply.
Okay, that's interesting. The curve doesn't show you the glut story, and there do seem to be different views out there, Ule, on the extent of it. I mean, Trafigura Group, you point out, talking about a super glut, but OPEC and the IEA, they have different analysis of next year and how much that oversupply is going to be. Why do you think we're in a situation where we have such a range of expectations?
That's a good question. Something we struggle a little bit with sometimes too. But obviously, these organizations they have different owners and different backers. So there is perhaps a little bit of politics involved as well. But even if you take the median, we're still looking at a market where there will potentially be a small surplus. But again, as I said, the 4 million barrels that IEA is talking about. I would imagine that the professionals out there, the guys in the physical market, they would price that in, and so far they're not seeing that. We're not seeing that at all. So at this point in time, I'm probably staying on the side of OPEC in terms of their forecast.
On the flip side of all of this, Ule, of course, we have surging metals. Do you expect that divergence between metals and energy to continue into 2026?
In early passes to 26, yes, this is similar, because the momentum we've seen in the metal market and this demand for tangible assets with tight supply is one that is really difficult to stand in front of, trying to go against. We just saw that again overnight. Platinum and silver, they're both rallying more than 4%. These are two of the metals that are really in focus now in terms of supply tightness and continued demand from industrial users. And as long as we see that, and as long as we get that supported by gold strength as well, which is another story, which is all about the uncertainty we have in the world with fiscal debt and uncertainty about the Fed direction and so on, then we'll continue to see this upward move in metals. Energy will struggle in the beginning, but we're already now starting to see that there are the money coming back into the energy sector, because some of these oil majors are trading relatively cheap, and potentially that could be the surprise trade as we move into the second half of next year. So it's definitely on the radar, and that's also why the energy companies have not seen this slump relative to what we've seen in the oil price.
Ule, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us, Ule Hansen, Commodity Strategy Head at Saxo Bank. Coming up on the programme, 8:41 here in London, 9:41 over in Germany, where we are set to get a better sense of business confidence. We are gearing up for the release of the IFO Business Confidence Index, of course. Look at what to expect. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
When I visited Fernandez at IMAX's headquarters outside Toronto, we went to the facility where IMAX designs and maintains its cameras. The latest next-gen equipment was out with directors on filmed for IMAX sets, but there was still plenty of cool gear on view.
As the head of the finance department, do you look at all the things in this room and think, this costs that amount of money, this costs that amount of money?
Thankfully, no, I don't. When I think about cameras in general and what we, when we first, I'll give you a really prime example, the film cameras. When you thought about it, okay, are we building 2? Are we building 4? Are you building 8, right? And that's where I start to think about, well, what makes the most sense from a return perspective? Because yes, Nolan wants the cameras, but how many other filmmakers out there use the film cameras? The lens that I look at it through is essentially, how many do we build and in what way? Because the one thing is we are going to invest to build it right and to build it for longevity. But do you need 10 of them? No. Building 4, that was the right number. And do we potentially want to build a couple more? Maybe a couple more, but I don't think we need 10 because they won't always be in use all the time.
I imagine that at different points you need to tell people no. What's that process like for you?
Oh yeah, it's a key role in the CFO position. It is a word that most people are used to, and yet they still think you're not going to say it.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Welcome back to the opening trade. We're 44 minutes into today's session. It's green across the screen, and as you can see, it's outperformance for the London index. The FTSE up 1.25%. The explanation comes partly from the sectoral breakdown. You have energy and basic resources, the best performers, as we were just discussing with Ule Hansen. The Venezuela tanker blockade boosting the oil price, but also factor in that UK CPI print coming in lower than expected. All economists surveyed got it wrong, and that boosting the London stocks as well. Anna.
So we're having a look there at the European equity market picture, thinking about the broader European economic context. Let's get to some interesting contributions on that subject from the Citadel founder, Ken Griffin, who says that Europe needs to address its, quote, long-standing issues, adding to a chorus of finance executives urging Europe to act as it considers how to respond to a global rollback of regulations imposed after the financial crisis. He shared his view with Bloomberg's Danny Berger at the Conference of Paris yesterday.
There's no doubt that the Western world needs Europe to be more successful. We need to see higher economic growth in Europe. We need to see more innovation. We need to see more consumer demand for goods and services, because the Western world will only be strong and prosperous if we have a strong and prosperous Europe.
What does the road ahead to get that strong and prosperous Europe look like? How do we get there?
Look, I think Mario Draghi did a fantastic job putting forth a playbook for how to revitalize Europe. And I would say that, I'll agree with 80 or 90% of what he wrote, but rather than regurgitate what he wrote, and he wrote really thoughtfully, I think the salient points are Europe needs to create a culture of entrepreneurism. Far too much of the world's innovation takes place in the United States and in China. And Europe, having such an incredibly well-educated population, should have far more entrepreneurial success stories than it does. So that's a really big issue that Europe needs to address. It's a cultural issue. And the second is that Europe's capital markets simply aren't deep and robust enough. The venture capital community in the United States, the depth of the private equity markets, the depth of the growth equity markets, the depth of the public markets makes it much easier to organize, to secure capital, and to grow a business than it is here in Europe.
Ken Griffin, the founder and CEO of Citadel. Really interesting there, Lizzie, ending those comments, talking about capital markets not being deep enough. Well, what is the antidote to that? Europe talks often about capital markets union, saving investment union, and that's more Europe. And that seems to be the answer coming from Jamie Dimon as well, a stronger Europe, more Europe by some measure. But it's not always clear that the White House has the same assessments, is it? I mean, the national security strategy that we saw from President Trump and his team doesn't put the emphasis on a stronger Europe. It puts the emphasis on what they see as Europe as a threat to the United States.
But I do wonder how much that document was aimed at a domestic audience and how literally we need to take the White House view of Europe at the moment, whether it's really just setting up perhaps J.D. Vance for the future. I wonder about the European response to what you're talking about, this White House impression of Europe. And I think particularly about Keir Starmer, of course, the UK Prime Minister. I think about the BBC News this week and when Starmer is going to stand up for the UK, he's taken such a softly approach to the White House. Is it paying off? And when I think about the trade situation as well, earlier in the programme we were discussing the USTR taking aim at some of the European tech firms and other sectors as well.
Yeah.
That tension could remain a theme in 2026.
Yes, some have praised Starmer for that stance, saying it has delivered for the UK, but we'll see whether we see any pivot in it. The BBC context, important, of course. Let's pivot back to the economic conversation out of Germany then, because we are going to get some data shortly. Closely watched IFO business confidence data. That's coming up in the next 10 minutes or so. Joining us now is Zoe Schneeweiss, Bloomberg's economics editor. Zoe, help us get ready for this data then. What are we waiting for?
So overall, the IFO is the preeminent indicator for the German economy. It's just better than any of the others. The numbers coming out at just top of the hour are likely to be a bit inconclusive. With all the predictions say that they'll hold steady, expectations will hold steady, current situation, and the overall number also should hold steady. Generally, holding steady is really not good enough for Germany. German economy, as we know, flatlined in the third quarter. This quarter, it might have ticked up ever so slightly, but growth of 0.1%, 0.2% really isn't enough to get that revitalization of the economy that you just were talking about.
So, Zoe, of course, this is going to be a factor into the ECB decision tomorrow. Just set us up for that, what we really should be watching out for. Everyone's telling us it'll be boring, but I feel like the forecast might be the exciting part.
Exactly. You just mentioned we get the new economic forecasts, and those for the first time include numbers for 2028. Now, 2028 obviously is quite far out, and we all know how reliable forecasts have been in recent years. Still, the 2028 number is the one we'll be looking for. Here, we'll be probably less focused on the economy, although Lagarde last week already said that she's expecting economic forecasts to be slightly raised this week. What we will be focused on is the inflation reading. We already know that they all will have to revise down their number for 2027. That's because of this emissions trading scheme, ETS2, that has been delayed. The vital number here will be the number for 2028, and there, if we see anything close to 2, those people on the governing council, and that does seem to be the majority who says rate cuts are done, those will get an extra boost.
Okay, Zoe, and how is, some days later, a week later perhaps, how is what's the fallout in Frankfurt from the comments that we heard from Isabel Schnabel at the ECB, the comments about the next move from the ECB being a hike and a little bit of, caution that it's not coming next week or anything. This is a long distance perspective, but how is that now being perceived where you are?
Her comments have obviously reframed the whole conversation. So it's not just at the ECB. We know that globally, the advanced economies, the idea that rate hikes are on the horizon is one of those things. Here at the ECB, we have heard from some of the policymakers trying to push back. Obviously right now, since last Thursday, they've been in quiet period. But before that, we did hear one of the, shall we say, at the moment, the Uber dove, François Villeroy de Gallo, sort of French central bank governor, saying, oh, that's nowhere near there. He's the one who may be still holding out for a cut, although he has moved away a bit from that. At the same time, we had the Lithuanian central banker who had kind of moved to the dovish camp and had said, hike or cut, he can't say what the next move will be, now saying he doesn't see any more cuts are coming. So generally, Schnabel, while we know she is definitely the strongest hawk at the moment, her just making those comments has allowed everyone to admit, yes, cuts are over, and hikes, be it far away, is probably the next move.
Let's see how hawkish President Lagarde is tomorrow. Bloomberg's Zoe Schnee-Weiss, we thank you so much for setting us up from Frankfurt. And as we say, on the daybook today at 9 a.m. London time, we'll get those German EFO numbers. Then at 10 a.m. we'll get the Euro area CPI print. And then later on, we've got a raft of Fed speak. We'll hear from Waller, Bostic and Williams. And indeed, Waller looking a little more interesting now that he's got his interview to be the next Fed chair. But we've got traders sticking to two bets for two Fed rate cuts next year after this delayed US jobs report pointed to a continued cooling in the labour market. Attention now turns to inflation data tomorrow, and we can get a preview with Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel. Val, just first of all on the jobs report, a lot of noise, a lot of signals for both the hawks and the doves. In the end, what has the market latched onto?
Well, look, I'm afraid that the noise is really the key theme of yesterday's print, and it might be the key theme of tomorrow's CPI print as well. We even had Powell downplaying the data this week at the press conference last week, saying that there's a lot of distortions in this data because of the hiccups around collecting this data around the government shutdown. But what really was interesting yesterday is the market essentially shrugging off all of the bad news that was in the print. We had that October payroll number coming in at negative 105K. Yes, it was due to a lot of that government disruption, but that is the worst payroll number we've seen since the pandemic. The market also shrugged off a quite decent rise in the unemployment rate, 0.2% tick up to 4.6%. Shrugging it off because a lot of this perhaps had to do with the fact that the BLS collected this data a bit closer to the Thanksgiving holiday and captured maybe some of those teenagers looking for part-time work ahead of the holiday season.
Okay, so there's a bit of a lack of comparability then with the usual data set there, which is an interesting detail, Valerie. Then we move on to another data set in the United States tomorrow, CPI. What's the expectation?
Look, it'll be interesting, especially to see if there's any tariff pass-through that we can parse through in this. I think economists in the market is kind of on tetherhooks waiting to see whether tariff pass-through has already hit us or whether it's still ahead of us in 2026. We might get some hints of that in the report tomorrow. Note that Chair Jerome Powell said in the press conference last week, he said that he does expect goods inflation to peak in the first quarter of next year. So keep an eye on goods inflation. If we get perhaps a downside surprise in that, it might in some way change the Fed's mind on how they're viewing a tariff-induced inflation at the beginning of next year.
Okay, Valerie, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Valerie Teitel with the setup for the data that we get tomorrow and a bit of a look back at all of the noise created by yesterday's data set. Let's get talking of noise. There's a lot of noise in the trade conversation right now. We were covering at the top of the program, Lizzie, this story about the US trade representative threatening action against European companies for what the US sees as unfair treatment of US tech. Of course, Europe pushes back against that, and we have a comment from an EU Commission spokesman this morning pushing back against the US trade representative, saying that the EU continues enforcing rules fairly and without discrimination.
It's like
I guess you might have expected.
I know. I said they needed to push back, and we've had Ursula von der Leyen, of course, the European Commission president, saying we cannot afford to let the worldviews of others define us. None of us should be shocked by what others say about Europe. So that's some strong words from Ursula von der Leyen. I just want to check before we go on UK assets, because of course we started the programme with that UK CPI print coming in weaker than all economists had expected. And the FTSE 100, of course, has been the outperformer on the index front. The pound is still at 133 at the moment, and we've seen the moves on gilt yields lower across the curve, and that actually pairing a little bit, but still down across the curve when it comes to gilts.
Absolutely, and if you look at some of the movement on that FTSE 100, it is those companies that would benefit from a lower interest rate environment. So some of the house builders, for example, that are making their presence felt to the upside, along with some financials as well. Coming up later on in programming, the president of Kosovo is on the pulse. That's at 9:15 London time, so in around 20 minutes, in fact. That is it for the opening trade. The pulse is up next. They'll continue to take you through this market story. US futures flat to positive this morning. That's it from this programme. This is Bloomberg.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Shevrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the centre of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything. Bringing you up to them in the news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Shevrian in Seoul, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is The Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Used to be, one would say, what's that got to do with the price of tea in China? When they wanted to poke holes in the relevance of something. Now, though, if you're in tune with how events around the world affect each other, it becomes clear that the current going rate of tea in China has a lot to do with a lot of things, not just tea things either, but tariffs, franchises, and IPOs. How much?
Astonishing day for US technology.
Shaping the region's technology ecosystem.
Asia's biggest tech news and innovation.
Tune in to Bloomberg Business Week Daily.
We got to talk crypto.
From the magazine that helps global leaders stay ahead.
What's the conversation around your company?
Bringing you insight on the people, companies, and trends shaping today's complex economy.
Planning very big things.
A new level of premium.
Plus global business, finance, and tech news as it happens.
The floodgates of innovation are going to open up.
You can't fake passion. You either are or you aren't.
Bloomberg Business Week Daily, only on Bloomberg.
President Trump orders a naval blockade of sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela, increasing pressure on Caracas as the U.S. expands its military presence in the region. UK inflation drops to its lowest level in 8 months, all but sealing a rate cut from the Bank of England tomorrow. Plus, OpenAI is in talks to raise at least $10 billion from Amazon and use its chips in a deal that would value the AI startup north of $500 billion. I don't know if we can still call it a startup, but this is the picture for cross assets. A lot of the focus is, of course, on what we're seeing with dollar, gold, and oil. Now, treasuries and U.S. stocks overall, U.S. futures actually posting small moves. The dollar climbing, jobs data did little to strengthen the case for further Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. If you look at a couple of other things, we're watching oil very closely. We have Brent, the London-based oil, or the London traded oil, at 60.27. Oil advancing after Donald Trump ramped up his pressure on Venezuela. And again, gold also rising, pushing it close to the record set in October. A couple of data points we're also watching out for. Germany, December IFO business confidence. That index coming in at 87.6, a touch below estimates, but really it doesn't seem like a huge discrepancy. This is a picture for the European markets. A lot of the focus will be not only on the UK with the slowest print in 8 months, which has an impact on pound, but what this means for some of the earnings based, of course, in the UK. And if you look at the labour market in the UK, I'm looking forward to the Bank of England tomorrow to see exactly how they see it going forward. You can see there's little gains across the board, but still we're seeing green with the CAC 40 gaining, as well as the DAX and the FTSE. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, a cooling U.S. labour market and UK inflation dropping more than expected. In just a moment, we'll discuss all of the data headlines with Josie Anderson, European economist at Nomura. But first, a grave violation of international law is how Caracas is describing the U.S. move to blockade sanctioned oil tankers moving in and out of Venezuela. Now, it follows a U.S. military buildup in the region, with the White House accusing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro of presiding over narco-trafficking operations. So let's bring in Will Kennedy, Bloomberg's news director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Will, thank you so much for joining us. I mean, this is really an escalation, a significant escalation. What could happen next?
It is a significant escalation, and it's clear that the Trump wants to put a lot of pressure on Maduro with an aim to frankly speaking, get him out of office. And this is a part of that process. We've seen pressure put on in other ways, the military buildup in the region, the strikes on boats, which the Trump regime accuses of drug trafficking. But this will really put a lot of pressure on the Maduro regime. It's very dependent on the revenue it gets from oil imports for its hard currency earnings to support the regime. And if this really stops those tankers, that oil flowing, it will make life very difficult for the Venezuelan government.
What does Trump want there?
Trump wants, I think,
oil.
Yes, he does, and I think he wants a new regime in Venezuela. The thing about the Venezuelan oil industry, was hugely important. The reserves are among the biggest in the world, but over the 25 years so that we've had this socialist regime in Venezuela, we've seen oil production, oil exports progressively decline. At the moment, they're only exporting a little over 500,000 barrels a day, and that's against the context of global demand of more than 100 million barrels a day. So they're not that vital to the oil market today, but there are huge opportunities there if there was a change in regime, and I think Trump sees the opportunity for the U.S. oil industry.
Well, oil is about at $60 a barrel. There are a lot of fears about a glut. There's a lot of hope about some kind of ceasefire in Ukraine. How much uncertainty is Venezuela and in general U.S. foreign policy adding to the price of oil?
Yep, I mean, Trump has shown himself to use sanctions, oil sanctions, as a way of achieving political ends. So you've got these sanctions and this action on Venezuela. You've got sanctions on the Russian oil industry, and that has added some upward pressure, but it's against the background of a much more bearish picture in general. The market appears very oversupplied. There's a huge amount of oil in tankers on the water. We saw Brent trade below 60 yesterday for the first time since May. And there's a bit of a reaction today, but I don't think it changes the broader market narrative, which is pretty bearish right now.
So is there going to be, is there a glut in 2026? We spoke to the TotalEnergies chief executive yesterday, and he really pushed back against that.
He did, and I think his argument would be that demand continues to be strong, demand continues to push to the upside. I mean, he does have quite a lot of oil to sell, but and so there is that countervailing force in that, if the global economy stays relatively robust, demand will rise. We've seen less emphasis on the energy transition. You saw the news about EVs in Europe, which sort of sets the mood. So there is that countervailing trend, but right now there is an oversupply in the market, and people do in the early part of next year, most people expect prices to trend a little bit lower.
Well, thank you so much, as ever, Will Kennedy, Bloomberg's news director for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. One of the busiest people at Bloomberg, I would say. Now, another important headline crossing the Bloomberg terminal on geopolitics. The U.S. is preparing a fresh round of sanctions on Russia's energy sector to increase the pressure on Moscow should President Vladimir Putin reject a peace agreement with Ukraine. That's according to people familiar with the matter. Now, Bloomberg understands that the U.S. is considering options such as targeting vessels in Russia's so-called shadow fleet of tankers used to transport Moscow's oil, as well as traders who facilitate the transactions. Now, let's dive a little deeper into the markets after the cooling in the U.S. labor market and UK inflation actually falling to its lowest level in 8 months. We also need to look ahead to decisions from the Bank of England and the ECB, with the Bank of Japan due on Friday. Well, we're joined by Josie Anderson, European economist at Nomura. Josie, thank you for joining us. When you look, first of all, at UK inflation here in the UK, what does that mean for the BOE decision? It seems to be making their life a little bit easier.
Yeah, I think it does. And the surprise slowing of UK inflation this morning, which was fairly broad-based, we think doesn't just add to the chances of a rate cut tomorrow. We actually think tomorrow we could see more people than we previously thought voting for a cut, perhaps even an 8-1 split, or Taylor voting for a 50-bip cut as well. But looking ahead, we could even see, we've seen more aggressive pricing for cuts next year. It could raise the probability of more cuts than we currently think happening next year.
So when you look into next year, are we going to see a bit more stickier inflation? Again, the UK is a little bit more complex because of domestic issues, some of the labour policies put in place, and again, it's a small open economy.
Yeah, exactly. So global factors play such a key role in UK inflation. But aside from any surprises, we do see it slowing back towards target next year. And of course, that's what we think will allow the Bank of England to cut the policy rate into what it sees as broadly neutral territory, which is quite a wide range, admittedly, of 2 to 4%.
What does it mean in terms of, if you look at the differential between the US and the UK, but also the Bank of Japan, is there a danger that, the Bank of England governor needs to look at this? And actually, he has been the deciding vote. How much does he think about external factors?
Yeah, of course. And, the US cutting rates more next year. We see 2 more rate cuts next year. Of course, policy rate differentials can play key roles in FX moves and therefore inflation, in particular through import prices. We currently don't see those 2 cuts we expect in the US. Adding to our expectations of rate cuts next year, we see 1 more rate cut after tomorrow happening in April. But of course, if the US economy surprises us to the downside next year, if GDP growth is slower and there are more rate cuts in the US, then we might be looking at how that will impact the UK.
And Josie, is this regardless of who's the next Fed chair?
Well, we do see the possibility that the next Fed chair will be more dovish, will play into the probability of rate cuts next year. We don't expect any more rate cuts under Powell being chair. And we also do actually expect factors like AI to raise GDP growth in the US next year. And we still expect cuts despite that, because we do expect the next Fed chair to play a role in adding to reasoning for them.
Josie, what's your take on ECB? So we had this fantastic interview with Isabel Schnabel that's kind of changed the way that the market perceives the ECB interest rate dynamic. Do you think the next move is a hike, and how soon could we get it?
In terms of the next move, we think that will be driven by a shock, not fundamentals, because, at 2%, the policy rate in the euro area is neutral, and the ECB has been clear that it is in a good place. And so, we think there are actually many downside risks to inflation next year. We don't expect a cut. We expect it to remain at 2%. But things like slowing wage growth, the recent appreciation of the euro, are factors that could add to slowing inflation. And indeed, base effects from energy will, we think, contribute to slower inflation, particularly at the start of next year. We think they'll look through that, but it will still play a role in slowing inflation.
What's the biggest problem Europe is facing right now? I know it's, competitiveness is not where it should be, productivity. There's a lot of concern about, for example, politics in Germany and France, even with the lack of a budget. Will that overshadow some of the economic prowess of the region next year?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited by German fiscal spending. We think this is a key theme looking into next year, and this will boost GDP growth. But obviously, we've got to balance that with fiscal tightening in places like France and Spain. We think, it will contribute to growth. We see growth picking up to 0.4% quarter on quarter by the end of next year. And we do think also, increased defense spending will feed into that, as well as the gradual increase in growth of consumer spending, particularly perhaps as savings rates ease, because that's a key question about, in the UK as well, whether they will ease. And so we are quite positive on growth, but there are these risk factors, including perhaps slower spending from the government, the German government. If that, comes in surprisingly slowly, then that could push growth further into the future.
And Josie, when it comes to the Bank of Japan, they're just going the other way. How difficult is it to go against the grain?
Yeah, well, Japan, it beats to its own drum. We do think that this week they will definitely hike. But then actually we see a pause for all of next year and then 2 more hikes in 2027. And so we do actually see inflation slowing next year, and that's why we don't think that there'll be those hikes for a year. They'll take a pause. But this week they'll hike.
Thank you so much for joining us. Josie Anderson, their European economist at Nomura. Now, Ken Griffin, the Citadel founder and chief executive, says Republican policies on tariffs and immigration are driving inflation. In a conversation with Bloomberg in Paris, he said the push for deregulation will ultimately stem those pressures in the long run.
The big picture is the American consumer is tired of the persistent and sticky inflation. They feel like they can't get ahead in a world where their savings and their wages are constantly deprecated by the impact of inflation.
Why aren't Republicans speaking to that? Is it an issue of not having the policies, of not communicating the policies correctly?
So I think it's actually fairly complicated. I think that the Republicans struggle with the reality that many of their policies, which they ran on, for example, ending illegal immigration into the United States, are actually pro-inflationary, right? When you end illegal immigration, you reduce the size of the available workforce, that's pro-inflation. And so the Republicans are grappling with tariffs, another case study. When you impose a tariff, it's a regressive tax on consumers. It's pro-inflation. So some of the very policies that the Republicans have put forth and have been successful in implementing are actually the very policies that tend to be pro-inflation. Some of the other policies, for example, deregulation, are just going to take longer to play out. And ultimately, deregulation, which should unleash productivity gains, will create a reduction in inflation, a very healthy reduction. But we need to get to that point in time.
Ken Griffin there, the Citadel founder and chief executive, speaking to our Danny Berger. Now, coming up, as EU and West Balkan leaders meet in Brussels today, we'll be speaking with the president of the Republic of Kosovo. That's next, with the country in political deadlock. This is Bloomberg.
Up to the minute news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Haslinda Amin in Bangkok. This is Bloomberg.
Know how the market day started.
Find out how it finishes.
Public markets to private markets.
From the micro to the macro.
Covering retail, entertainment, the business of sports.
The supply chains, trade policy, how it all is impacting the U.S. equity market as we drive to the closing bell at 4 p.m.
A holistic approach to covering financial markets.
If it matters to your life, we're covering it. I'm Katie Greifeld.
And I'm Romaine Bostic, and this is The Close.
Live every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever newsmakers are moving markets. Bloomberg brings you conversations that allow for deep discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop? I'm Francine Lacqua, and this is The Pulse, every weekday only on Bloomberg.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Now, Kosovo will return to the polls for a second snap vote this year, as months of political deadlock stall Kosovo's ambitions to join the EU and tensions with Serbia continue to simmer. EU and West Balkan leaders meet in Brussels today. Let's go to Bloomberg's Chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook, who's with the country's president.
That's right, Francine. Thank you so much. We're very pleased to be joined in the studio by the president of Kosovo, President Osmani. Thank you so much for taking the time and speaking to us on the sidelines of the EU Western Balkan Summit. I'd like to start, if we might, on the situation in Ukraine. The Trump administration, if it is to be believed, we could be at the beginning of an endgame of that war. One of the contributions that's been floated from the EU side is potentially fast-tracking Ukraine to EU membership, they say as early as 2027. As a country, like so many of the other Western Balkans, who have been waiting to get into the EU for a very long time, how do you view that?
We fully support Ukraine's membership in the European Union. Obviously, we wish this to be a merit-based process for everyone, not just for Ukraine and for ourselves, but everyone, every aspiring member. So we do hope that, of course, criteria will be fulfilled, while at the same time we need to look at this from a strategic and security imperative as well. I think a Ukraine in the European Union will make the entire continent safer, the same way a Kosovo and a Western Balkans, based on merit within the European Union, will contribute to this dream that starts with the founders and continues to date. That a Europe whole, free, and at peace is something that we all strive for. So I do hope that, of course, Ukraine moves forward, but at the same time that the European Union member states will not forget about the rest of us that have been striving, have been working, have been 100% aligning with the European Union on common foreign and security policy, as well as really standing with the values of the European Union and what the Union stands for, even when it's hard, even when it has a high political cost, and even if that means also creating other adversaries, having Russia, China, and countries like Iran with crazy ideologies trying to push forward their influence and us really rejecting it because we believe in the European Union, and also reforming internally should be something that is not taken for granted, but actually used to move us forward much faster.
And I'd like to get your perspective as we enter now almost 4 years of war in Ukraine, and how that has shifted kind of the politics of the Balkans, how it's shifted the power dynamic within the Balkans, and what the assessment has been for sort of domestically for Kosovo, but more broadly for the region.
Well, initially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, what we had hoped was that many would have learned the lesson that appeasing dictators, appeasing crazy hegemonic leaders like Putin is never the answer. Quite the opposite. The more people like him are appeased, the less there is a chance for peace, and the more they would be kind of incited to use violence. At the beginning, that was the feeling, but then what we see is that in our region, the European Union and many countries within the EU, not all, of course, continue to appease Vučić, who is a mini Putin in our region. And this appeasement has led him to use more violence against neighbors, looking at neighbors as temporary states, becoming more and more aggressive, while at the same time he gets the EU money and does not align with the European Union, whether on sanctions against Russia or sanctions against Iran or other fundamental values and decisions of the European Union. This has made the region, I would say, less safe, less stable, and less peaceful. So we do hope that right now, while of course we see that the support for Ukraine is continuing by most European Union member states, that at the same time the Western Balkans will not be forgotten, that those countries that are fully aligned can move ahead. But at the same time, if there is one country, in this case particularly Serbia, that is a continuous source of instability, that the EU will be more firm and more decisive in dealing with that.
And I'd like to get your perspective as well on Donald Trump, the other sort of large geopolitical event of the moment, and its influence on the Balkans and potentially on relations with Serbia. Do you think that Donald Trump, will he be sort of, do you welcome his attention on the sort of tensions that exist between Kosovo and Serbia? Do you think that he could be a helpful factor there in rushing them down and getting to a breakthrough in normalization?
President Trump has already been a helpful factor. Since the beginning of the mandate, his administration has shown a lot of attention to the Western Balkans, and he has personally been involved, as he stated multiple times publicly, in supporting peace, not just between Kosovo and Serbia, but supporting peace in the wider region. He personally got involved, including members of his administration, in stopping an escalation that happened recently. And we have the attention of his entire administration to make sure that we sustain peace. And of course, through the support of the United States, we have U.S. forces in our region, more particularly in Kosovo. And that is the biggest deterrent, I would say, and the biggest prevention to an escalation in the region. Kosovo has been a full contributor to peace and stability in the region, but obviously we have a crazy neighbor that needs to be stopped now and then. And the role of President Trump, the peace through strength formula, it's exactly what works in the Western Balkans.
And how concerned are you about the change potentially in the U.S. troop posture? You say that it's one of the really sort of critical things. We saw the national security strategy that came out a couple of weeks ago, where very emphatically the United States wants to take its attention and critically its troops away from Europe. How concerning is that to you?
Look, Kosovo is an American success story. It's a flawless American foreign policy success story. Of course, we've been blessed to have a bipartisan support. It was during a Republican government that we declared independence. It was during Trump 1 that we've achieved a lot of successes, and now we truly believe that during Trump 2, there can be a breakthrough on many of the issues that were left aside when it comes to the Western Balkans. The American posture in this region, while it's a small one, it's about 500, 600 troops, the impact is enormous. Just imagine, in a region that peace never existed for centuries, actually for millennia, it is the very first time in the history of the existence of that region that there is peace, that children can go to bed without the sounds of firearms and bombs and grenades. And that is an amazing contribution of the United States of America. So I strongly believe that there would be no change to that, because the Western Balkans as a region of Europe has always been very important to President Trump and will contribute to this peace continuing and stability growing.
And on that constructive note, what to you are the next steps for normalization with Serbia? We see tensions are sort of escalating. What for you is the main impediment right now?
The main impediment is the leader of Serbia, who used to serve as Milosevic's propaganda minister during the wars in former Yugoslavia. His mindset is one that wants to take us back. The rest of us in the Western Balkans, we want to move ahead. We want to move ahead with Euro-Atlantic integration. We want economic development. We want cooperation with one another. We want to make sure that our past does not become our children's future. We want them to live in peace. We want them to never know war, and we want to become successful members of the European Union and NATO and work closely with the United States of America in projects that will make both of our nations more prosperous. So that is the impediment, obviously, with the leadership of Serbia, but we truly hope that they will get there too, and the sooner, obviously, better for the people of Serbia too, so that the entire region can move ahead with integration.
And I'd like to talk about some of the domestic politics within Kosovo. At the moment, we have a great political fragmentation within Kosovo, inability to form a government. You have an election just a few days away, just under 2 weeks away. Do you expect that that election will bring something definitive, that it will break through the deadlock? And if not, do you expect another election next year?
Well, what happened in the past couple of months was actually democracy playing its work and its role. Obviously, in our constitution, if no coalition is formed, we have to go to elections again, and that's exactly what's happening right now. But from the language that is used by the leaders of the political party, I already see a more constructive role from each and every one of them, no red lines to work with one another. So I do hope that we will have a government very, very soon. Once elections are formed, we expect a speedy process of confirming the results of the elections, the formation of the parliament, now with some of the procedures already in place and clarified by the Constitutional Court. I'm very, very hopeful. Obviously, that is going to be in the hands of the political parties, but we do need institutions so that we can also move ahead with huge projects with the European Union and the United States of America.
And just in the last 45 seconds that we have here, your mandate ends in April. Would you put yourself forward to be president once again?
I will have a much clearer answer to that once we have a parliament, because of course it will depend clearly on the composition of the parliament. But I do hope that Kosovo, and I do hope that the political parties will agree that Kosovo needs continuity, especially in foreign policy, which is an extremely important part of moving Kosovo forward.
Would you like to be president again, though, independent of the parliament?
I'll decide what the people of Kosovo want to, and I will move ahead with based on their will, as it always has been.
Well, Vjosa Osmani, thank you so much for your time there. That the president of Kosovo here
speaking
very much. On the sidelines of the Western Balkan Summit in the EU.
Ollie, thank you. Our Chief Europe correspondent, Oliver Crook, with the president. Coming up, more of our exclusive interview with Patrick Pouyanné, the Total Energy chief executive, who says rising demand for oil will underpin prices. That's next, and this is Bloomberg.
I just wondered if any of you had a perspective of the reason to, put some of that capital into women's sports.
It's going to create you the fastest return. You will have so much success. If you look at the growth metrics of women's football, selfishly, in this country at the moment, it's phenomenal. We are the fastest growing sport on the planet. Our participation is up in this country. The interest that is around women's football is at a real, to your point, we're at a real moment in time to be able to capitalise on it. And if I was an investor looking to come into football in this country at the moment, I'd certainly be considering women's, because I don't have to invest an astronomical amount to become the best in the world, to really be put on the global stage, to be winning Champions League. Whereas if I wanted to do that in men's football in Europe, that's going to cost me a lot of money.
It's the world's second largest economy with a growing influence in global affairs. Bloomberg The China Show brings you the unmatched expertise you need to keep track of breaking news, in-depth market analysis, and the most influential newsmakers in and around China.
We need to do more to engage the market more.
We're risk on. I think we caught a little sweet spot.
Massive savings right now.
It's already a different game.
Bloomberg The China Show. Weekdays around the world, right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London, and these are your top stories. President Trump orders a naval blockade of sanctioned oil tankers entering and leaving Venezuela. That increases pressure on Caracas as the U.S. expands its military presence in the region. Bloomberg understands that the U.S. is preparing a fresh round of sanctions on the Russian energy sector should President Putin reject a peace agreement with Ukraine. Plus, OpenAI is in talks to raise at least $10 billion from Amazon and use its chips in a deal that could value the company north of $500 billion. Now, private sector activity in the euro area grew less than anticipated in December as Germany's industrial sector unexpectedly deteriorated. Data from IFO this hour also showing that business confidence is dipping in the region's largest economy. Well, joining us now is Konstantin Veit, a European rates portfolio manager at PIMCO. Konstantin, thank you so much for joining us. Look, the dynamics in the European Union have always been complicated, but do you see a 2, 3, or 4-speed Europe at the moment?
The institutional configuration is obviously peculiar in Europe, and it's difficult to come to a consensus in general. And typically, it takes a crisis to make big progress when it comes to the setup. So it's always difficult to agree amongst a large number of countries. And some jurisdictions are certainly more willing to move forward than others. So typically it's a bit slow, but I think it's not different today than at any time it has been over the last 10 or 20 years.
Do you think the ECB is done? Is the next move likely to be a hike rather than a cut?
I think the ECB is done, but the verdict is out on the direction of travel. So we will be watching. So if you look at inflation, it's broadly a target. Growth is around trend. 2% is probably the midpoint of a neutral range, so there's no reason for the ECB to do anything. And where it goes from here depends on a bunch of things, like, for example, what fiscal is doing, where wages go, where the wages develop in line with the staff projections. We get new projections tomorrow, so that will be interesting to see, but I don't know whether it will be a cut or a hike in terms of next move.
But with Isabel Schnabel actually saying that it is a hike, is it messaging the markets, or is it because, again, is it just because the markets are waiting for something, whereas actually the ECB is in a pretty good place?
Schnabel is obviously very influential, but she's also a well-known hawk, and she's focused more on the medium-term upside risks to inflation, and she is not, overly concerned about small deviations from target over the near term. So the ECB projects an undershoot of inflation next year, and the question is to what extent this would warrant a policy response, and she just thinks that the ECB is in a position to look through. And Philip Lane actually gave a speech on this and said, if it's a supply shock driven by, for example, energy base effects, there's no reason to be overly worried.
Where do you find value in Europe?
I think it's interesting that not too long ago we have talked about Japanification of the euro area, and we have been in negative policy rates, and we thought we would never get out of there. So Europe was not a particularly attractive place to invest in, which is very different now. So Europe is back. Rates are reasonable, and the good news for investors, I think, these days is you don't have to take a lot of risk to earn a decent return on your investment. It was very different 10 years ago, where you had to reach out the interest rate spectrum or the credit spectrum. So you can keep it fairly high quality these days, short in terms of interest rate risks and up in quality in terms of credit risk, for example.
But do you do, is it Italians, or France still doesn't have a real budget? I don't know whether there's an expectation there that something advances pretty quickly. So do you play country against each other?
Yes, there's a lot of relative value you can play. I think it's interesting if you look at France, and, France is not different to other jurisdictions in a sense that you have seen repricing on the back of changes in fundamentals across countries. You have seen it in the US, you have seen it in the UK, in Japan. Germany in March, for example, we had the 10-year in Germany move 50 basis points on the debt break developments we've seen back then. And now France has repriced 20 basis points, say, on the back of worsening fundamentals, which strikes us as reasonable. And, if you look at the budget plans from here, Italy seems to get their act together. France is a bit more questionable. But also Germany, if they don't improve the productive capacity of the economy, you could in 10 years end up with a worse trajectory than Spain, for example, in Germany. So it's quite interesting indeed in terms of relative value across jurisdictions.
But Konstantin, how do you see Germany right now? Because there is because of the defense spending, there's a lot of hope pinned on that also having a pretty big impact, I think, from 2027 on GDP. But again, politically, the chancellor seems weakened.
Yeah, we do agree with a cyclical boost. So we see stronger growth over the near term, but we do not see the reforms that would make us hopeful in terms of raising growth potential in Germany, which is important for that trajectory over the medium term. So yes, near term that will be helpful, but over the medium and longer term, we don't think it raises growth potential, and as such, we're not like overly optimistic in terms of fiscal dynamics when it comes to Germany as well.
Konstantin, what kind of duration do you like on European bonds?
We like the intermediate part of the curve, so anything between 5 and 10 year is a good place to be, while we are cautious on the longer end. We have been for a long time. The yield curves have re-steepened quite a bit, so you want to take a little bit less risk there than you have done before, but we have the Dutch pension transition, for example, coming up, which is a big topic in the market. So overall, there might be still some room for yield curves to steepen on the back of this.
I was going to ask you actually about the Dutch pension transition, which seems to be one of the most talked about topics in European rates. So how do you see that impact playing out in the markets?
Yeah, it's interesting. So the first point I would make is curves have adjusted already. So there have been a big re-steepening, big normalizing of yield curves around the globe. If you look at where curves are right now, they are not too far away from pre-pandemic averages. So the bulk of the adjustment should certainly be behind us. The second point is also, that's obviously a topic that has been much talked about and is well flagged. So you would expect a lot of it to be in the price. And also remember when we talked about QE, for example, it was always an announcement effect you had. And then when the first bond has actually been bought, you saw the reverse effects actually kicking in. So it's unknown what the flows will be. A lot of pre-positioning has happened already in the markets. So I think what is clear is that we will see a lot more volatility in the long end next year. And I think it's prudent to have a modest steepener exposure, and then you can add on volatility on the back of the Dutch developments.
Konstantin, so good to speak to you. Thank you so much. On a big week, actually, for everyone, especially if you're in rates, European rates. Konstantin Veit, European rates portfolio manager for PIMCO. Now, the chief executive of TotalEnergies says he expects rising demand for oil despite the recent slump in prices. Now, I spoke with Patrick Pouyanné in an exclusive interview in Paris.
I trust also OPEC countries to manage the situation. You've seen them beginning to slow down. They are relinquish oil in the market. If the price is too low, you have a sort of natural counterbalance in the US shale oil, because then the US shale oil producer begin to slow down themselves. So at the end of the day, what I'm sure in economy, demand equals supply. So then the rest is going to inventories and the price will adapt. But the world is not linear. Since I'm CEO, I've seen it going down from 100 to 17, 27, 80. We have last 3 years, it was almost at $80, $70, so it was very good, I know, but it will go down and then it will rebound. It will rebound because fundamentally, because of the energy transition, I think we don't invest enough in this oil business. And so if they slow down, then you will see, price will go up again.
So you're the biggest exporters, of course, of US LNG to Europe. Do you worry about prices there, that they put extra pressure?
It's very important what you just said.
Yeah.
Because I read recently an editorial in the Wall Street Journal which was accusing us not to be good US citizens. We are, and now we are the #1 exporter of US energy to Europe. We are fully committed to US energy. We are investing $20 billion in new plants in US energy. We have this year sanctioned an additional train in next decade in Rio Grande. We are the largest one, #1.
When sanctions are lifted, if sanctions are lifted, are you ready back to do business, or are there other considerations?
We will obey, for sure, to all the European regulations. So Europe has recently decided that they want to stop imports of LNG from Russia. We will stop import of LNG from Russia. There is no doubt. Yeah. Today we have continued. It's well known. We are importing LNG from Yamal because it was part of the security of supply scheme. I said myself to the European leaders, from 27 there will be enough coming from the US. So you can replace the Russian LNG without having an impact on the market. 26 is in between. I don't know. Today we see a little lower, but honestly $10 is quite a good high price, still a high price. So I would say 26, no, I think the gas price will remain, I would say, comfortable. 27, I think, will go down.
When sanctions are lifted on Russian gas and oil, what will you do?
We'll see. I'm not sure they will be lifted quickly. We'll see. As this scenario, we'll see what we will do. It depends. For sure, investing a lot in Russia, not, to be clear. We have some lessons, you know. We were quite a big investor in Russia, almost $15 billion of investments. We draw some lessons. We have made a big write-off of our assets there. So, you know, the world is big. So today we have shifted from Russia to the US. This will be maintained. Then we will observe. You know, it will take time because it's a matter of trust. And, you know, in this business, in energy, you invest for 10, 15 years. So building the trust is just fundamental. It's not a matter of geopolitics. It's, for me, the matter will the board of Total Energies trust to put a lot of money in Russia? Today, it will take time. We'll need to be sure that if there is a peace, this peace is sustainable, which, by the way, I hope as well for the whole continent. So we are, from this perspective, a company like Total Energies is behaving as a society. You know, we have to draw lessons. So we'll see what we will do, but honestly, we'll not rush immediately.
There are a number of Lukoil assets that will be put on the market.
It's not for me. I have enough projects.
There's nothing that you're willing to buy or willing to
No, in fact, we are partnered with Lukoil in one refinery in the Netherlands. Yeah. So we have found a solution with them.
You can increase that. Are you looking
No,
to
but they prefer to keep their shares. What we have decided is that Total Energies will run the refineries as if it's a 100% asset for Total Energies. We'll take all the cost, all the revenues, so I'm fine. I'm an interim owner, 100% of that refinery, which is quite profitable. And when Lukoil will be out of sanction, they will come back. Okay, they prefer to keep that scheme. We'll see if they sell their whole portfolio. We'll see who will be the buyer. We have a preemption right, so we'll see what we'll decide.
The Total Energy CEO there speaking to me in Paris. Now, coming up, a shake-up in the battle for Warner Brothers after Jared Kushner's Affinity Partners pulls out of Paramount's takeover bid. More on that story next, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question.
Good question.
Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions.
All right, okay, ready?
David, what initially sparked your interest in this topic of longevity?
15 years ago, I turned 60, and I began to wonder how much longer I'm likely to live and what I could do to extend my life. On longevity, I talk with the leading experts in science and medicine to educate people about how they might be able to change their conduct so that they can live a happier and healthier life. I'm David Rubenstein. Join me on a 4-part journey as I explore the great quest for longevity. Only on Bloomberg.
The conversations that matter, the insights you need. This is The Pulse, and I'm Francie Lacqua here in London. Now, Warner Brothers is understood to be planning to reject Paramount's hostile takeover bid as a major backer walks away from the deal. Affinity Partners, Jared Kushner's private equity firm, is exiting from the takeover battle. For the latest, let's bring in Manuel Baigori, our deals reporter. Manuel, why is Kushner's Affinity Partners walking away?
I see walking away, right, Francine, from one of the most exciting takeover battles that we are seeing, which is going to transform potentially the entertainment industry in the U.S. and even more so globally, perhaps. I mean, there are reasons. I mean, the deal became very political, highly controversial over the last couple of weeks as you know, the whole situation unfolded, the agreed deal with Netflix, and then how Paramount came with a hostile bid. Obviously, Affinity was one of the backers. Even if the ticket size, we understand it wasn't that big, it was around $200 million, but still very significant given Jared Kushner is behind it, and also it's the deal per se with Paramount is on the verge of collapsing, perhaps, or at least being rejected by Warner Brothers. That's something that we may see as soon as today.
Where does this leave the takeover battle now?
Yeah, the next steps, Francine, remain unseen. I mean, it's most likely we will see Warner Brothers urging the shareholders to reject Paramount's hostile bid. That is the most imminent next step, I would say. But then what's interesting to see will be what Paramount's next moves will be, either walking away, either sweetening the bid, tweaking the financial terms or the financing package, which was, by the way, seen, according to our sources, as one of the main concerns by Warner Brothers board to urge the shareholders to reject the bid by Paramount. So it remains to be seen, but I think we're going to see next steps fairly imminently.
All right, Manuel, thank you. Manuel Baigorri, Bloomberg Deals reporter. Now, the Trump administration is threatening to retaliate against the EU over efforts to tax American tech companies. The Office of the U.S. Trade Representative said in a social media post it would use every tool at its disposal to counter EU measures. The department singled out prominent European companies, including Accenture, Siemens, and Spotify, as possible targets. Well, OpenAI is also in an initial discussion to raise at least $10 billion from Amazon. According to Bloomberg sources, the deal under discussion could value OpenAI north of $500 billion and see it adopt Amazon's Trainium chip. Now, for more, we're joined by Peter Elstrom, our executive editor for global technology. I know you've been busy, Peter. I feel like 2026, you're going to be even more busy given all of the deals that we know about it.
Yeah, there are a lot of deals going on in AI right now, and OpenAI really is at the heart of so many of them. So OpenAI has been, Sam Altman and OpenAI have been diversifying their suppliers in a number of key areas. In the chip space in particular, everybody is pretty dependent on NVIDIA. Of course, NVIDIA now the most valuable company in the world. Partly that's because everybody has to buy their chips to be able to train these AI models and mostly to run them so far. That's given them incredible margins, you know, huge profits and revenue growth. So in this case, we're seeing Altman and OpenAI trying to diversify on the chips front, where they've looked at AMD, one of the competitors to NVIDIA in the past, and now they're talking with Amazon about using Amazon's chips within their operations too. That would probably bring their costs down a fair bit, and it makes it more competitive for NVIDIA to be able to bid and get its chips into the OpenAI data centers.
But so, you know, what does this mean for Amazon's AI chip ambitions? Because this is something that they've also highlighted.
They've been trying to push this very hard. Amazon, of course, is the leader in cloud computing services, the traditional variations that we saw before AI services. Now you're seeing a lot of competition in AI cloud services in particular, and Amazon is a step behind. They're trying to use their chips, the Trainium chips, to be able to catch up a bit. They think that that's a valuable offer for a lot of the AI companies out there, and they think that this would be, you know, a significant step. Being able to get OpenAI to be able to buy these chips would be a big step forward for them.
In China, another homegrown chip company having a hugely successful IPO. What do we know about MetaX?
Yeah, not to be confused with Meta, the company in California. This is MetaX. It's a chip company that just went public in China. And you're seeing some incredible stories within the Chinese chip space, speaking of competition in AI chips. So MetaX went public. Its shares went up almost 700%. Its market cap is now $47 billion. It's a big company. It's significant. And most of us have never heard of it before. This comes just shortly after another company, More Threads, went public and also reached a valuation of about that level. So I think it shows the intense retail interest, retail investor interest in these kinds of chip companies within China because they know that most NVIDIA chips cannot be sold into China at this point. There's a big opportunity for local players to be able to supply the local market and make some big revenue from it. The multiples on these stocks, though, are kind of out of this world, much higher than NVIDIA's.
Peter, I mean, it was almost like a year ago that, we heard about DeepSeek, and people in the know really knew about it, but some of, the common mortals hadn't really heard about it. What do we know so far about where China is with chips and AI?
Well, they're making progress. They're still very far behind, I'd say, on both of those fronts, particularly on chips. They have a long ways to catch up to NVIDIA. You've seen CEO Jensen Huang make the case that he wants to be able to sell more chips into China. He got the blessing to sell these H200 chips, but there's still a market there and they're still quite a bit behind. On the AI services front, it's quite a bit different. DeepSeek, Alibaba, the other leaders within the China market are really taking the open source route. They're looking not so much at building these enormous data centers and trying to make a lot of money from those services. They want to do open source. They want to go lower cost route to be able to get AI integrated into business operations much more quickly. That, of course, is with the support and the blessing of the Beijing government.
But, Peter, when you look at how they're trying to actually spur domestic demand for chips, I mean, is this going to be the big story for China in 2026, that this will be a success?
They're making progress, and this is a big policy debate in Washington right now, whether the Chinese domestic players, really led by Huawei Technologies, to be clear. Huawei is really the leader. There's a smaller company, Camericon, that is also competitive within that space, but they're going to be the leading providers. They need to have their chips manufactured by SMIC, which is kind of the TSMC of China. They're quite a bit behind TSMC, unfortunately, for those companies. So we'll see whether they're able to make progress. I mean, the argument from Jensen Huang and David Sachs in the White House is they're going to be forced to catch up on the domestic front if we don't supply them some of these chips, and that would taper their interest in buying domestic chips.
And Peter, thank you so much, as always, for joining us. Peter Elstrom, they're our executive editor for Global Technology. Now, Californian auto regulators are poised to suspend sales of Tesla vehicles for 30 days if it doesn't change its marketing practices that allegedly misled consumers. The California Department of Motor Vehicles accused Tesla of exaggerating the capabilities of its autopilot and full self-driving software. The agency said the suspension will not take effect for 90 days to give the company time to appeal or come into compliance. And UK inflation slipped to its lowest level in 8 months in the year to November, a bigger than expected drop. Let's bring in Ven Ram, cross-asset strategist for Bloomberg Markets Live. Ven, thank you, as always, for joining us. Does this data from the UK actually solidify market positioning for a rate cut tomorrow by the BOE?
Morning, Francine. Pleasure to be talking to you. I think it's absolutely nailed on a rate cut tomorrow because it has indeed solidified market pricing. The markets were thinking about 90% chance of a rate cut before today's data, and today's data has meant that they're all but pricing in a full rate cut from the BOE. What will be interesting from the BOE, assuming we do get a cut, it's not a given. If we do get a cut, I think the margin of vote will be of crucial significance to the markets. And if last month we got a 5-4 vote against a rate cut, this time we may get a 5-4 vote for a rate cut, or 6-3, or even a 7-2. A 7-2 would obviously be extremely bullish for gilts because that will cause the markets to front load some of the rate cuts in the that are remaining in the cycle, and also to probably factor in a lower terminal rate, even though that lower terminal rate may not kind of morph into reality later on. I think that the terminal rate is still around 350, so the markets should be gearing up for that.
Yeah, meanwhile, we're seeing we've seen a cooling of the U.S. labor market. Where, then, does this leave the Fed looking into 2026?
I think the markets are pricing in two rate cuts and a bit more. They're not fully certain about a third rate cut, but I think considering what we are going to get in terms of a Fed chair who is going to be dovish by the nature of his job description, at least by what White House wants, I think that that is going to be written into his job description. And that means that we should be prepared for more rate cuts, even though core inflation is sticky around 3%. I think that the market should be wise to kind of factor in more rate cuts rather than fewer rate cuts.
Ven, what else are you looking to until the end of the year? I know it felt like last week was certain who the next Fed chair was, and now there's a number of interviews going on with the president. And so I don't know whether that means that it's just a way of President Trump to keeping it in the limelight, or whether we could see a surprise, new Fed chair.
Well, I think that we are likely to get one of the Kevins as the Fed chair. I think the interviews notwithstanding with Christopher Waller, I think that's a bit of a red herring. I think that the markets are should probably bet on, at least I would bet on Hassett becoming the next Fed chair. I think that what is even more interesting from the Asian perspective going into 2026 will be the Bank of Japan, Francine. I think that they are expected to raise rates on Friday, but of crucial significance will be the guidance. I mean, the BOE is the BOJ has been kind of dragging its feet over further rate hikes and further tightening, but given how far behind they are on the fight against inflation, I think that if they are emboldened enough to suggest that they are going to go at a faster pace, I think that will be hawkish for the markets and cause JGBs to sell off.
Ven, thank you so much. As always, Ven Ramder, across asset strategist for Bloomberg Markets Live. Now, this is a picture across the board. Look, oil definitely left, right, and center. Oil advancing after President Trump ramped up pressure on Venezuela. We're also looking at gold actually rising, pushing it close to the record set back in October. We did have that jobs data in the U.S. that did little to strengthen the case for further Fed interest rate cuts. And then a couple of the other things we're watching out for across the board is, of course, 0.3329. Up next, a Bloomberg Brief, and this is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Nobu-san, would you say, when you look at your career, that the pivotal moment was actually that meeting with Robert De Niro? It took him 4 years to convince you to open a restaurant near him. You eventually did, and that started a partnership that has lasted through the decade.
I met him 1988 after my first restaurant opened. He asked me to come to open the restaurant in New York. And beginning, I didn't know what he did.
You didn't know he was an actor?
No, I don't know what he doing. Because I never watched the movies, I was traveling the business. But of course, after, people, hey, Nobu, so you must know him. And then I understand.
How is he as a partner?
He's, for me, and a great partner. He understands to my concept. He supports me 100%. But he's a very smart people. Sometimes, strange idea, but it's good idea. So, example, Nobu Hotels, idea come from him. He said, hey, Nobu, so we have a lot of new restaurants coming in somebody's hotel. For him, doesn't make any sense. Then we start Nobu Hotel in Las Vegas 11 years ago. Now it's a big success. So next step is the residence.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories. I'm Sherrian in Tokyo.
And I'm Heidi Stroud-Watts here in Sydney, where the trading day begins. We're here in the center of all the action to get you set up with the numbers, news, and knowledge you need for the day ahead.
The demand is indeed recovering. We've been waiting for this moment.
The opportunity of a century.
Join us on Bloomberg The Asia Trade. Weekdays only on Bloomberg TV. Context changes everything.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
It's 5 a.m. in New York City. Good morning. I'm Lizzie Burden in for Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Here's what you need to know. Ramping up pressure, oil rallies as President Trump orders a blockade of sanctioned oil tankers going into and leaving Venezuela. Fresh curbs. The U.S. is said to be preparing a new round of restrictions on Russia's energy sector if President Putin rejects a peace deal with Ukraine. And a win for Amazon. OpenAI is said to be in talks to raise at least $10 billion from the online retailer and to use its chips. Well, checking in on these markets, we have futures pointing higher stateside a touch. Not much market reaction yesterday after that jobs data. Let's be honest, there was something in it for both the Hawks and the Doves. Treasury yields are looking pretty steady, higher 2 basis points across the curve. The 10-year is currently at 4.16%. And we have major moves when it comes to the oil market. Both WTI and Brent up on this U.S. blockade of Venezuelan tankers and the U.S. preparing Russia sanctions if there's no peace in Ukraine. More on that in a moment. But for now, cancelling out that downward pressure from the oversupply concerns. And gold there also flirting with the record set in October. That's $4,381 a troy ounce. We're not quite there yet, but that on the safe haven demand. Now let's get to our stocks to watch. Here's Valerie Teitel.
Good morning, Lizzie. Let's start with what's going on in the media space, this media merger frenzy. We've had news from the Wall Street Journal that the Warner Brothers board is preparing shareholders to reject the Paramount Skydance deal. So we're seeing shares of Paramount in the red, down 0.7%. It's a double whammy of negative news for Paramount Skydance. We also heard that Jared Kushner's fund, Affinity, is pulling equity that it did pledge the Paramount deal. So we're seeing shares of Netflix rise off the back of this. Remember, they are the other suitor in this hostile takeover, and Warner Brothers Discovery shares down 1.2% off the back of that as well. Well, let's move on to the airline industry. Some news here. We have Spirit Airlines in talks with Frontier on a potential merger that could save Spirit Airlines from insolvency. We're seeing shares of Frontier leap near 5% higher in pre-market trade. Lizzie, a combined Frontier Spirit Airlines would rank the 5th largest in the U.S. if this deal was to come to fruition.
All right, Valerie, thank you so much. We've got one more.
And one more just to check on the oil majors. Lizzie, I just want to mention they are some of the biggest gainers in the Euro Stock 600 this morning. This is on the back of oil rising from those year-to-date lows. We're seeing the likes of Shell up nearly 2% and BP here listed in London up 2.5%, lifting the FTSE this morning. These oil majors are really carrying the Euro Stock 600 higher in Europe.
Oh, perfect. Well, we're going to dive into that theme more throughout the program. Valerie, we'll see you later on in the hour. And coming up in this hour, we're going to be speaking to Kayla Cedar of State Street as stock futures rebound after a 3-day slump. But first, let's get back to that oil rally rising on geopolitical risk. Bloomberg's Will Kennedy's following President Trump's order of a complete blockade of sanctioned oil tankers in Venezuela. And we've got Oliver Crook tracking the developments on the latest sanctions on Russia's energy sector. So, Will, let me start with you. What does President Trump actually want from Caracas? It's not clear what land and assets he's accusing Venezuela of stealing.
Well, I think ultimately the Trump administration appears to want a change of regime in Caracas. He is interested in the oil that Venezuela has. I think he probably sees that as an opportunity. So he has ratcheted up pressure on the regime, and we've seen that in a number of ways through these strikes on boats that he claims are exporting drugs from Venezuela, through sanctions, and now seizing that tanker last week, and now this wider blockade of oil exports from Venezuela. He's clearly trying to squeeze the Maduro regime economically.
Of course, Venezuela is an OPEC plus member, but how much of the oil market does Venezuela have?
It's not a huge player anymore. We've seen over the 25 or so years that we've had this socialist government in Venezuela that its role in the oil market is steadily diminished, and right now it's only exporting about 500,000 barrels of oil a day, and that's in a context of global oil demand of more than 100 million barrels a day. So it's become a fairly marginal player, but that's not to mean that it couldn't be significant again in the future. It's sitting on top of some of the world's most enormous oil reserves, and with international investment, with a less politically manipulated oil industry, it could probably increase production again. And I think that one of the things that the Trump administration, sees there is the opportunity to play a part in the revitalization of a Venezuelan oil industry.
Okay, well, we'll stay with us. Ollie, I want to bring you in. What are the sanctions on Russia likely to be that the US is threatening?
Yeah, so there's been a lot of question about how the Trump administration is going to bring Russia to the negotiating table if there is a failure on the Russians to agree on this sort of intense peace proposal and negotiations we've got from the United States over the last couple of weeks. We know the pressure that they're willing to exert on the Ukrainians. It is fairly easy for them to do so because of the dependencies that Ukraine and the Europeans have on the United States, but it has been less clear until today what they are considering doing to the Russians. And what we understand is that the Treasury and the U.S. are thinking more broadly about adding additional sanctions on the Russians if they fail to come to the negotiating table, if they reject what the U.S. considers to be a reasonable proposal. And that could be additional measures on the Russian shadow fleet, on the high seas, and as well on some of those that are trading oil and natural gas, or I should say oil and other potentially fossil fuels on the Russian side. That would, of course, try to put more constriction on the revenue that is driven a lot by the fossil fuels for the Russians, and that is, of course, what is funding the war machine in Russia. So it's seen as really quite potentially consequential, particularly from the European and the Ukrainian side, because there's been a lot of question about whether or not Trump is willing to move any further. But it does fall short, Lizzie, of those massive sanctions, the ones that have been put forward by Lindsey Graham that do have bipartisan support in the Senate at the United States. And those are the secondary sanctions. That would be really the kind of nuclear option to going after the sort of the countries that are still buying Russian crude oil. This would be massive tariffs that the United States would impose on third-party countries like China and India and others who still buy Russian crude oil. We're still talking something that is quite short of that.
So the question becomes, Ollie, how likely all this is to bring President Putin to the negotiating table. Trump, of course, hoping for a ceasefire by Christmas.
Yeah, well, listen, I think we're not quite there yet. We haven't had quite the reaction from the Russians on the latest slew of negotiations over the last couple of days in Berlin. Of course, the Europeans were talking very positively about it. The Ukrainians were as well. There's still a lot of outstanding issues, particularly on the concern of territory for the Ukrainians, but we have not got a reaction yet from the Russians. We had some sort of comments from some sort of less senior foreign emissaries within Russia that were making sort of positive noises, but we need to get the full readout of the reaction of that 20-point plan from the Russians, which we have not got yet. That being said, we should say that just a couple of weeks ago, those sanctions on Rosneft and Lukoil went into power. That is a way that is putting a little bit more long-term pressure on the Russians. And we should say that in terms of the barrels of oil, we're talking about Brent today that are around $60, and that, coming down significantly over the last couple of months. For the Russians, they're only getting about $40 a barrel for a lot of what's being traded on the high seas, and that's come down about 30% over the last 3 months. So there is pressure from that side of things that is being exerted on the Russians. We'll see if it really comes to bear in the negotiating table.
So, will Brent at $60 a barrel now, but it had been 55 yesterday on WTI. So then what happens if you take out the Venezuela story and focus on the Ukraine story? Where's the floor?
So as Ollie's just described, we got these use of sanctions by the Trump regime. He's very keen to use energy sanctions to try and get what he wants politically around the world, and that does, at the margin, exert some upward pressure on prices. But I think the broader background is that we're in a market currently which is oversupplied. We are producing more oil than the world is using every day, and we're seeing that surplus build up on oil tankers around the world and on storage tanks. And I think we see a bit of an uptick today, but the longer-term story into the middle of next year is broadly bearish. And I think the other way to think about it is, in both situations, if Trump gets what he wants, i.e. a new government in Venezuela and a peace deal in Ukraine, both of those things could ultimately be bearish for the crude oil price, because you've got a Venezuelan oil industry that's now free of sanctions with the prospect of American investment, and you've got probably the roll-off of some sanctions on the Russian oil industry. So in the short term, you're seeing that uptick. I don't think it's doing much to change the longer-term picture.
All right, let's see how much of Trump's Christmas list he actually